CTR Media Network was created for today's podcasters. We provide a safe haven for content creators that are everyday people doing extraordinary things. We have a system of positioning, monetization training, coaching, and support for our podcasters' success. CTR Media Network simply bridges that gap with a level playing field for your dreams to come true cost-effectively. Our team provides a premium service and experience for our podcasters to grow. CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to CTR Media Network Podcasters Webtv live stream, baby. It's that time of the day again when we are bringing to you all of our amazing podcasters that are pouring into you with impactful, positive imagery and stories and things to help you grow. We're so excited to be here with you on today because this is what we do Monday through Friday. We live stream and let you just see and experience everything that CTR Media Network podcasters and more has to offer. We have amazing sponsors, business owners, content creators, co-hosts, all coming together with the foundational narrative of positivity. So I'm so happy to be here with you today. So if you are a business owner and you are looking for a way to share your business, a coach, an author, an influencer, and you want to get out what you're doing to our audience that is currently reaching 350 million global listeners. And we're happy to say and to announce that we are now in over 50 countries. So this is more than just broadcasting. This is a movement. We are the first CTR Media Network. We are the first to bring you this type of entertainment, this type of knowledge, this type and this caliber of content creators all in one spot, making it openly accessible to the world for you to be able to draw in this information and to establish and build your hope and confidence up so you can go and snatch your life back and live your best life, okay? This is all for you. So we encourage you to watch all of our podcasting shows. And if you are a person and you say, I love the shows, I would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, we have our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class, which is currently on sale. You can go ahead and drop in now, go to ctrmedianetwork.com and join our class and get that lifetime membership. You can do it at your own pace. It's an at your own pace video course. For those of you who need help homeschooling, we got you covered because we have the Homeschooling Interactive magazine that you can now get on Amazon. Just simply go to Amazon and type in the Homeschooling magazine or the Homeschooling Interactive magazine, and you'll be able to get your copy mailed to you. And especially if you're on Amazon Prime, you'll get it mailed to you even quicker. We also have on Amazon our inspirational notebooks designed to motivate you through the cover and be able to help you write out your story. We are looking for advertisers. And if you fit the type of advertisement that we would like to do, which is family friendly positivity, we would love to spotlight and advertise your business, whether it's through commercials, audio, however it is, in order to let our audience be able to see and make their decision whether or not they want to connect with you. We have sponsorships and all different type of things available for you to grow based upon your budget. We also have opportunities for you to be a featured guest on any of our 30 plus shows, the ones that are currently here and the ones that are of which to come. We encourage you to get or be on one of our our CTR Media Network tours. Yes, one of our tours. And we also have those of you who will be interested in becoming a co-host to one of our shows. We have those opportunities available too. We just encourage you to opt in. So what exactly makes CTR different with our podcasters? Speaking from the podcasting perspective, we actually provide our podcasters with a website. We provide them with monthly training. We provide them with organic podcast promotion and distribution. We provide an easy way for their audience to be able to connect with them through media players and media links. We also have you covered from the legal standpoint. We're providing you with electronic guest release forms to keep you legal as you're podcasting. We also have features and different things that we do throughout the year with CTR Media Network. We have magazine, up and coming magazine. We have events, and you'll be able to participate. We also provide the hosting for your website at no additional cost. And we provide multiple ways in which you can get discounts with our visibility coaching. We have contact forms, mailing lists, and we also provide you with the knowledge on how to monetize what you do, whether you are a beginner, in the middle, or you consider yourself an expert, but you still haven't quite figured out various ways in which you can monetize what you do. We also have opportunities for brand ambassadorship, affiliations, and so much more. Yes, so much more. So we encourage you on today to stop sitting on the sideline and get into the line, okay? And I want to help all of you. I want all of you to make sure that you go to the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. We have our celebrity guest, CEO of ShopBob.com, Janelle Simone, will be in the building telling us all about what she was doing and all the different projects that she's working on, including her ShopBob.com, which I know you're going to really be interested in. So without further ado, what we're going to do, we're going to tie you into what's going on right now. So what's playing right now is the CEO Corner with our host, Tiffany D. Bell, and she has some amazing guests from our CTR Media Network tour, where you not only get to hear our podcasters, but most importantly, you are getting to know them, and it encourages you to reach out to them so that you can be a featured guest on any of their shows. Stay tuned after this commercial break. CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. All right, so it's time for us to let you get in on the CEO Corner with Tiffany D. Bell, and she is officially doing or part of the CTR Media Network Podcasters Tour. So let's see what's going on.
Brothers. So I think we got you on mute. Let me unmute you so we can hear you. There you go. There you go. There you go.
I was going to just say hello and thanks for having me.
So excited to have you. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So tell us, how long have you been a podcaster?
Not long at all. Okay. I think I'm not gonna. It's gonna be less than a year.
Okay, I don't know. So
I'm a baby. I'm a baby.
Yeah, well, no, by the time you get around the 1 year mark, like normally by 9 months, you're no longer crawling. You have taken your first steps. So you're actually running by now. So, and Tina is good at what she does, and so she's not gonna let you fall. So I know that she's taking real good care of you, very good care of you. So the name of your podcast, you know what? I don't want to hop into the podcast you said. We're gonna get there. First, let's just talk a little bit about who you are, right? And tell me just a little bit, when you're not interviewing people on your podcast, tell me, just what does life look like? How do you spend your days? What does life look like?
Well, first of all, I'm a retired school teacher.
Oh, very good, very good.
Yes, I when I retired from teaching, I wanted to basically start a business, a baking business, and which I did do that. But COVID hit, and so therefore it kind of slowed down a little bit. But I'm very active. I'm going to tell you that I'm very active. I'm active in my church. I'm active in my community. I belong to a sorority.
Wow!
We just had our 100th year celebration.
Hold up. Is it blue?
Yes, blue and gold.
Yes. Okay. So, I don't have a copy of it yet. Yes, Jane. I don't know where a copy of my book is at. It has not arrived, but so did you happen to get a blue version of this book? It's called Affirmations for a Woman on a Mission. So you guys had your 100th centennial edition, right? There's a special blue and gold edition of this book by Dr. She's gonna get me. Dr. Dennis. I can't think. Dr. Dennis. I can't think of Dr.
I cannot. I'm bad with names too.
Tendizia. It is.
Yes. I know her. She's a friend of mine. Oh my God.
Yes. So she's one of the co-authors in here, and so we did a special edition specifically for your sorority, specifically to celebrate your 100th year anniversary. And I think it has like even the centennial seal on it. And the foreword is written by me and by Dr. Dennis.
Oh my God!
Yes.
And I stopped at her booth, but I just didn't get a chance to get back. It was so many people there when I went to the centennial. But I'm gonna have to text her now.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
I'm gonna have to get that book now.
You need a copy of that book.
I do need that because I believe in affirmations. I do. I do one every day. Every day I get up and do one about it. That's basically how. And then how I got into the jewelry business was my daughter.
Okay. All right.
I always dibble. I'm very crafty.
Okay.
I quilt. I sew. I taught cake decorating, even though I had taught school. I taught cake decorating for almost 15 to 20 years out of Michael's, and I had 2 stores. Both of them were thing, but I'm a certified cake instructor.
Okay.
And so that's how I kind of got into the baking.
Okay.
As well as, and that's how I learned how to cook, was baking. I started baking at an early age, about 7 years old. I never wanted to really cook, but I love to bake, and I still bake.
Okay.
And so, I think that's about all that I do.
Oh, listen, honey, you do a lot. You said that. That's about all. I mean, you do a lot.
Yeah, I'm busy. I'm really a very
Dream big. Dream big. I encourage you to dream big. You serve a big God. You got big things. Everything about you is big. Believe in yourself. Believe in that thing that you have the most that's going to take you to your next level. I want you to dream big. I want you to become more, to be more, to do more, because you deserve the best this life has to offer for you. I want you to dream big. I can see you. I want you to believe in my belief in you, that you can do the things that you've always wanted to do. Maybe you're working a dead-end job, or maybe it's a job that is paying the bills, it's helping you to maintain life, but you're tired of it. You feel like you're existing, but you don't feel alive. I encourage you to dream big. God is taking you to a place you've never seen before, but you got to believe it first. You got to go after it. You got to want it more than anything. So dream big. I know what it feels like to take care of your kids, to take care of your family, but you're doing something you might not like doing, but you got to pay the light bills, but you still got to dream big. Go after it. You got more than enough. You can do it. You can be it. You can have it. It's yours. Dream big.
On the Tina Ramley Show and podcast, we have our special featured guest, Robin Clark. She is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is bringing about change and making a difference within our community. Robin provides leadership, direction, and vision to organizations. Make sure to tune in this Thursday at 7:30 p.m. EST. It's time to come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show. Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, education, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, it's time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Dr. Tina J. Ramsey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to the show. I know we kind of throwing you off because it's a Tuesday, not a Thursday. So you know when we come in on a day, an exclusive day like Tuesday, we have someone special, someone epic in the studio that you need to know. Who is that? That is the amazing Robin Clark. As mentioned before, she is the CEO of Why Not Believe. She is in the community doing some amazing things right here in South Carolina. Robin provides leadership, direction, visions to organizations, and she is dedicated to helping to build a strong community through her knowledge from being in diverse situations and bringing a lot of love. I met her in person and have experienced being at one of her amazing functions, and she leave a lasting impression not only on what she do for the community, but also what she does to your heart after you meet her. So without further ado, let's bring on the amazing, the phenomenal woman, yes, Robin Clark. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. I'm honored to be here.
Oh, child, I'm just so happy to see everything and how much growth since the first time that I met you many years ago. Yes. And seeing that you're still going, you and I both, and just watching you still continuously making a positive impact in the world. So it's really my honor to have you here to showcase an amazing woman such as yourself. So let's talk about Why Not Believe. Why did you decide to not only start this movement, but it's very specific. You use the letter Y instead of WHY. Why did you decide to do that?
Well, I decided to use the Y versus the, YHY is because of the fact that I felt that it would be more captivating, that it will really get your attention and ask yourself why. Like you're asking why. So why use why? Why? So that you will know that it is not just what do you say? I would say, so it will really get your attention and make you want to ask the question. And so that's why I use why.
Well, I tell you what, that's exactly what it made me do. And when I first met you, actually, my husband introduced me to you at an event. I was actually speaking at an event on stage, and some kind of way, because he worked the room just like me. I'm on the stage, he working the room. He's like, you need to meet this woman. And there was a lot of people around me, and you was like,
yes, it was a conference. Yeah.
Yes. And I was like, I see why you want me to meet her. Like, she's amazing. And so you definitely hit it on target because it makes you ask why. And it also make you I just love where you say, why not believe? Because many of us have problems with just the simple thing of believing in ourselves. We lose that. So I love what you do. So with Why Not Believe, what do you provide, or what will people gain from coming to your events? Because I was speaking at an event on stage and met you, but then I also experienced going to your event myself. I know what they get, but what would they be actually able to gain from being at your events?
Well, you would get a variety of different people throughout the community and surrounding areas that are knowledgeable, that have tried and proven professionals who have really navigated the waters of their professions and the insight of their field of expertise. And not only that, you would get the camaraderie of meeting new people, creating new relationships. You would get entertainment, you would get um, good food, and you would get wonderful vendors as you were one at one particular time. And I mean, it's just a wide variety of things that you would get. It's almost like a day away from home, gaining knowledge, gaining new friends, eating good food. So it's like a social event, but yet it's an educational event as well. And these are things that you can take back home to your family, to your church, to your community, back on your jobs. Wherever you go, I always try to make sure that it leaves a lasting impression on you to share with others.
I agree with you 100% because when I went, it was unlike any event that I have ever experienced. I mean, when I walked in your event that particular year, I mean, I was semi dressed up, but I was like, man, this is like a wedding reception. I mean, you pull all the stops. I mean, the decoration, the ambiance, the speakers, the caliber of speakers, the ones in the community. And what I really like in particular is that you are a South Carolinian and this is happening in South Carolina, in
Yeah.
Columbia. And many people sometimes be up under the impression that we don't be doing nothing over here. No. We have some amazing people doing some amazing things. And what made you, because when I think about it, this is your ninth,
Yes.
not first, second, or third, your ninth annual Why Not Believe event. What keeps you continuously bringing this event back every single year? Because I know it's not always easy. So, what is your drive to keep bringing this back to us every single year?
Honestly, I can say that prayer, and I seek God and ask Him, what do the people need in this season? In this season, and like this current event that's coming up, with the theme to "It's time to get your house in order." Um, I see a need, and where there's a need, I try to meet that need. And I try to gather those people who are experts in their fields to bring forth the knowledge so that people won't have to perish anymore for the lack of knowledge. Um, and not only that, like during this past couple of years during the pandemic, I've listened to people talk about how the hardships of losing a loved one, how unfortunately in some situations they didn't have um, home insurance, excuse me, health insurance. They didn't have life insurance. They didn't do wills. They didn't know about probate and all the things that probate does. And so it was just a gamut of different things that I was just listening to other people, and I just really saw the need. So I said, what can I do to make this happen so that people won't have to continue to go through this? And then that's when it's time to get your house in order. And so all these people, all these speakers, all these wonderful people like Judge McCullen, the probate judge, with what's the name? Kendra Dove, who is the tax assessors, deputy tax assessors. And I mean, she doesn't just speak on taxes. She has a wealth of information, that tells you about the different taxes and how it affects you and your home and your family and even your community. Even I mean, I was just amazed hearing her previously. And then you're talking about Sheriff Lott, who, he's not only just talking about, being a law enforcer, but also telling you how to secure your home, help secure your communities, all these things to help you get your house in order. And then you have people who deal with life insurance. I mean, a lot of people think like, well, I can't afford this. Well, they'll show you all the different ways that you can. I mean, although everybody wants that abundant life and live life to its fullness, and we all do want that, but unfortunately, there comes a time where death is the inevitable. And so we want to make sure that you have options. And so therefore we have Mr. Brian Myers, who's coming forth to let you know that you can do pre-arrangements. You don't have to wait till that day comes. You can do preparatory. I call it preparatory. So this event is basically preparatory. It is preparing you for the here and the hereafter.
I absolutely love it, because many times as people in general don't want to think about it, but all too often what the last couple years have taught us is that we have to address this, and the earlier that we address this, the better it leaves our family in a better situation. And just having, like you said, without the proper knowledge, people can perish. I mean, so having this correct knowledge, putting all these thought leaders, putting all these individuals in the same building at the same time, sharing all this knowledge, it's like little beacons of light that once the individuals come, they can take this knowledge out in the community, and it changed the generational curses that usually happen from a lack of knowledge. So I love what you're doing. What we're going to do right now, we're going to take a commercial break, but we're going to come right back with Robin Clark, the CEO of Why Not Believe, and let you know how you can get your own tickets, when the date is, and where can you go to see all of this, because you definitely need to get your house in order. We'll be right back with Robin Clark after this commercial.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com. Welcome to the Homeschooling Magazine, a magazine that embraces and celebrates the entire homeschooling experience. Our magazine is different from all the rest because we provide beneficial information and assistance in homeschooling, business, wellness, mental health, resources, and life. We encourage you to pick up a copy of our magazine today by going to issues.com for digital and printed form on amazon.com. The Homeschooling Magazine is all about impacting the world through home-based learning, helping to de-stress the homeschooling experience. Get your copy today.
And just like that, we are back, and I come along with a friend. Who is that, you might ask? The amazing Robert Clark from Why Not Believe. All right, before the commercial break, we were speaking about those little beacons of light, and basically it's in reference to the knowledge. And you saw that there was a need. Every year you sit back and you pray and say, okay, God, what do you want me to do now? I mean, this is the 9th year. Do you want me to stop? Do you want me to go? And he let you know, one more year, we got to keep on going. And so you saw it, and then you make action. And I love the thing, get your house in order, because Lord knows we need to do that. Yeah. So with everything that you do, because you're such an amazing person, a philanthropist, a community leader. But I want to know something. We're gonna change just a little bit. Like, what are some of the most important lessons that you learned in your life? Because I know with all your wealth of who you meet, what have you learned?
Honestly, I can say what I've learned through just as many years of living is to don't give up. It is easy to want to throw in the towel. And I also have learned not to listen to naysayers, negativity, to block it, to shut it down, to, again, why not believe that you can achieve any goals that you set your mind to, and that sometimes you will have to go it alone. Sometimes you may not have those people who will partner with you to go on that journey of life with you. But if God put it in you, he'll see you through it. And so with that being said, those are the lessons that I've learned. Is just to pray, seek God, not give up, trust in the abilities, because God has given each and every one of us a gift and a talent. It just needs to be cultivated, but we have to continue to press forward. And sometimes that's not easy. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and say that it's been easy because I've had my challenges and I have wanted to throw in the towel quite a few times, but I keep pressing forward, and the rewarding part of it is the fact that to learn where people have taken so much education and knowledge away. And when I see them, they can tell me, oh, I went to your event and I learned this, that, and the other, or I met such and such. So to me, that makes it that much rewarding. you know it's just about people gaining friends, gaining knowledge, and just being a more thriving community, learning who labors among them, because a lot of people don't know who their leaders in the community, and they don't know, like you said earlier, about people such as yourself. And like you say, there are good things that comes out of South Carolina. It's not all negative. It's good things and good people, and creating that web of networking of people and sharing knowledge.
I totally agree with you. There are some good things that come out of South Carolina other than great tea and food.
Yes.
Now, get it straight now. When you go to Robin's event, she has the buffet spread. I mean, you are simply treated like royalty. I have never and I have spoken on over 100 plus stages, international and within the United States. And let me tell you, I have yet to be to any event that in South Carolina that pretty much roll out the red carpet. It's an experience just going in the room. Like when you walk in, the whole atmosphere just shift to positivity. If you was feeling way down, you having a bad day, all of a sudden that frown turn into a smile because you see all these smiling faces. And then you see, what I love was that you bring in different leaders like the police, and you get to meet them and speak with them. Right. And be like, okay, these are my concerns. How can you help us with this? And then they're ready to listen. Normally, it's a separation. And so I love how you bring all these leaders, all these experts together in one spot. But I want to make sure I let everybody know in the room, thanks to Facebook, you can now support CTR Media Network podcasters by buying or purchasing some stars. If you are absolutely loving this broadcast, and not only the Tina Ramsey Show, but other 30 plus podcasters, just simply click the link on this video and select the amount of stars you would like to purchase to support our positive, impactful media and broadcasting. So thank you, Facebook, for allowing us to do that. All right, so let's get back to Robin. Robin, when you think about your life, because you have done so many things, in my opinion, in a short period of time, and you have helped so many people, you have made such a positive impact, but I know how I know you and how you changed my life from that moment that I first met you. But how would you like people to remember you?
Well, honestly, just to know that I made a positive impact on your life, that you left with feeling good about yourself, feeling good about what you do, and knowing that you are a phenomenal woman or just an awesome gentleman or just a person, just to know that you are valued. And I definitely, everyone that walks in the door of my event, I want them to know that they're valued. I appreciate them. You didn't just to come to another conference, but to come to an experience. And so I want everyone, when I'm gone, to just remember that Robin really tried to make a positive impact and to leave a legacy of people just uniting to make a better community, which that spreads to a better world.
That is true. I mean, you never need to underestimate the power of one, meaning you can help that one person, and that one person can trickle into 100. That
Yes.
100 can trickle into 1,000. That 1,000 can
Yes.
become a million. And then you're looking at a mighty nation after that. So, I mean, you made a lasting impression on me all those years ago. And so it was just an honor when I saw, like, oh my goodness, I get to finally showcase some South Carolinians that's really doing it, keeping it going, and showing that it's more to South Carolina than our Southern hospitality. We also provide knowledge, community, resources to make your life easier. And we always talking about legacy. This is actually giving you those foundational pieces so that your family, whether you're here or not, will continue to thrive and not just survive.
Yes.
So, Rob, go ahead.
Oh, no, I was just saying that, people such as yourself also help make this possible for people as myself. Had you not started the podcast and you started doing the things that you do, this would not be possible for me to share, not just my events, but just to share, to let people know that you have people out there really trying to do great things in their community. And I could go on and on about that, but the time will not permit. And so, but yes, I mean, because there's some people like right now that I do feeding the homeless on Tuesdays, every Tuesday, and I look forward to that. But the people who that I work with does great work in the community. I mean, great work. Every day, this man does great community outreach work. And so that's what this is all about. Why Not Believe is truly a community outreach event, trying to bring people together to truly thrive, not just for themselves, but for the betterment of their families, their communities, their churches, their jobs, etc., etc.
So all of you who trying to figure out, you're like, okay, we've been talking about this. Now I want to know how I can get tickets, okay? Because they still have some tickets available. So if you are in South Carolina or any surrounding areas, and you don't even have to be in surrounding areas, you like to drive, then drive on down to South Carolina, because I want you to be able to participate. It is an experience that you will never, ever forget. This is the ninth annual Why Not Believe. And we want you to start to believe in yourself, to know that you can do whatever you put your mind to. You can find this on Eventbrite. So when you go to Eventbrite, you will see it's happening this month, October the 22nd at 2 p.m. All of those twos. I love twos. October the 22nd, 2022 at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club, 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina. That is 29223. That is 29223, because Columbia is a very extensive place. So you need to make sure you have your right zip code. And that is October the 22nd at 2 p.m. So make sure to go get your tickets today, because every ticket that you purchase from Why Not Believe, it actually pours back into our community. And not just here, but anything that Why Not Believe actually stands behind and do, it actually helps facilitate more of these type of community outreach and programs for not only you, but other families to enjoy and look forward to every year. All right. So, Robin, tell me, like, I remember the event that I went to. It opened my eyes when I went to your Why Not Believe event a couple of years ago, and it was talking about domestic violence. That was the theme of it. And it was showing overcomers, and not just that, but it was one particular guy that came on and told his story, and it shook me. Because many times when we think about domestic violence, we think about women, we think about girls, we don't think about boys or men. And he spoke about his story. That actually opened up other situations and other connections from meeting him, going to another event, and it just did a polarized positivity effect. So that's why I'm telling people, You never know who you're going to meet. You never know whose story going to help change your life and have a different perspective. And you never know what's going to come about from that event. So many great relationships and things was formed from me coming to your amazing event. And I was able to share about female wellness and mental health. So thank you so much for just allowing me to participate that particular year. But what was, I know you have like 8 previous events. So was there any other touching moments? That was my touching moment from one of your events. Were there any touching moments from your previous events that was lasting, that stayed into your mind?
Yes. Matter of fact, my very first event, it was a young lady that was prior service. And she came to my event. Matter of fact, she called me prior to the event and she told me that she was coming and she was going to bring other people with her. And I thought that was great. You know, the more the merrier. But when she ended up being like a speaker and she started sharing her story, she started sharing her journey. And in her journey, she was sharing how she, from being in the military to getting out of the military to going to college to become a dentist and then becoming a dentist. Now she's a phenomenal dentist, her own practice. Now she's an entrepreneur as well as she's a philanthropist. She has all these different business and I mean she has just bloomed. But what really sticks out in my mind is she told me that what helped her to make it through when she was still in the military and through college and becoming a dentist was the fact that I would always encourage her and tell her how much she can do this and you know that I prayed with her, et cetera, et cetera. And she said even when I was in the military, even when I was in school, even when I became a dentist, you were there. And I said all that to say this is that you never know how positive words, positive action, a hug, a prayer, just a smile, anything can be an encouragement and an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's why Not Believe was born, because the word of God says to be ye encouragers of one another right now where you are. And so you don't have to wait till tomorrow. You don't have to think about yesterday, but right now, the person that you are, Tina Ramsey, has such positivity in her, and she has encouraged so many and helped so many people to believe in themselves and thrive. And so again, you also a part of why Not Believe. And so that was an everlasting impact on me, just to hear those things that I did that I didn't think anything about. You know, I just cared about the person, but you just don't know how that makes an everlasting impact. So whatever you do, you can have an everlasting impact on someone's life. And that's whether you do the Tina Ramsey show, you do Why Not Believe events, whatever it is that you do, you have a give and you have to be a blessing to someone in this life each day.
I listen, don't make me cry. No, you know you can do that. Don't make me cry. Can I don't cry cute?
She did. I mean, not and when this young lady spoke, she had some people tearing up, some people crying, even myself, because I didn't even know. I didn't even know that, you know, that's what I did for her. And even with doing these events, and I just really encourage people to come out to this 9th annual, not for my sake, but for the sake of yourself, your family, and your community, really. And the people are there, they're giving up their Saturdays to bless you with all this knowledge. And and like I say, to learn and meet new people, and also the vendors that you would have there, great vendors, and great food and music, soft music. So you have a variety of things that's happening, and it's all for you.
You guys, I give it my 5-star approval recommendation. If you want to be inspired, you want to learn, you want to be in a positive environment, you want to be a part of the community and be in a place where people want you to win, then the Why Not Believe, anything that they're doing with the Why Not Believe banner around it is definitely a place for you. If you're not in South Carolina, it doesn't matter. If you have a car, you can put some gas in it, drive on down. I promise you, this is something that you will not forget. It will stay in your mind for the rest of your life because it will change you for the rest of your life. I mean, going to that event really helped open my eyes to different perspectives and different things that was going on in the community that I wasn't even aware of. I didn't even realize how much of a voice I had within my own community until I went to the event and was listening. I'm like, I really can. I have a say.
Mm-hmm.
And so go to the event, and even if you just don't know, go scared. I guarantee somebody or something is going to happen that it was for you. The event again is the 9th annual empowerment of people. It's time for you to get your house in order. It's taking place October the 22nd at 2 p.m. at Spring Valley Country Club. And that address is 300 Spring Valley Road in Columbia, South Carolina, 29223. You can purchase your tickets on Eventbrite, but you can also contact Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, that number is 1-703-822-3177. And that is Lisa Carter. Make sure to get in contact with it. Someone said, where is the event? Oh, I see. I already answered for you. So,
And
go ahead.
Also, for the first 10 people, because I believe in this so passionate and I want people to gain this knowledge. For the first 10 people, the tickets are $65, but for the first 10 people who either go on to contact Lisa Carter, you will get your tickets for $59.
Oh, wow, you guys. So go ahead and hurry on over. Either call Lisa Carter.
Lisa. Mm-hmm.
Or you can go to Eventbrite, but call her, get the tickets. I mean, literally, it changed my life in a positive way. And like Robin said, positive words, positive affirmations. I'm a scripture girl, so scriptures, all of that. You just never know what you say can help change the trajectory of somebody's mindset, which also, in essence, change their life. Because remember, we get knowledge in our head, but then once it trickles down to our heart is the seed of motivation. And once we get it there, it can move us to action. So it can take one person to believe in you. And it changed your whole life. Like that girl that Robin said, those words too. And she took that with her all over her life and just blossomed in so many different ways.
Yes,
So the next time when you talk to somebody, think about that. Your words can either help heal or hurt.
Yes.
Remember that. So Robin, she said, are you accepting any sponsors?
Yes. We encourage all sponsors. And you can contact the same person, Miss Lisa Carter, at the number that was given. She will give you all the information you need. And yes, we love sponsors. It helps us to do what we do. Because I'm pretty sure you know, in this climate, inflation. So yes, thank you. We definitely encourage and love to have sponsors.
All right, you guys. You want to donate, you want to become a sponsor, you want to get tickets, call Lisa Carter at 1-703-822-3177. Again, for the people on the radio, that is 1-703-822-3177. Why Not Believe is accepting donations, sponsorships, and you can currently purchase some tickets for this event while tickets and supplies last. So make sure to help and support, because this is how they do what they do. This is in celebration to you. I want to just celebrate you right now, Robin, because the 9th annual is a great accomplishment. And I want you to sit still and I want you to take it in, because people who are being impactful, that's doing a whole lot of things in the community, you go from one year to the next, doing, but you don't take it in. Take it in, because you're indeed, my dear, making a positive impact in the world. And we appreciate you. We love you. And thank you for taking time out of your busy life to pour it back into us in the community, because you're a mom too.
Yes.
So thank you for what you do. And thank you to your family for letting you do. You know, they actually support you doing what you do.
Yeah, they do. Yes, they do. And I do appreciate it. And, for those who have other engagements, and I understand that. Donate a ticket to someone else that you think will really benefit from it. We
That's a great
appreciate
idea.
that too.
That is a wonderful, great idea. And that's something that you can definitely do. Share the gift of knowledge.
Yes.
That'll take you longer than any Louis Vuitton bag. Share the gift of knowledge.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. So we appreciate it. We want, come one, come all. Trust me, the Spring Valley Country Club can hold you all.
Yes, and it's very accommodating and very beautiful. The ambiance is amazing. I'm telling you, it's an experience. That's a good place to go for a date. I'm trying to tell you.
Oh yeah.
That's a great place.
Yes.
So, Robin, thank you so much for
Thank you so much for having me.
Yeah, Multi-Fair Studio said, "Yep, they was in the building too." That's a great place. All right, you guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Robin, if you have anything else you would like to say, like anything else that you're doing in the community that you want to drive them to?
I'm here to be a servant. I'm not here to just be here and fill a space, but to serve while I can. Let the life I live speak for me. And I would like a life of helping and encouraging people along this journey of life.
And she is a woman of her word. What she say, that's what she mean. And and it's continuous. It's consistent, just like the water in the river. It's consistent. You know it's going to happen.
Yes.
So for those of you who would like to be a featured guest, just like Robin here, and to share whatever it is that you're doing in the community, just go to CTRMediaNetwork.com and click on the logo that have my face, the Tina Ramsey Show. And we can get you on here because we love to share positivity and impactful messages and people.
CTR Media Network provides access, support, resources, coaching, and community for our podcasters to win, if you put in the work. We believe that we are living in a unique time which requires you to share your message of hope with millions of people around the world. Remember that the world is never too saturated for you, your voice and message. A platform for positive, impactful media where the content creators are in the driver's seat. Visit our website today by going to www.ctrmedianetwork.com.
Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving. Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving.
Hi, it's Marlene of Marlene Motivates, and welcome to the Outstanding Featured Channel Member Show. This is the show where we highlight our members, whether you are a content creator or a supporter, all are welcome. So let me introduce you to my fellow co-hosts and producers, Pandy of Pandy's Hair Candy and More, the amazing Sylvia, and the Boss Life Online. So now that you have met my fellow co-hosts and producers, let's go ahead and say who is this week's Outstanding Featured Channel Member. The member is Let's Talk About It with Anita. Congratulations, Anita. So now we're going to head over to the studio and find out what I have to say about Let's Talk About It with Anita. But first, let's get the show grooving and let's get the show moving.
Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving. Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving.
Hey guys, it's Marlene of Marlene Motivates, and this week's Outstanding Featured Channel Member is Let's Talk About It with Anita. Congratulations, Anita. Thank you so much for being a member on Marlene Motivates. I truly appreciate you. I met Anita in somewhere on these YouTube shoots. I don't even know. But when I connected and I heard what her message, what she was talking about, Let's Talk About It with Anita is an encouraging, motivating, and a channel where she will inspire you and pray for you. So I thank you, Miss Anita, for all that you do here on these YouTube streets. And the video that I watched from Let's Talk About It with Anita was a short, and it was entitled, What's on Your Mind? And I love the premise of this video that you made, Miss Anita, because she said, are you thinking good thoughts or are you thinking evil ones? So we can make a choice every day on how we can think. And it's a very good video. It is a short. So I recommend you go over and watch this video. I definitely recommend it. Also, on Anita's channel, I'm going to go to her About section. On her About section, she says, hi, I'm Anita. I will be doing videos mostly on Mississippi Department of Corrections and trying to speak on what's happening in there and how we can help better the conditions. Also about getting these men and women ready for productive society. Get education and training and get a job after being released with no problems about having been in prison. I feel very strongly that this is the mission for me from God. I also will be doing prayer videos for the MDOC inmates and inmates everywhere to try to be better in life as Black men especially, but also all nationality inmates. On my channel, I will also be praying, encouraging, inspiring, uplifting others, and some studying from God's word.
with family, friends, and supporters in this YouTube world. Words, songs, and praise. Bless up, y'all. Welcome, my darlings. So that is Let's Talk About It with Anita's channel. She also has many playlists for you to choose from. She has food and cooking videos. She has shorts, a Bless Up Bible study and encouragement, Memphis Young Dolph, and she also has 20-hour playlists because she is a part of Team Build with Geo. She has other playlists that you can choose from, so there is no shortage of content for you to watch. Miss Anita also has a join button, so she has membership available on her channel as well. She also has a wonderful banner, and let's just look at it. It says inspirational word, talk on life issues, like, comment, share, and subscribe. So Miss Anita is over her 1K, but also if you are not connected to this wonderful channel, I really think that you should. So I also wanted to say that she also has a community tab where she shares out various content creators and shares their content. So that's so wonderful of Miss Anita to do that. This is a great inspirational channel, encouraging channel. Thank you so much for all you do for prison ministry, Miss Anita. Keep going and doing what you do, because you're very good at it. So that is the shine that I just gave to Let's Talk About It with Anita. And if you would like to get a similar shine, you got to join my channel membership. But I wonder what my fellow co-hosts and producers have to say. Let's head back to the studio and find out what they have to say. But first, let's get this show grooving, and let's get this show moving.
Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving. Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving.
So now that you have heard what I had to say about Let's Talk About It with Anita, let's hear from my fellow co-hosts and producers. Let's start with Pandy's Hair Candy and more.
All right. Congratulations, Anita, on being Marlene's outstanding featured channel member today. Today, we are celebrating Let's Talk About It with Anita. She is the outstanding featured channel member. And so let me talk a little bit about Miss Anita. Miss Anita is blessed and highly favored. She's just a sweetheart. Her channel is inspirational and motivational and very, very entertaining. She's like your auntie, your cousin, you just kindred spirit for real. Now, the video that I watched for Anita was titled Mental Health Awareness Month, guest Dr. Shamika Burge Hubbard. Now, this video was so informative and so impactful. I am highly encouraging you, if you haven't seen this video, to go over and check that out. That was just a couple of months ago that it was Mental Health Awareness. You will be blessed, and it's definitely worth a click and a view and a share. Again, if you're not family with Miss Anita, please, her link is floating down in this chat. Go ahead and grab her. You won't be disappointed. Next, Bling.
Thank you so much, Pandy. Now let's hear from the amazing Sylvia.
Well, hello, everyone. Okay, I'm here to talk about, let's talk about it with Anita. Now, I'm at Let's Talk About It with Anita. I believe through Geo. I want to say it was through Geo, but y'all know I got old lady brains, so I don't remember. But anyway, we are family. She's a great supporter, and I love the name. And you know, Anita, every time I see one of your videos or look at your videos, I think about that song. Let's give them something to talk about. I don't know why, but it just pops up in my head. So just a little tidbit for you. But congratulations on being an outstanding featured channel show this week. You deserve it, and you are awesome. Now, what I watched was What's on Your Mind? Blessed Terrific Tuesday. And the title alone just uplifted me because it is a blessed, terrific Tuesday. Any day you wake up is a blessed day. So it's a short, it's not going to take you long to watch it. Y'all need to mosey on over there and check it out. I ain't going to give y'all all of the details, but she's spreading good vibes, good thoughts, and good prayers. And I'm accepting them, Anita. Thank you, girl. Thank you. Congratulations for being an outstanding feature channel this week. Back to you, Maureen.
Thank you so much, Sylvia. And next, let's hear from the Boss Life Online.
Hey, Anita, and thank you so much, Marlene. Let's talk about it with Anita. I met her in Teamville with Gio. Now, Miss Anita is a God-filled woman, and she has a great personality and is always willing to help people. I just love you. Let's talk about it, Anita. All right? Now, the video I watched was the same one I believe Sylvia watched. What's on your mind? Blessed Terrific Tuesday. Bless up. That is one of her favorite saying. Bless up. Now, this is a short, like Sylvia said, and I love the short because it's full of positivity, just like Miss Anita. You will walk away feeling empowered. I recommend this short, and I recommend Let's Talk About It with Anita's YouTube channel. Congratulations, Miss Anita, for being the outstanding featured channel member for Marlene Motivates. Back to you, Marlene.
Thank you so much, Boss Life Online, the amazing Sylvia, and Pandy's Hair Candy, and more. We thank so much our co-host for helping to give you a shine. And if you want to get a similar shine like we just gave to Let's Talk About It with Anita, you have to join one or all of our channel memberships, like Pandy's Hair Candy and more.
Yes, come on over. All are welcome. Let us shine you up. Join this membership.
Be amazing, Sylvia.
Yes, join my membership. All are welcome. The door is always open.
And the Boss Life Online.
Yes, come on over, guys, and join the Boss Life Online's channel membership.
And myself, Marlene, I would love if you would join my channel membership. This has been a great show for season 4 of the Outstanding Featured Channel Member Show. And we will see you guys on the next Outstanding Featured Channel Member Show. Bye, guys.
Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving. Let's get this show moving. Let's get this show grooving.
everyone. This is your host, Tiffany Bell of the CEO Corner, and I'm excited to bring you back yet again for another exciting interview with one of my good friends. But before we get into the details of today's show, as always, I love to just kind of talk just a little bit about the why we're here. So again, the CEO Corner, the whole goal of today's show and every show is to be able to showcase to you women that are doing fabulous things in our community, women that are doing their part to make a difference in the world, women who have their own success stories and are willing to bring their stories of success to you so that you can be empowered and bring success into your world as well. And so, as many of you are aware, we have an affirmation series, a series of affirmations books that we've been working on for a while. Our most recent CEO affirmation book is entitled Affirmations of a Woman on the Move, right? And so we've been very fortunate in the past, in the past maybe 6 months, we've sold roughly around 600 copies of that book. And so again, we're just getting started. We're looking forward to, continuing to put that book into the hands of as many individuals as possible. If you have not gotten a copy of it, let me show you. If you have a copy right here. If you've not already picked up a copy of this one, this was Affirmations of a Woman on the Move. You can at uncommoncourage.cc/affirm women. Again, www.uncommoncourage.affirm women. Right. But for our new one, which we'll talk a bit about today, that one is called Affirmations of a CEO on the Move. But before we get into the details of that, let me go ahead and pull up today's guest. All right. So with that, I'm so excited to be able to introduce her. She's, again, one of my good personal friends. I absolutely love Miss Monica Benjamin. So Monica is the owner and CEO of Covenant Christian Bookstore. She is a Navy veteran. She was born here and raised, she was raised and born out of Buffalo, New York, but she's been here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast for the past 26 and a half years. Again, as I mentioned earlier, she's the founder and CEO of Covenant Christian Bookstore, of which it will be celebrating its 10th year of being open and flourishing here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast on the weekend of July the 4th. And so, again, we'll talk a little bit about her bookstore as we enter into the conversation. But for now, please welcome to the stage, again, my good friend, Monica Benjamin.
Blessings. Hi, beautiful. How are you today?
I am well. How are you doing?
I am doing absolutely amazing. Absolutely. This morning I woke up with a fresh new video from my scrumptious twin grandson. So it just made my day to see those little guys. But to wake up and just say, Lord, I thank you. It's just been amazing. So my day has really been awesome. Thank you.
Okay, very good. So just a little bit prior to us getting started, her husband popped in for a quick minute just to say hello to his beautiful sweetheart. And like she mentioned, she has these like scrumptious little grandkids. I'm telling you all, if y'all had an opportunity to see them, you just want to eat them up. And so every now and then I'm always tickled Monica because she'll send me a couple of photographs inside of Facebook Messenger. So just so I can take a peek and be able to kind of peek in on them. I'm telling y'all, they're so cute. They really deserve to be on the front of two cereal boxes, Monica. They are just absolutely gorgeous.
Thank you.
So with that, all right, I want our audience to know a little bit about Monica Benjamin. Like when you're not in the bookstore, tell people, what does your life look like? We know you have a bookstore. We know you're married. You got a couple of really cute kids. But what is the woman Monica Benjamin? What does she look like? What makes you smile? What makes your heart beat?
Well, you know what, Tiffany, that is an amazing thing to try to think about yourself, because when I think about Monica, I think about Forrest Gump, because he had like an amazing life. Every time he talked to somebody, it was just amazing. And then I said, well, I'm telling people all these amazing things, but do they believe it? But my normal day consists of waking up, absolutely getting into prayer, worship. And that just sets the day for everything. So I just recently resigned from my 9 to 5, and I'm excited about that. And I'm telling you, the Lord has just been faithful in that whole process, because so many things transpired for the good. So when I did let go of the job, it's just been like, okay, now what? So I got to spend all day at the spa now.
I mean, you just got it rough spending all day at the spa. I just,
Right.
can I take places, please?
But I always look for opportunity to be a blessing to someone, because, the world is in such chaos right now and people are really hurting. But I try to always encourage them to let them know that you might be going through this, but if you trust and call on the name of the Most High, He would definitely give you the peace, the strength, the strategy to get through what you're going through. So I always try to be a help to our community. As you know, when you were with the Women's Research Center, I was there, but I wasn't able to be there because of work. But now I'm free. But I'm also on the board of the South Mississippi AIDS Task Force. So I do a lot of work with that as well. And then also I'm a part of the Gulf Coast Blessings. So we do a lot of prison ministry and work like that. So even though I'm not on the 9 to 5, I'm on the kingdom schedule of a 9 to 5. So I'm excited about that. And I'm a giver. I had a young lady come in today and she was just picking up gifts for people. And I said, you know what? I'm a giver too, because it's always good to give. But when you give out of love, the results are amazing. But if you give out of wanting something in return, you could get your heart broke that way, because people don't always have the opportunity to give. And what I find most valuable to be able to give is love. Because He said, for God so loved the world, He gave His only begotten Son. So if I set my heart every day to give love, I always have an amazing day.
So that I will say, Monica is definitely known for giving. I know that you've really been a blessing to my life. And she's really good about just, sporadically giving, and you can tell it's not planned at all. Just whenever, something's been placed on her heart, I just never know. She'll pop up in my inbox or pop up in my cell phone. Hey, Tiff, are you busy? And so, again, I'm very grateful for our friendship over the years and the way that you've really, truly been a blessing to me and to many, many people, again, with the things that you're involved with here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, as well as just being the aid and resource that you are to all the various churches and other organizations that are connected to your bookstore. So what I would love for you to be able to talk a little bit, Monica, is about the bookstore. But you mentioned strategy, that, you wake up each day, you're getting the strategy for the day. I would love for you to share just a little bit about, how did Covenant Christian Bookstore come to be, and the strategy that you feel as if the Lord gave you to not only to create it, but then to keep it and to maintain it. Because again, I know the one thing I know about Covenant Bookstore is that it is debt-free and has always been debt-free. And I think that's just a wonderful testimony. So, and it's a brick and mortar, people. So we're not talking about a debt-free virtual based platform. We're talking about a brick and mortar, a bookstore that you need to walk in. You can actually pick up the books, flip through them, look at all the gifts and things that she has. And so again, to be able to do that consistently for a decade now and not have any real debt to you, that is miraculous. So I'm sure there are a lot of people out there would love to know about the strategy that the Lord gave you in making that being able to do just that.
Well, see, Tiffany, July is just it's going to be an amazing month that I'm believing the Lord will allow me to wake up to see. Not only will Covenant be 10 years old, but my first book will be coming out at the same time. And it's called When Faith Embraced the Promise. So how Covenant has been so successful and how Monica has been able to hear and obey what thus says the Lord is because I'm in a relationship with Him. And being that my relationship with Him is unrestricted, it's not like, okay, if you do this, Lord, I'm gonna do this. No, whatever He says, that's what I do. So when He offered me the opportunity to oversee Covenant for Him, I just asked Him if we could do it debt free, and He honored that.
I love that you use the word oversee. Make sure people understanding what you mean when you say oversee. Drive that point home for me if you don't mind.
Well, see, covenant, even though you see Monica Benjamin and Kevin Benjamin name on it, it doesn't belong to us. It belongs to the Lord. And we have been chosen to be his servants to watch over it. So I say he's the overseer, and I just do what he says when he says
I
it.
love that. I love that. I
So,
love that.
mhm.
When you think about it, honestly, I think like his whole system is set up like that. Even though, I love my kids and I consider my kids to be my kids, but I also recognize that, they've been given to me for a length of time. I was just chosen to be the person, to be the, to be called mom and to steward, the steward their childhood experience, to a certain extent, their adult experience, definitely putting my hands in where I can, and being able to influence them to go in the direction that I felt in my heart the Lord was leading me to lead them. So, just kind of, I love that you have that mindset of, hey, it doesn't really belong to me, it really belongs to him, but he's giving me the opportunity to be able to use it as a resource to help and aid other people, and at the same time make it as a way for me to be able to be a blessing to other people. You're helping his kingdom to grow, and so I just think that that's fabulous. So I commend you on that.
And when you think about being a mother or a parent, our children, my husband brought this out years ago when we were raising our children, and I would hear him having conversations with our son, and he would say, son, in your tool belt of life, I want to give you this. Now, you might not need it right now, but it's in your tool belt. And at the appropriate time, you're going to know which tool to pull out of your belt to get done what you need to do at that time. So as parents, well, that's what we do. We hear from the Lord. We trust him. We know him. So guess what? He only has our best interests at heart when it comes to our health, our success, our families, our wealth, our interaction with certain people and certain things. So, once you know who you are in him, it's easy. Well, I shouldn't use the word easy, because it may seem easy. And sometimes you got to bite your tongue. Absolutely. So and then you just have to roll through it, so, but if you trust him and know him, you won't, the bumps in the road won't be as high, they're still there, but they won't be as high and as boom, 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 like, so,
yeah, you won't hit them as hard. You'll be able to kind of go over them with a little bit more grace, a little bit more ease. All right. Absolutely. So tell me, so when it comes to getting the strategy, right, so that you can do the thing that God has given you, has called you to, what advice would you give someone who's saying that they're like, hey, Monica, I totally get that, he's the one who owns it all. 2, I get to be a part of the plan, but 3, he's definitely one that's in control. But, what if they're having a difficult time actually hearing? Like, I remember going through this myself, like, and it wasn't that I wasn't hearing, it was more of me being able to understand the difference between his voice and my voice. Like, understanding the source of what I was hearing, and then even being able to develop a certain trust that what I was hearing, mind you, and that it was the right direction to go. So if you were going to kind of talk to someone about that vein, about that leg, what would you say to her?
Well, what I would say is, me and Kevin been married 31 years. Well, May will be 31 years. So in order for me, thank you. In order for me to know Kevin, I have to spend time with him. I can hear a million people call my name at one time, but I'm definitely going to hone into where Kevin's voice is coming from, because I know that voice. And I might have to go through the muck and the miry and the stink and the filth and everything to get to Kevin. But I know that there is safety when I get to Kevin. So that's what happens when you are in a relationship and you know his voice and you got that, your heart is connected to him. It doesn't matter what you have to go through to get to him or to achieve what he has for you to achieve. Once you trust him, you just trust him. I mean, that's how it goes.
I love it. All right, I love it. Okay, so you are, CEO of a bookstore, right? Plus, you're coming out with your first book. Is this your first book? Okay, all right. So I'm sure some of our audience members would love to kind of hear just your story, and like, hey, why a bookstore? Of all the different resources out there that you could have, why a bookstore? And then if it's been 10 years, why, why now for your first book versus earlier? And then, just tell them a little bit about what the book itself is going to be about.
Well, the book is all about Covenant Christian Bookstore.
Okay.
So if I tell you too much, you ain't gonna have to buy the book. You have to purchase the book in order to hear all the yummy stuff and the hard stuff and the
broad synopsis for
and
me.
the
Heartbreaking
stuff. So the wide synopsis is Covenant Christian Book. When Faith Embraced the Promise is the name of the book, and it just details the 10 years of the life and existence of Covenant Christian Bookstore. The pros, the cons, the ups, the downs, the successes, the things that I may have failed at, and the things to come to continue on this journey of having this amazing work, all based on faith. One thing I can tell you is that when I was driving on the highway and the Lord just started talking, he said, "Daughter," and I said, "Yes, Lord." And he said, "I created Covenant Christian Bookstore in heaven, and I look for a faithful servant to watch over it on earth, and I choose you." Now, mind you, I'm driving, so now I got to pull over because I'm just going through all these tears and just being so, I don't know how to explain how I felt, because when the Lord tell you that he trusts you,
that's a big deal.
I'm surprised I didn't have a heart attack at that time, because I know his voice, and it was like, wow. But I was overwhelmed, and then I was comforted, and then I just had all kind of emotions going on at that time. And so when I pulled over and I collected myself, and I said, well, Father, I got one request. And he said, "What is that, daughter?" And I said that we do it debt free. And that's how it all happened. And I only had $1,536 in the bank. So when I got home to tell Kevin about I'm going to open up a Christian bookstore debt free, he really just was like, okay.
And so it's
10 years later.
Yes. Well, I love that. So what advice would you give someone who is considering opening up a bookstore? What would what advice would you give her?
Open up a bookstore or open up a business?
Well, how about the combination of the two?
Okay, me being chosen to open up a bookstore, I can see the Lord doing that for me because I'm a reader. And I'm a journalist. I write down everything. I don't ever want you to see my bedroom. Praise the Lord. Because my poor husband, I was like, when you find a piece of paper that I don't wrote on, do not throw that piece of paper away. Just put it on my dresser. Okay? Because I don't know. But I was hearing it at the time. So, but I was a reader, and I read a lot, and I still read a lot. And I have a bad habit of reading like 3 or 4 books at a time. And it's weird, but it works for me. So whatever that thing is that you enjoy doing, that whether it's sewing or cooking or interior designing or whatever that thing is that you love doing, that's what you have to ask the Lord to help you navigate to make it into something beautiful and successful. Like I said, as a reader, I was like, okay, Lord, well, you know what I like to read. So if I fill the bookstore up with all that, is the people gonna come? The books I like to read are spiritual warfare books, and guess what? I can't keep them on the shelf. I get them in, the people come for them. So you literally just have to. I'm gonna give you a perfect example of what happened. I was at this group meeting, and they was helping new business owners, new businesses with advice on how to open up a business. So when I said I was going to open up a bookstore, the man over the program, because you had to introduce yourself and tell them what you were there to do or what your business was, the man over the program literally told me, "Oh, that ain't going to work." So I'm sitting there like, wow, what if I didn't know the Lord, didn't know his voice, and I allowed this young man to say that, we wouldn't have had no Covenant Christian Bookstore. But I thought, and I said, well, when I get into a position to be able to tell somebody and to encourage somebody and hear what their dreams are, Lord, never let me speak like he spoke to me. Because he could have killed my dream if I didn't have faith. He could have killed my dream if I didn't know who I was in the Lord. He could have killed it. But for my sisters and my brothers out there with the dream you have, be careful. Don't let nobody kill your dreams, especially if the Lord gave it to you. Walk out in faith on it. Because what you got to do, it won't be for everybody.
I think that's a really great segment into our last portion of today's session, which is your affirmation. Yes. Right. And so like it's a great tie-in, right? Okay, so then we have a new affirmation book that's coming out, and Monica is one of our contributors for that book, and it's called Affirmations of a CEO on the Move. And so again, if you are an individual out there that's considering opening a business, or perhaps you have a business already, right? But you know, we all know that wherever you land at in life, your mind honestly got there first, right? So, you know, the Lord imparted an idea in Monica's heart, inside of her mind, as far as the Covenant Christian Bookstore. You know, she went there, you know, that was her first first introduction really was just, you know, it was in her mind, and then even from there, having to put together the plan so that she can land where she's at now, 10 years later, with a thriving brick and mortar Covenant Christian Bookstore that's making an impact on the Mississippi Gulf Coast, right? And so with that, Monica, I want you to talk a little bit, you know, about your affirmation, and I want you to address any woman out there that's considering opening up some type of business, or maybe even a woman that already has a small business, but again, she's been challenged with her ability to be able to do it and to do it well. How would you advise her? You know, what is it that she needs to say to herself so that she can continue with the plan that the Lord has given her in regard to her business? So I'll give you the floor, Miss Monica. Your affirmation should pop up here on the screen here any second now.
Hello, my beautiful sister. I just want you to know that I am armed for success. And the success that I'm armed for is through my faith. I want you to know, whatever career field that you are in, whatever career field you started and you know set it down, whatever career field that you are being pulled to birth it through faith, because that's what it took for me to birth Covenant Christian Bookstore. It took my faith. It took my relationship with the Heavenly Father. Knowing who he was and what he had for me made the journey of Covenant Christian Bookstore such a great success. To see the manifestation of his promises daily at Covenant Christian Bookstore is totally true. Another strategy or another avenue that arms me for success, because when I say the Lord did it and you see it, all you can say is, yeah, the Lord did it. So, sister, I promise you that whatever it is that you have been doing or desiring to do, first you want to serve with gladness. You want to be humble. You want to remain humble. You don't want to be that person where you go to that business and people are like, well, they were rude, or well, they was very unprofessional, or they don't have any experience. Own it. Own what you love. I love reading. I love encouraging. I love empowering, and I do it every day. That's what arms me for success. The things that I love doing. When you see that your love for what you have been called to do, and it empowers you, and it motivates you, and it renews your daily strength of that thing that you want to do, then that's when you're going to see the results. The good results. You're going to see the where all you can say, it was the Lord. He told me to go here. He told me to get this. He told me to do that. And I did it. I might not know. When I started Covenant 10 years ago, it was really easy. It was different with the paperwork and everything as far as the state is concerned and getting registered and everything. But what I do know, I'm willing to share it. Because guess what? The world I look at it as a big pie. I don't have to have the whole pie. If I can get a slice or half a slice, or maybe even the crumbs, the same ingredients, like they say, that's in the pie is in the crumbs. So sometimes you might just have to scrape up the crumbs, make your own little piece, and feast off that. But do it with gladness and know that the very thing that you have been called to do, that you're going to be successful, because guess what? You are armed for success. So all I can say is be encouraged, be empowered, reach out to me. You can find me on Facebook, Covenant Christian Bookstore on Facebook. The young people don't set me up with, hey girl. Hey,
Hear me. I'm sorry. You didn't realize. I'm sorry. I didn't realize you couldn't hear me. You saying the young people, they've already set you up with what?
They got like Instagram and all that social media stuff. I don't know what that is. Facebook.
It's okay. It's so okay. No worries. No worries. So let's round out today's show just by again. Let's do a real quick recap again. For those of you that if you've been listening to Monica and you've enjoyed hearing, her story, I'm sure she would love to have you to follow her on, connect with her on social media. Yeah. And your social media, you're active on Facebook for sure.
For sure.
Okay. All right. So you can find her at Facebook is Covenant Christian Bookstore, and her information is down on the bottom of the screen now. If you are, a question to you, Monica, do you place orders for individuals? Like if somebody's listening in and they want something from your bookstore, but they're not necessarily located here on the Gulf Coast, can they order online, or how can they get connected with you? Do you ship orders out, of course, from others, or is it only for locals?
No. I ship all over the world. They just call me and let me know what they need, and I have it drop ship right to their door. Even here on the coast, whether you don't have to necessarily be in Gulfport, we do delivery service. So we're just an all around kingdom operation, and wherever we need to get the word to, that's where it's going.
Okay. Well, tell us, all right. So you said they can call you. What's your phone number for calling?
228-871-6152.
Once again,
228-871-6152.
Okay, very good. Go ahead.
And we're closed on Saturdays, but our hours of operation are Monday through Thursday, 11 to 5, Friday, 11 to 6. And because I was getting so many phone calls from my personal phone of churches needing things for Sunday service, we're open on Sundays from 8 to 11.
Okay, all right. So just a few hours in the morning. That's probably pretty wise. All right, very good, very good. So again, Monica, I thoroughly enjoyed having you here. For those of y'all that would be interested in getting the CEO Affirmation Journal, what I want to say for the time being, we're still working out some of the kinks in the background to make that book available, but you have the option of buying that book directly from Monica. And so what you can do is kind of reach out to her, through Facebook. Again, it's Covenant Christian Bookstore. Reach out to her. She'll have copies of the book available once we are ready to actually launch the physical copies. So again, you want to make sure you reach directly out to her to get a copy, and you'll connect with her on Facebook through Covenant Christian Bookstore. So with that, Monica, thank you so much for being a guest on today's show. As always, I thoroughly enjoy hang out with you. And so I will see you, I'm sure, sometime soon. And for the rest of you guys, be sure to tune in for our next broadcast. This is Tiffany Bell. We have enjoyed connecting with you, and I'll see you next time. Take care.
Yes. Love you.
and welcome to Reinvent and Rise. I'm Alethea Tucker, and I am the owner of this show. I am the host, and I bring to you an audience and speakers who talk about issues, talk about finance, career, talk about lifestyle, talk about faith, talk about the things that we as women that I like to call risers, those are women who are 45 plus, who are determined to do whatever is needed, whatever is necessary to come and be the best selves that they can possibly be the very best person that they can possibly be. And today I am bringing to you Sheila Farr. I'm going to let her tell you all about herself, but I will tell you that today's topic is gratefulness. As we come up to the holidays, I think it is a topic that is so appropriate, not just for Thanksgiving, but for Christmas always. Thankfulness and gratefulness is always in season. So today I'm talking to Sheila Farr again. She is someone who knows this topic intimately, and Sheila has just done so many awesome things around gratefulness and some other things too that we'll talk about. So help me welcome Sheila to Reinvent and Rise. Hello, Sheila. Thank you so much for being here.
No, Alethea, thank you so much for having me today. I'm excited to be here and especially excited to talk about this topic, something near and dear to my heart.
Yes. Oh my goodness. Absolutely. You know, we met some years ago, and wow, I think it's been some time ago that I interviewed you on the podcast, and I distinctly remember having this discussion. And the feedback that I received from the audience was just phenomenal. It is something that, you know, people can just relate to. So before we get into that, why don't you tell us a little bit about yourself?
Sure. Well, let's see where to start. I think the first thing that I love to start with is that I am actually an eternal optimist. I am always looking for the bright side of the situation or the lesson in the struggle. But aside from that, I'm a business owner. I have a training business here on the Mississippi Gulf Coast where we do professional and personal development classes, health and wellness classes. And lately, I've started writing quite a bit. So had the good fortune over the past couple of years of being an international best-selling author, and absolutely love that.
Yes, that's wonderful. And it's true. I mean, I've seen in your social media posts and various things that you've done, you are doing a lot of writing, and that's wonderful. It's wonderful when you have found your voice and you're willing to put that voice out there, not just for you, of course, but to help others in the topics that you cover. So that's wonderful. And we'll talk a little bit about that a little later too, because I have been fortunate to work on a project with you that involves a book as well. And I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. So as you know, we're talking about gratefulness today, being thankful. And, you know, we talk about this frequently. I know I do. However, it is so interesting how we as women, as we get older, of course, the hope and the prayer is that we grow in our faith. And of course, the longer you live, the more you have to be grateful for. So I often tell people that being grateful and kind of putting some thankfulness behind any negative thing that's going on in your life will negate that thing if you really, really start to focus on all the things that you have to be grateful for. And it is one of the main techniques I advise my clients to use in dealing with limiting beliefs and in dealing with, you know, just the whole confidence issue. Mm-hmm. It's amazing how far you can get just by being grateful. So tell me a little about your whole campaign around gratefulness. I think that's a good way to describe it.
Well, I would say that gratefulness actually saved my life. A few years ago, I was having just a struggle with maybe that midlife transition that we went into. And I found myself in really kind of a fixed and, a dead mindset. I wasn't grateful. I complained a lot. I found negative things in everything I looked at. And I didn't like myself very much. So in order to fix that, I had to do something that would turn that whole mindset around. And for me, it actually came through a Facebook challenge. It was during the month of November when people do the 30 days of thankfulness. And I started doing that. I was like, let me just see this. People always do it. I felt like I had too much to be thankful for, but I went ahead and started doing that. And around day 8, I found that I really started having to examine my life a little bit closer. The first couple of days were easy. I'm thankful for my job. I'm thankful for my car, those sorts of things. But when I really started having to look and dig deeper, it really forced me to kind of pay attention to my life and be a little bit more intentional about the way that I operated every day. I started noticing things in nature, like the birds singing. I started noticing how incredibly wonderful my family is, and my sweet friends, and all the kindness and goodness that I had in my life. So at the end of that 30 days of gratefulness, I didn't want to stop. I wanted to keep going. So every day I would just in social media, just list the things that I was thankful for that day. And then you could see things started to get a little bit deeper and deeper and more authentic and more real. And then even giving thankfulness through the ugly times or the hard times or the struggles. It really transformed my life, because it helped me see that even on the bad days, there's still plenty of good that the Lord provides for us if we choose to look for it.
Yes, absolutely. Even on the bad days, And it's funny. It's interesting that you said that, how it saved your life. And I think that is the perfect way to describe how having an attitude of gratitude affects your life. You get to the point, and particularly, the longer, like I said, the longer you live, you realize as you see things that happen and you experience things and you realize that, well, these things did not happen to me. And I'm just so grateful. I always see different situations and I pray for the person. And then I often think, what would it be like if I had to go through some of those things? I laugh because a long time ago, someone told me, and it's scriptural too, that, of course, the Lord knows just how much you can bear. And, one person's burden is somebody else's, joy to be able to say, I have to deal with that.
Right.
And it is just so mind-boggling sometimes when I look at what many people have to handle. And people tell me the same thing. Oh, I could never do what you handle. But the Lord really does give you the portion that you need to handle the things that you have to handle. And it just makes you all the more grateful. It honestly just pulls your behavior and your attitude all the way around. And I'm sure that's what you've experienced as well, obviously.
It is, and it does. Another thing that I really noticed was what's inside of you spews out in good times and bad. So a lot of times I'll see people that whenever they get shaken a little bit, they profess faith on the outside, but whenever they get shaken a little bit, what spews out is not faith.
It's not.
And that was true for me too. So that was just realizing that and really getting to the root cause of, why am I like that? Or why do I respond in this manner? Why do I not respond with scripture or in faith a lot of times? It took me a minute to kind of examine that and turn things around. But honestly, once my perception of life coming at it from a place of gratitude and thankfulness changed. All the inside things changed as well too. So it was really the Lord did some major work inside me.
Yes, yes. Oh, surgery, so to speak. Surgery. So tell me some more. So you said that, once you got started and you started seeing these changes, the more you talked about your gratefulness. So then what did that prompt you to do after you finished the 30 days and you continue? What else have you done?
I can tell you, it's a miracle. It truly was. And I love the way God works because he does that for you. And it's just incredible. So after I started listing the thankful things, if I would miss the day, I noticed that people would message me or call me and say, wait a minute, you missed your list. Where is it today? We look forward to seeing that. So that kind of sparked in my mind, maybe I would like to do this on a larger scale. So I started a blog called Thankful and Blessed 365 because I wanted to be living gratefully and thankfully every single day.
Yeah.
So I started the blog back in 2017 and have been doing that since then. But earlier this year, it actually led to a book by the same name. So Thankful and Blessed 365 was out this year. Had a really huge response to that. So we followed that up by another book called A Joyful Heart, which is kind of similar. But really it was, Thankful and Blessed was people looking at their lives and things that they overcome after they applied that spirit of thankfulness and gratitude to situations. A Joyful Heart was really kind of a look at how people live through difficult situations because they have been transformed. So it's really a neat project.
Oh, wow. Oh, that sounds awesome. So 2 books have been birthed out of this whole thankfulness movement that you have. And you do posts on Facebook as well.
Right.
Yeah. So, and you have a Facebook group. Is it for?
We do. So we have Thankful and Blessed. We have a couple of groups now. Thankful and Blessed 365 are the folks who follow the blog and want to interact as well on Facebook. And then for anybody who follows the books, we have an authors group for 365. So it's a little different. So it's a lot of fun.
Oh, that sounds really nice. That sounds really nice. So that people can, that's a way to keep people engaged. People who may just be getting to the point where they realize how important it is to be grateful and may need some support in that arena. Then you have groups who can do that for them. I mean, sometimes it just helps to see other people write down, what it is that they're grateful for. And that often prompts you. I know it does with me sometimes. People will say, oh, I'm grateful for my family. I'm grateful that my kids came home. And I think about, because I have one who's in college. The other one just came back over the summer. She finished grad school. But I often think about, how happy I am when I see them first come through the door. For example, my son surprised me the other day. We're trying to figure out when we're going to go get him. And I came in the door and he was there, and just so grateful thinking about, everybody can't say that they have that experience. So just seeing other people write about that, hearing other people talk about things like that really do inspire you to, be grateful. Just be grateful. So I know that you've written books. What do you think? And I know you say that this has truly, truly changed your life. Do you have anyone? What has the feedback been around what you've been doing? What do you have stories that people have told you, experiences that they've had that you can share with us?
Honestly, everything has been a little bit overwhelming because with the first book, Thankful and Blessed, I saw so many people writing into my authors. To the authors, there's an anthology. So to the people who were contributing to that book, we would get such good feedback. And, it was beautiful to see those authors connect with a larger audience. And a lot of them were first-time authors, so this was a brand new experience to them. So now stepping back and seeing them step out and do their own anthologies of different sorts, begin businesses based on being thankful and blessed, and joyful even. So it's been a really neat thing to see that. And with a joyful heart, we had, this was something that was just mind-boggling to me. We had a few hospice organizations and various organizations purchase large quantities of those books to kind of pass out to the people they serve. So being part of something like that was just a huge honor, but also was evidence of the way that the Lord will work in your life and pray for good things to happen, because He will do it for you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, and the fact that people are using that as a resource has got to just make you feel so good, knowing that, you know, what made a big difference in your life is now making a difference in the lives of others as well.
Certainly.
Absolutely. Can you tell me, of course, without telling about the book, so that people make sure to get the book, or books, either two. Can you tell me some of the stories that you've heard or you know, that are in the book?
Yes. Some of my favorites are just of people going through difficult situations, and having other people soak into them through that situation, and them being so caught up in the negative they couldn't see the positive for a while. So I think of one person who was going through an illness with a family member, and she was really in her mind focused on the finances of that situation. And she couldn't understand how she would maintain that family member once they were discharged from the hospital. You know, she didn't know what next steps she should take. She was just caught up in the worry of the situation. Not knowing in the background that the doctors and nurses that were working with them were actually going in front of them to prepare care and to make sure that they had the supplies that they need and the services that they needed. So this one particular story, the title is called Angels Watching. So, and she talks about how the medical staff were actually guardian angels watching out over her, and she was so focused on trying to find a way, and they were providing all the way through, and even after they're at home, and continue to this day, which is some years later, that people are still providing, and the Lord is still meeting needs. You know, and she was so focused on looking for a solution herself that she couldn't see that the solution was already presented. That was one that touches me. Another one is one called Good Medicine. So it talks about how the Lord's word is good medicine to us, and that how we often look at the struggle more than we look at the blessing, and how whenever we're able to shift and change our mindset, how we see that God's word is truly the lifeblood and this water to our souls that we're thirsting for. So just so many stories, so many good stories. One more I'll share because it struck my heart so much. But it was a person talking about how joy and gratefulness was like snapshots of their life. And as they sit now, and I think she's 60 years old, she looks back at these periods as though they were snapshots of their life. And how she had so many blessings and so many things to be grateful for, you know, and just her writing in celebration of those moments. And that was so joyful to me just to read that.
Oh my goodness, yes. I mean, they sound like absolutely beautiful stories, and you can see they're life changing for many people. You know, I think back to things, and I will just share one of my gratefulness stories. Back when I was younger, I was 16. I was in a really bad accident where I was hit while walking. by a bus. Yeah, I was 16 years old and really, really suffered some horrible, horrible damage to my foot. And to the point where the doctors weren't sure that they were going to be able to save my foot. They weren't sure that I was going to walk. You know, it went from one thing to the other. And at 16, you know, I believed in God and I was saved at that point. However, of course, my faith has grown since then. But at 16, I just didn't see a whole lot to be grateful for with this awful looking foot that, you know, I just figured it had just really affected the way I looked, the way I walked. And it did. It looked bad. But it wasn't until I got older that I was so, so grateful, because I realized that, you know, I still have my life that could have gone another way. I could have been damaged, you know, badly hurt. And even, you know, a more in depth and more hurt, you know, something else could have been broken. And true, it was my foot and it was in really bad shape. I had 5 or 6 different operations. I was in the hospital most of the summer. But I look back on that now, and when I talk to people, I talk about that, and I give it as an example of, you know, perseverance and rising above, and how God still had favor on my life, and, you know, the blessing of being alive. So it's just amazing how you view things. You know, that is just one of my stories of being grateful. It's amazing how you view things, the stronger you get in your faith, and how you realize that even those negative things have a purpose in your life. So you're just grateful for them. Am I really, really happy that I was hit by a bus back then? No. But I'm grateful for the lessons that resulted, you know, because of that horrible traumatic accident. And I don't know if you have a grateful story that you want to share as well.
Honestly, I think just coming through divorce, and coming to the other side of that, which is where I was when I was in that stinking thinking, just attitude thing, but just feeling unloved, unworthy, not good enough, you know, just feeling all those things that were 100% not true. But just looking more at the world and what the world said about me, as opposed to what the Lord said about me, and the opportunity that I really had, because I didn't feel good about me. I felt rejected. But the beautiful thing about being rejected is that when you're rejected from one thing, you're actually redirected to something new. So it was just me taking the time to see that redirection. So even though I felt like a failure in one regard, at the same time, it led me to a more beautiful life that was filled with more blessings than I ever could have imagined.
Yes.
So,
yes. And divorce is an incredibly, incredibly difficult one to come out of, feeling as though you're better for it. It is very, very hard. And it is also amazing as you come out of it and you see the things that God still has in store for you. People often, like you said, think, you know, I failed and this is terrible, you know. I failed me, I failed God, I failed my family. And, you know, it's amazing just to see how God has purpose in that. Even in that, he's got purpose in there. So that's beautiful. That is beautiful. So as we start to wrap things up, if I were a person who really needed to institute more gratefulness in my life, what are some of the things that you would recommend that I begin to do so that I could be more cognizant of those things that I need to be thankful for?
I would say start small and just start looking every day for one thing that went well that day. One thing that you're thankful for. It could be anything. But we all have something. We often forget that because we're so focused on the negative. But if you could just start working to change that perspective and look for those good things that happen. That's starting small. That's where I did. Change my life.
Yes, absolutely. And then, maybe like Sheila, you'll get to the point where you just get so enthused about what you're doing and you see the blessings in that, you will just want to continue and go on and on. And you're right, start small. Just write one thing in a journal. I am the worst person with journaling, I have to admit. But I don't even beat myself up about it anymore. But the one thing that I tried to do in the journal every day or every week sometimes when I get to it is I put down something that I'm grateful for. If nothing else goes in there, I put that in there. If I don't talk about my day, if I don't do anything else, I just write down, I'm grateful for this. And then go back and refer to that is what I often tell people. Go back and look at that. Look at what you're grateful for this year, next year at this time.
Right. That's a big
one.
one.
One of the things that you're writing about. So, but it's wonderful. It's wonderful. Sheila, I am so happy that you came with us today on Reinvent and Rise, and you talked to my risers about the importance of keeping gratefulness at the forefront of their minds. Tell us what you're doing now. Is there anything that you want people to connect with you on? How can we get in touch with you and stay abreast of all that you're doing around gratefulness and everything else?
Well, I would invite everybody to my website, www.gulfcoasttraining.org. Had to stop and think about that. So that was www.gulfcoasttraining.org. Everything that I'm doing is there. There are also some free items that your audience might want to download that have to do with mindfulness and thankfulness to help get them started on their journey. So please visit me there. And what's next for me is actually, I have a new book coming out in January. It's an anthology, a little bit different. It's called Cage Fight. And it talks about the struggle with overthinking, worry, feeling rejected or not good enough that we have in our minds. Not in real life, just the negative that we tell ourselves that sometimes keep us off track and get us off track from where the Lord has us pointed and purpose. So.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, that is different. That's a good one. Oh, I look forward to reading that. I do.
It's powerful.
Yes. Now, is this an anthology or is it one that, wow,
it is.
So there'll be a number of stories. That is going to be awesome, Sheila. Now, make sure I have this right. Golfcoursetraining.org.
Golf. GULF.
So I'm going to make sure that I put that up there, Gulf Coast. All right. Make sure that we get that right. And of course, I hit save and it's just taking forever to save right now.
That's it.
There we go.
Thank you for that.
Technology is still frequently not my friend, but we try. We try. So again, Sheila, thanks so much for being with us today on Reinvent and Rise. And we will definitely have you back. Go visit her website, gulfcoasttraining.org, to find out about all of the things that she's doing, not just around gratefulness, but all of the wonderful things that she's doing, the other things she's doing in the community. And I know that she's speaking as well, and she's also writing. She writes frequently, sharing what she knows, and is very willing to help others to acquire some of the things that she's gotten through the lessons that she's learned. All right. So thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you very much. Good to see you again.
Good to see you. And that is it for today for Reinvent and Rise. Remember to go out, be your authentic self, because there's no one better to be you than you. We'll see you right back here next time around the topics that affect us as we rise. Have a great one.
Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
Hello, hello, hello. You won't believe this. I just spent 5 minutes talking about Danella and talking and had her starting to share her story, and I wasn't even on. So we're going to start from scratch. And I just want to thank you all for being here. And I just want to share a little bit about who Danella Cachet is. So she is an awesome woman of God. She has multiple sclerosis, but she has not allowed that to stop her from doing the work that God has set for her to do. I'm going to bring her on and I'm going to just share with our audience a little bit about Danella. Danella is a thriving influencer in her community and is the CEO of Danella Cachet LLC and founder of This Is What MS Looks Like.org. Danella also has the Danella Cachet Multiple Sclerosis Foundation. And these organizations are dedicated to advocating and educating communities about MS. And upon discovering that in 2015, medical articles written by 6 well-noted MS researchers recorded that only 0.02% of African Americans are at the focus of a disease that affects nearly half of the MS population. This deeply saddened her, and that is why she founded this advocacy foundation that took an even stronger shift toward educating the at-risk population within the African American community. Danella has been an advocate of hope in the MS community. Annually, hundreds are rallied around her as she guides a MS walk that raises money for the National MS Society. And something is happening with her video here. So I just want to, let me just continue. She is also a believer in Christ Jesus. She attended the University of Akron and is a licensed Ohio minister, an iPad certified wellness coach, and will be publishing her first book later this year. She currently resides in Ohio with her husband of 22 years, Akron police detective and Army veteran. Thank you for serving, Jerry. And together they have 3 children, Aries, Jordan, and Jaden, and 2 grandchildren. I can't believe you have grandchildren. You do not look like you're old enough to have grandchildren, let me tell you. Well, listen, I am honored and blessed that you are here with me today. And I just want you to take a few minutes and share with our audience your journey and how you've gotten to where you are today. And I know you are doing such great work. You are doing God's work. And we thank God for you. So please share with us.
Hello, everyone. I've had a couple hiccups trying to get on. I think I'm still having a few, but okay. So, hello, my name is Danella Brooks Cachet, and I think she kind of explained who I am. But I do have multiple sclerosis, and I was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis in 2004 when I was only 28 years old, and I was terrified. I didn't know what that meant. It was one of the worst years of my life until 2017 came along, and then that tried to, I don't know, combat that theory. But often over the years, I've had people ask me, what is multiple sclerosis? So I'm going to read it for you, just not to, sometimes when you have something, And I explain it, and it just sounds so horrible to people. Not that it's not a horrible disease, because it is, but it's defined as MS is a disease that affects the central nervous system. The immune system attacks the myelin sheath that protects the layer of the nerve fibers. And what is the myelin sheath? So a myelin sheath would be almost like if you're an electrical cord. So the plastic that protects those wires would be the myelin sheath of our bodies. So MS ruins that connection to the protection, I should say, to the nerves. So anything that wanted to attack me or someone that has MS has carte blanche access to attack those nerves. It makes it difficult for the brain to send signals to the rest of the body, almost like an electrical cord shortage. Um, in 2004, I lost my vision and I couldn't understand what was happening. I didn't know what was happening. And at that time, our oldest son was 2 years old. We were at a parade and I couldn't see any of the lights. There were sirens coming on the fire truck and I couldn't see those. I was scared and I went to the eye doctor, and that ends up being a really lengthy story about that progression. Um, Early on, as early as 17 years old, I was often fainting, often in pain, and I just thought doctors couldn't figure out what was wrong with me. And my family was like, she's such a hypochondriac. I just thought that being sick was, or feeling bad was just normal. And I didn't realize that there was something wrong with me. So when I was diagnosed in 04, I was devastated because I'd already had a family member pass away in his early 40s from multiple sclerosis. And then my mom's brother, my uncle, he is completely paraplegic from multiple sclerosis. So it was really scary and devastating for me. I'm sorry, I thought you were going to ask
Wow.
me something.
Yes, I am. I am. So is this disease a hereditary kind of thing, or because you said you had several family members that have had this disease? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Danella? Okay, we seem to be having some technical difficulties. So can you hear me okay? You're free. Have you frozen here? Danella, can you hear me?
Well, that's the scariest part is they don't know.
Okay. They don't know if it's hereditary or
They don't
not.
know how you get it. They don't know how you get rid of it. Yeah.
Okay,
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, but you're breaking up a little bit,
Yes.
but okay. Yes, I can hear you. So, can you tell us? I know you did some research and you were finding out some things that were not in the favor of African Americans who may be suffering. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Okay. So, can you kind of share? I need to.
Oh,
Okay.
really? I can.
Yes. All right, let's see. We've got an audience member that says, was diagnosed with MS in 2016, and now my daughter, who is 20 years old, has it now. My mom died with it. It is hereditary. Oh my God. I am so sorry, Shannon, that Shanna, that you are having this problem. And hopefully this show is going to give you some more insight on some things that might be helpful to you. And Norma says hi. Hello, Norma. And Danella, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So apparently this must be hereditary because
With
we're looking
research
at
and different types of medicine, they say it's not terminal. And to that I say, I mean, there are people who think to the battle with MS in regard to There, are you still there?
I'm here. Yes, I'm here, but I was giving you the
I don't know
floor
if
so
you
that
can
you
hear
can.
me.
I can hear you. I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Oh my goodness. Okay, we're having technical difficulties. And so let me just say to you, as she comes back, MS is a major issue. And as I had said earlier, let me look at this percentage again. She said that while only 0.2% of African Americans are at the focus of this disease, it affects nearly half of the MS population. And this deeply saddened her, and she couldn't understand, well, why aren't we getting the kind of attention that we need to address this issue? And so Danella she's established a foundation to address the issues of MS. And she does MS Walk on an annual basis where hundreds are rallied around her as she guides an MS walk that raises money for the National MS Society. We've lost her, so she's going to be coming back. But in the meantime, I just want to share that if you are going through this condition and other autoimmune conditions, just know that we need to do everything in our power to make people aware of what it is, but also make them aware of why. Why are we not a part of the research and the statistical data that is out here for all of these immune conditions? And so this is a serious topic. And I do have Shauna, she said that, she was diagnosed in 2016. Now her daughter, who is only 20 years old, has it now, and her mom died with it. And so apparently, MS is a condition that can be and must be hereditary. And so Shauna, if you have anything else you'd like to share as I'm waiting for Danella, then please, by all means, put it in the chat. And I do appreciate those of you that are listening. And I just want to, say we're at a critical point in our lives where illnesses are just running rampant. And this COVID is coming back stronger because people aren't doing the things that they need to do. So I do want to encourage you to wear your mask, and please, if you haven't gotten the vaccination, please do. I did, and I'm grateful that I did that. And so I also want to just let you know that I appreciate those of you that are listening, and if you have some comments that you want to put in the chat, I would appreciate it as we're waiting for Danella to get back. And I also want to, Shauna said, it's hard, but I try different things to help with day to day. So what kinds of things are you trying, Shauna, that helps you manage this condition? She says she's slow typing. Okay, I understand, but I appreciate your feedback because, again, we have so many illnesses that are out there that are attacking and affecting African Americans, and we need to understand some things that we can do. Also, diet, again, and as you know, I've talked about this before. A lot of times, things that we eat can impact on our condition. She says, Shanice, okay, my guest is back, and she says, and maybe Danella can even talk about this. Now, I had asked one of my listening audience that has MS to kind of share some things that she's doing to combat this. And she says she's on
Tefidera.
Tefidera. Can you talk about that a little bit?
Well, I would like to ask her how Tecfidera is working for her and how long she's been on it.
Okay. So hopefully she says pills every day, and she changed her diet.
Yeah, so I took Tecfidera, and unfortunately, the thing about MS is, I heard you saying that it is hereditary before you were discussing that. And the problem with MS is they don't even know, right? As much as I would like to believe, we would like to believe that it has to be hereditary, right? We have so many people in our families who have it. They won't pull the trigger and say that it is. So we're just kind of like, yeah. Anyway, Tecfidera, I tried everything on the market. Tecfidera being one of them. As soon as I took Tecfidera, I had an immediate allergic reaction. My throat closed up. I couldn't breathe. They rushed me to emergency. It was terrible. So with Tecfidera, that treatment didn't work for me, but I have heard people say that it works really well for them. I've also taken Abagio and Rebif, and let's see, gosh, I've taken so many treatments, all of them, almost everything they had on the market, I took until I started chemotherapy in 2017 with Lemtrada.
Okay. And so she also said exercise and vitamin S. Are you familiar with vitamin S?
I'm not. I'm thinking maybe, I'm not familiar with that one.
Okay. She says she's been on it for about a year and she's had no more lesions. Well,
yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay. I'm just sharing what she said. No more lesions. So can you tell us a little bit about the efforts that you're putting forth? She also said, I started with infusions.
I bet probably, yeah. So infusions, typically there's so many ones that you could take. The Lemtrada that I took was an infusion. There's so many immunosuppressant infusions to take that most people who have MS end up taking. Some of them helped me, some of them didn't. But it's such a broad spectrum from when it comes to what can help and what can't help. It's more than 200,000 cases of MS happen a year. Back in when I was young and I was passing out everything else from syncope, which is a symptom that causes you to faint, they said that, they diagnosed me with juvenile arthritis and all types of things. So what I'm doing right now, back before I was diagnosed, they overlooked MS for me because it was believed to be common in white men. And now it's most common in females, and almost 50% of them are African American females that are being diagnosed with this. So many people that I know, I'll say at least 20 of the people that I work with were just misdiagnosed with something else, given sent to pain management doctors and things like that, versus finding a cure to what was really wrong with them, a diagnosis.
I want you to talk a little bit about the research and the things that you found out, just as what you're starting to talk about now, and just share with the audience some information and education that's going to help them better understand this disease.
Sure. When they say you are what you eat, it's absolutely true. Diet and exercise really helps with multiple sclerosis. About 6 years ago, I became vegan because autoimmune diseases, including MS, they breed in dairy. So with milk and eggs and things like that, science has found that you will get worse when you're eating dairy. And I know they say milk does a body good. I'm going to leave that alone for what I feel about dairy and the truth behind it. It's pretty vast. So what I do is I do a lot of, I guess, talking in urban communities about things like opioids and the opioid pandemic that we're having, especially in my city. I live in Akron, Ohio, and we're having a true opioid pandemic here because a lot of people who are in pain, they said it was, right, I was told it was a white man's disease, more black, right, exactly. So no, imagine how overlooked I was being a young black female. I was in high school passing out, 11th grade, passing out. Actually, as a matter of fact, the other day I was on the phone with I have two neurologists. And I would recommend that for several reasons for people who have multiple sclerosis, and especially to the woman who said she lost family members to MS. I am so sorry. That's terrible. I also have lost a family member to multiple sclerosis. I have two neurologists just because I would like to fact check some things that they say to me. Yesterday, one of them told me the syncope, which I've had my whole existence of MS, is not a symptom, and I know that's not true.
Can you explain what syncope is?
Syncope is fainting. So in 2018 and 2019, in October, on the same day, October 1st, 2018 and 19, I got in an accident. The first one I was rear-ended. The second one, I just was stressed. Stress and MS do not mix. So it's a killer, we know. But if you have multiple sclerosis, they tell you to manage your stress. That's difficult because along with multiple sclerosis comes PTSD and all the other trauma that nobody wants to talk about. The stigma of having mental illness, right? Mental disease and things like that. Well, I have 52 lesions on my brain and more than 5, less than 10 on my spine. When it comes to things like behavior and scientific patterns, it's obviously going to affect my thinking. I have cognitive memory loss. I can be driving places and then I don't even know where I'm going, or I forget, I don't show up places, or people are often offended when I forget important things that are important to me, but I just can't remember. And when you think about a physical disability, we don't think about the mental aspects of that too.
Absolutely. And when you talked about stress,
Mm-hmm.
stress a lot of people say stress will kill you, but in actuality, how we handle stress is what kills us, because there's good stress and there's bad stress. And bad stress is known as distress. And when there's distress in our bodies, then that's when all the other underlying things begin to occur. So, can you share some de-stressors that you're doing? I want to talk about that. I also want to talk about your diet, and I want to talk about some of those other immuno diseases that you had made reference to when we had our conversation.
Yeah, everything from NMO to Crohn's disease and things like that are sister diseases to MS. So there's something called the polyvagal theory. And when we talk about good stress and bad stress, right? The thing about stress in our brains, they can't differentiate between the two. So when you have MS, it just knows it's stress. It doesn't know if it's good or bad. So there's something in our brains that connects our spinal cord to our brain. And it's called the vagus nerve. And that nerve takes everything from trauma to happy to sad to joy. So when we're feeling like we can't get over things, or we can't seem to get over things as easily as people who don't have MS, it's something that doctors should be talking about. And they're not teaching us or any MS patients or people that have autoimmune diseases why we can't get over things like grief and heartache and just any kind of stress, because our whole lives we've heard that there's good stress and there's bad stress. Well, stress can't MS cannot differentiate what's good and what's bad. It just knows you're stressed. So when you're happy, the day I fainted and had an accident, I was really happy. I was leaving a meeting. The day I passed out and discovered I was in a meeting where I was in 2004 when I was diagnosed with MS. I passed out because I was in a happy environment. I was getting an award.
Wow.
They were like, yay, Danelle. I was working in corporate America and they were celebrating me. Cold turkey, I passed out. I woke up with all these people around me. I didn't know I had MS at the time. And I'd been misdiagnosed for years and years and years. Nobody else could tell me. I just thought there was something wrong with me.
Oh my. Oh my. So with there being no differentiation between good stress and bad stress, that really makes the situation quite challenging. And how can you possibly deal with, it's almost like you have to be on an even keel at all times.
Oh yeah. It's nothing but faith. For me, I do understand. A month ago, I was just in the hospital. I was driving. I lost all the feeling on my right side. They thought I had a stroke. They kept me in the hospital for 7 days, and they didn't know what was wrong with me. They found nothing. All they could find was all of the things that I already had. But what was stressing me was I am creating this multiple sclerosis foundation. I am doing a golf outing. I am bunch of happy things, right? I'm talking to people about how to de-stress, how to eat right, becoming dairy free, eliminating meat from your diet. And apparently, all of those things triggered my body that it just became too much for me. So, do I say roll over and do nothing? No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. I just have to pace myself so that, like today, I'm getting ready to come on the show. I'm just going to be honest. I'm just going to be honest, guys. I'm getting ready to come on the show. Everything fell apart, okay? I dropped the phone. My internet connection wasn't working. My husband's coming in like, oh my gosh, what's wrong? It fell off the ring light. I was trying to find the lighting so I looked pretty. Nothing worked. So it's like you just have to show up. The things that God is saying, you know what I mean? Like, just show up and be authentically who you are. When I show up as my authentic self and my authentic person, I'm fine. But when I try to chase perfection and I try to find this balance of the right things to say and the perfect thing to do, I fail every time.
And so you need to stop doing that.
It sounds like my mom, but I say to my mother, I have MS, and people say I have MS, but MS doesn't have me. It's impossible to stop unless I decide that I'm not going to chase the purpose that God has for me. I have to let people know these things. People don't know that MS breeds in dairy. I mean, how do you know that? She said, I'm a huge carnivore. I need my meat. Well, I loved burgers, everything. I loved it, but it was killing me. So after I was getting a lesion on my brain, probably like every 3 months.
Wow.
That's how I ended up having so many. And I would get sad and I would what? Eat. You're not feeling good? Let me take you for a steak dinner. Oh, let me give you grilled chicken, everything. Let me give you ice cream. All the things that were killing me to make me feel better, that were stressing me out. So I wrote a book and it flows a lot easily, a lot more metaphorically, a lot more graceful than I'm being today. Because today I'm a little stressed.
Oh.
I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy that you're finding value in my work. I'm so excited. But again, MS cannot decipher between good or bad stress. It doesn't know the difference. It doesn't know that I'm stressed because I'm happy. It doesn't know if I'm stressed because I'm sad. It just knows it's stressed. So I was going to just read a quick little paragraph from my book that just explains the science of human behavior. So the science of human behavior proves that mind over matter without a higher power is not effective. Some argue that it doesn't even work at all, and it prompts us to just try to do it ourselves. In my book, I reference trauma and heartache that you carry around daily, and it finds you at night. You put it to bed, you wake up with it in the morning. That pain in your soul that's actually in your body, it hurts. It's achy, so it's invisible. A lot of interferon infusions, like the person was talking about earlier, our bodies, if you have MS, our bodies do not make interferons. What are interferons? Interferons are the thing that fights. So if you have the flu, Ms. Vera, if you get the flu, you know that achy feeling you get, you feel so achy, you feel sick, that's your body fighting. My body doesn't do that. So they put interferons into our bodies to fight that. Well, it hurts. So it hurts if you have MS. The treatment hurts. It's like, what's the good place? What's the sweet spot, right? Faith. I just pray and I talk to God and I listen to his promises and him telling me how much he loves me. And I'm telling you, nothing but faith. I wish I could tell you anything else that worked, anything else that makes me run and jump and everything else that I have. I came on with a walker in July and I just was jet skiing last week with my son. Faith.
Oh my goodness.
I'm
telling you. Let's talk about, well, first let me see what Shauna is saying here. She said, wait a minute. First she said, change is good, essential to living a better life with MS. exercise, diet change, and less stress for me. And then she says, right, you have to pray. You know, I'm telling you, and Danella, I know you are a woman of God. And I know that you walk by faith and not by sight.
Amen.
And I know that God has you all wrapped up in him.
Amen. Amen.
And so this faith, people don't understand, you know, and I know I talk about faith and God all the time, but that's where it's at.
It is.
I
And
mean,
you just need a mustard seed. You need the smallest amount of it, and it will grow and it will start working for you.
yes, believing what he said and trusting that word, you know, and he said that with his stripes you are healed. He said, be healed, you know, and so you having that faith, I'm sure, is the thing and the impetus that's keeping you moving into doing all the things that you're doing. So I want to talk about these events that you got going on.
Oh Lord, I hope I don't pass out. I'm joking. I'm joking.
Please don't pass out on my show.
I'm joking. But
Okay.
they say you don't get MS until you get MS. I pray that nobody gets MS. But I'm having a golf outing. I started a foundation called the Danella Gachet Multiple Sclerosis Foundation. And originally, before COVID, we would go to different schools and different places where we have these young girls, right? They're complaining about being in pain. And a lot of times, not to race divide, but a lot of times being a young Black woman, people think we're stronger than we are. Like we're stronger when we say we're in pain or things hurt, we're not heard as much as we need to be. I was even in the Olympics watching what happened with Simone Biles.
Yeah.
Taking time for herself. Like she's jumping more and higher and doing flips that no one else can do. So she's graded at a higher standard. It's just not fair. So a lot of people who are complaining that they're in pain, they don't send them to a neurologist. They don't check to see how we're feeling. What is the reason? Pain is a symptom from something else.
Yes.
So oftentimes they send you to pain management doctors to treat the symptom, but why are you having that pain? What's that coming from? So we're having a golf event in Akron at a golf course called Good Park Golf Course. And we have so many sponsors. I'm so excited. All the people that are jumping behind this. We have the mayor and all these churches. And it's just, my mind is blown because I think little old me. I'm just little old me with this. God told me to, while I was in the hospital, they thought I needed a blood transfusion. And one of the ladies was talking to me about the analytics from blood. And I'm like, what do you mean? I've learned my whole life that there are certain type of blood types. You're O positive or B negative, all of that. And that's all you need to be. And she said, that's absolutely not true. She said, I don't care about race, but when it comes to blood, it matters. I'm like, what? She's like, right now we're having a blood. I know I switched over, but I'm having two other events. So I'm having a golf outing for the MS Foundation, my MS Foundation, but I'm also having a faith-based blood drive called Oh the Blood. And it's moving, it's a tour. It's moving church to church to church. I thought just in Ohio, but I'm just amazed at what's happening. America's having a blood shortage. African America is having a severe blood shortage because, my opinion, we don't trust doctors and needles. And, you know, I was talking to my friend today. I'm like, let's not forget this Tuskegee Airmen trials. If our forefathers forgot, we haven't. These kids now, my sons, I have an 18-year-old, a 15-year-old, and a daughter who's 36. And they are all about research and finding facts and things that we overlooked. And they're not trusting things to happen. So because of that, we have a shortage of the blood that we need. So she said, if you have a kid that has sickle cell, a young Black boy that has sickle cell, he needs different blood types on top of just his blood type, the analytics that are in it to help. But if we don't have Black people giving blood, then we don't have Black people getting the blood they need. So we're having that faith-based blood drive, the golf outing, the book release. I'm a little busy.
Yes, you are. But you're doing God's work. And he's giving you the strength,
Amen,
the wisdom, and the ability to do his work. And so with that, I just am so grateful that you have the strength
Amen.
to do all of these things. Now, you talked a little bit about let's talk about this blood drive because that's a critical thing. And if there are members of churches listening now, you need to get in touch with Danella so that your church can be a part of this. Oh, the blood. I think
the
about
blood.
that. So, oh, the blood.
I was
Oh, the
sleeping. I woke
blood.
up out of my sleep, and the Lord said, "I want you to do this." And I was like, "How? Where?" The thing about the Lord, though, He goes before you. So by the time I called the American Red Cross, it's like they were waiting for me. It's crazy the way they just got behind this. She said, "You know what? This sounds too big for me. Let me send you to this other lady." So by the time I was done, she had me talking to this regional lady who's over 10 states.
Wow.
I'm like, wow. I know, right?
Yes.
Like, when God tells you to do something, He's not asking you to come up, reinvent the wheel. He
No,
went
He
before
makes
me.
a way.
He did. And he'd gone before me before I even, it's like I'm working in reverse. Like, oh, well, God was already here. Oh, Jesus already told you this. Oh, wait, you're already ready. So right now, the American Red Cross, every time I call them with a date that we have, they're like, "Oh, I'm sorry, I don't have that date available." We're looking right now. We're booking into October, November, December.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's how great this thing is going.
So where can you name some of the states where you're going to be so that
So we're going to be right now. We're just in Ohio and Indiana, and then we are scheduled for other states, Michigan, and under there, West Virginia. And we haven't been there yet, but we're scheduled to be there. And I'm just in awe of what God is doing. And Akron. So in Akron, I'm currently working with a couple of churches just to make it a citywide event. Because I'm thinking, like, can we really get people to keep coming out, to keep giving blood when they don't want to? The lady told me at the American Red Cross that she has churches sign up, and she has gone there, and there hasn't been one person that showed up, not one. So I'm just so happy that at least the people who are signing up are actually coming. Yay.
Yay, that's awesome.
It's not just me with MS. It's kids and children and everybody else that look like us that don't get what they need. So I don't think that we have this problem in other communities. We have a shortage of blood as humans.
Across the board,
in America right now. But African Americans, there's a huge shortage of blood. And if we don't give blood, then we don't get the blood we need.
Well, let's talk about that difference with the blood, even though we know that there's type A, type B, type O. Those are the three types of blood, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Main ones. Like they always say there's 3 types of MS, but there's so many, there's like 48 now, they say, types of MS. We're not going to get into all of that because
that's a whole nother show.
It is. But then blood is the same way. So it's like, what do you need? Like specific for the analytics for your body. So for me, I have MS and I also have hyperthyroidism. I got that from taking chemotherapy. So because I have hyperthyroidism, I would need a different type of blood for the analytics to work properly in my body. Could I get the transfusion without that? Yes. But would it be as effective?
So how do we determine the type of blood and why is it so important? And I know you kind of touched on it, but why is it so important that African Americans become more proactive in giving blood? And also, I want to talk to you about how can other churches and other states rally with you for this? And are I'm asking too many questions. Let me start.
No. I'm thinking like, I told you I have cognitive memory loss. I'm like, wait, what was number 1? Okay, what was number 2? Okay, I think number 2 was how do you get in touch with me? I'm at DanellaGashay.com. So if you could, it's my first and last name.com, or I have an easier one that's Danella G, DONELAG.com, because Gashay is, difficult for some people. Danella is already difficult. And it's working. It's not anything we're whipping up in the kitchen, okay? We're working right with the American Red Cross. So what is the difference? How are they working? Like I don't know. I mean, she explained it to me, and she, even the woman that was helping me, she didn't even know. She's like, let me connect you to our She's had me talk to a nurse and a specialist, a nurse practitioner who specializes in just that. But I know that she explained the analytics of it and how it breaks down. Like if you have sickle cell anemia, which is more prone to African Americans than other races, then you would need that blood that has been brought from the melanin of that. I want to touch on, I'm not going to talk about Henrietta Lakes because, yeah.
No,
but,
go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. The floor is yours.
Well, they found that they say that melanin is more precious than gold. And I have a really good friend who lives in Africa. And I said to her, how is that possible? She's like, with organs and things like that, when you find that these kids are coming up missing, they find that African Americans are more effective in healing. I know this has nothing to do with MS, so I'm going to go back. But
she says, I'm listening.
I know. So I went to Henrietta Lakes. I mean, if you guys want to Google her, she had cancer, and the powers that be, how they took her DNA and they whipped up some cures and didn't tell her family about it. They kind of stole it.
Yes, there was a movie about that.
Really? Okay. I didn't know there was a movie, but they stole it. How was she able to cure people that she didn't even know? So what's so great about this melanin? I don't know. But the people who need to know, they know. And how are they getting it? I'm going to leave that alone. We're going to back to talking about MS. I don't know how they're getting it. I don't know what they're doing, but I know that when I needed a blood transfusion, the lady said to me, I have blood that I could give you that's your type for the surface. But up under here, the other legs for the other issues that you have, she was so nice. And it was just a blessing that she was in there talking to me like that, right? It was a blessing that she was there that day. She said she works once a month in that hospital. Once a month. And she was there that day to talk to me. So I didn't get the blood transfusion. I was able to be okay. She said she didn't think it would help me because it wasn't the proper blood that I needed. And then she started talking to me about why there's a shortage of what we need and who gives blood versus who doesn't. We know who gives blood freely, and we don't typically like to give needles and things like that. But I attribute that to the research that has been done on our people.
Yeah.
That we haven't forgotten.
Yes. Arlena, she says, you are opening so many doors. I am so proud of you.
Well, thank you.
Yes.
Thank you.
And
I'm trying.
Yes. Well, and you're doing it. You're not trying, you're doing it. And I know a lot of times we don't want to speak the truth that could kind of put us in a precarious situation.
Yeah.
I understand, but you know what? The truth is the light, and the truth will set us free. And what you're saying is we as Black people, what we have within us exceeds so much. And I personally believe, like you said, people know this. And so they're either taking advantage of it for the benefit of others and not the benefit of us.
Correct, because if I give you my blood, you're good. But if I get your blood, it's not going to work as well.
Not so much.
This is the golden one. Like you have some bronze on the shelf. You want to give me the bronze when you have the gold. I would rather wait for the gold. But in order for the gold to be there, we have to give it. And if we're not willing to give the gold per se, just calling our blood the gold. And the lady said to me too, she was not African American. And she said, I don't care about race. It doesn't matter except when you get to blood. And there's something about it. If you want to know, it's on the Red Cross website. They talk about the importance of it, and it breaks down regarding to race.
Is that right?
Yeah. It's also on my website. There's a link on there. I'm going to add it to the blood. It's not on Danella G, but it's on Danella Gachet. I'm going to add it to Danella G as soon as we hang up to add that there so they can see that it's not just me saying these ridiculous things. I'm not making it up. It's not antics and whatever. But I will say regarding MS, when I was driving in my car and I was driving. I couldn't feel the gas under my foot. And so I drove to the nearest hospital. It's a huge hospital. It's not some little hospital. They did not have a neurology department at all.
But yes, they admitted you.
They tried to admit me. But you don't have a neurology department. They had doctors on call. They were going to call them like, you don't have a neurology. This is a huge problem. There's so many neurological disorders outside of just MS, Crohn's disease, and all kinds of diseases that affect us. I just had one of my really good friends lose her niece to Crohn's disease the year before last. She was fine. She had children, and she came to the hospital, and she didn't make it out of it. I'm not saying anything happened to her from that. They did all they could to help her, but she did not. She lost her life. So from the sideline, people are always saying, "What can I do? How can I help? Go give blood. Go give blood.
Say it again.
I need you to help them. Like,
yes.
You want to help me? Okay, golf at my golf outing, and we'll give money for a foundation. Actually, we're having a dual charity with that. So my son, he's 19. He lost his very best friend in an auto accident right after graduation. They graduated in June. He got into a car accident in November. It was icy, and he flipped over a bridge, and he didn't make it. He was a track athlete, and he had a scholarship for his friends. It wasn't even a scholarship yet. Eddie was just his name is Eddie, and he was just a great kid. He just wanted to give money to his friends who didn't have the money that they needed. So his mom just kind of picked it up, and she started a scholarship foundation. And if you go to Eddie.com, there you can donate, or you can golf. You can find out all about his life, my walk with MS, and his scholarship fund. And it's just going to help kids go to college on a track athletic scholarship. And you have to have a certain GPA. And it's just amazing the things that have happened in my life that God has orchestrated out of grief and loss, and just to help other people. Sometimes it's not about us. I try to think beyond me being sick and me having MS. When I think about my uncle, Tony, he has multiple sclerosis, and I absolutely love him. He has less lesions on his brain than I do.
Oh,
so
my goodness.
If you read about multiple sclerosis, right? Today I wanted to share this really quick. There's 4 types of MS, but there's one that they call now the CIS, is a clinical isolated syndrome. And with that, they say, however many lesions they get, that's more progression, right? It's not true. I'm sorry. I have 52, at least 52. Some of them are so close together, we stopped counting on my brain. And he has less. He cannot walk, and I can't. He loves Jesus as much as I do. He served Jesus as much as I do. It's not true with the more lesions you have, the more, it's just not true. There's so much about this disease that they don't know. But I will say that when I started Limtrada, I have 2 friends that also started Limtrada that have MS, that they didn't have the results that I had. Like even the person earlier that said she's on Tecfidera, that's amazing. I didn't get a chance to be one of the recipients of it because I had an allergic reaction. But yeah, it's like there's so much they don't know about multiple sclerosis, and at some point we have to take care of ourselves.
Yeah.
Vitamin D.
Yes.
I take Dr. CB vitamins. I know it's not FDA approved, but I tell you what, before I was on chemotherapy, they helped me.
Wow.
And amazing. Some things you can't eat. There's some things you can't do if you want to do well.
Yes, and people need to understand we are what we eat. Now there is an event coming up, and it's an opportunity for us to honor youth that have overcome all the stuff that's happening with COVID and how they've been overcomers for the year. And I happen to have the organizer of that. She's here, and I want her to briefly share. I'm going to keep you up here as well. And so, hi, Amber. As you can hear, we're talking about MS. We're talking about the need for us as African Americans to give blood, because there's something special and unique in our blood that's different. Even though all the blood types are the same, it's different, and it's specifically valuable for any of us that need blood. But I know you're here to talk about this award that's going to be coming up, and to share with our audience what you have, how they can nominate a youth. And they don't have to be in our area. So Danella, even like your son and what you're doing, you might want to hear this to nominate him as well. So Amber, I'm going to give you a few minutes to kind of share this.
Good evening. Good evening. Thank you, Vera, for having me to the Vera Thomas Show. I am the founder and the CEO of From Pain to Purpose Incorporated, and we have an upcoming event called Healing Pain Through the Arts Youth Spotlight Awards. We have previously honored young people in our community who have overcome life challenges and adversities in life, and are using their gifts and talents to inspire others. However, the awards got postponed in 2020 because of COVID, and we're doing it Saturday, September the 25th at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We're going to have red carpet full of interviews and media from 6 to 7. 7 to 9 will be the award ceremony, and 9 to 11 will be an after party. It's going to be held at the beautiful heartline of Atlanta Event Center in Stone Mountain, Georgia. Tickets are available now on Eventbrite. The link you can find it on Eventbrite. We have an Eventbrite link, but you can find it by just typing in Healing Pain Through the Arts. As soon as you start typing it in, it'll pop right up. Youth Spotlight Awards. We are looking to honor this year, God gave me, to honor our youth who have remained resilient during the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's going to look different to each and every youth. It is hosted by the phenomenal Youth Speak Out podcast team. They're going to be hosting. They're going to be doing, one of them is a media and journalism graduate from Georgia State University. She will be on the red carpet, along with the I Am Enough talk show host, Wanda D. Hollis. She will be on the red carpet. We have a youth advocate and game changer by the name of Q Harper. He's the CEO of Peacocks, which is Project Keep Them Off the Streets. He's going to be inspiring our youth in regards to youth advocacy and being a game changer. We have performing artists from Christian Life Center, the youth praise team that'll be performing live. Listen, vendors are going to be there. The media is going to be there. People are going to be there. And guess who needs to be there? You need to be there. Yeah, you out there in Facebook land, YouTube land, wherever we at, you need to be there. Why? Because we are turning up. We're showing up and showing out for our youth. They are outstanding, unique, and they are refined. And it takes a village to support them. We want to, Lakeisha James is our event planner, our stage manager, Sean Jackson, that's our executive team. We just got so much going on. We want to share, but you know what? We'll come back and share little by little. We're working feverishly with our whole team to be able to bring a phenomenal event. We have been locked down and social distance, and we still kind of are in certain ways, but we want to let the young people know that we love them, we support them, and they matter. So we're going to semi-formal affair. We're going to turn up, show up, and have a blast with our youth. Yes.
Thank you so much. And I'm going to have you come back next week to kind of share as well in the middle of my show. And because this is so important. We need to support our youth.
Yes.
And I actually have the flyer on the background, but I'll have to
I
remove
see.
all three of us
It's
in
okay.
order
I
to make
see.
that happen. So let me remove all three of us just for a minute so the audience can see that. Don't leave, Danella. Don't leave, Amber. I'm
Okay.
just going to remove you from
The screen.
the screen. So
Okay.
let me do that.
Thank you so much, Vera. You know, the youth are my passion. I mean, in addition to domestic violence and teen dating violence,
Yes.
the youth are my passion.
Yes.
And I thank God for the opportunity to work with them, but to also shine the spotlight
Now
on them.
I want to ask you a question. For youth that are out of the state, will you honor them through Zoom at this event, or how does that work?
Okay, we actually have a young lady that's one of our honorees from Florida. She's actually going to be coming because it is an in-person event. But we are setting up, we're going to be confirming that, but we are working on making it a global event where we can actually honor, you know, because I serve as the World Women's Conference and Awards Global leader, Youth Young Leaders Club leader. So I work with young people all over the world. So we're working on making it a global event where people who are not in Atlanta can actually still tune in globally as well and be honored and actual support and watch the event.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
you for
you.
coming, and I
You're
will talk to
welcome.
you soon, okay?
All right, thank
All
you.
right,
Blessings.
all right.
God bless
Bye.
you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. All right. That was something. I'm a part of the organization, and I really want to support what they're doing. But we are about to wrap up here. And so, Danella, I want you to emphasize the importance of our diets, the importance of trying to maintain a balance in stress, whether it's good stress or bad stress, and the importance of us as a people giving blood for us, because our blood is unique and different, even though all of us, we all bleed red, but our blood has a little gold in it. So I'd like for you to just share that before we wrap up.
More importantly than all of that, Ms. Vera, I just have to say that giving blood is super important, and eating right is super important. But knowing where you are going after this life is the most important part of it all.
Yes, it is.
Jesus has got to be the main focus. He will speak with us. Really quickly, my friend started an event where she's like, let's write love letters to God. You write a letter, you choose a random scripture, and then you allow the Holy Spirit to use your hand to write back to you. It's amazing the way the Holy Spirit will answer you. So in that time, more than diet and exercise and all of that, which is so important, if you don't have good diet and exercise in your life, even if you don't have MS, you are not going to be well. You are not going to feel your best. You have to eat right. You have to exercise. You have to work on a diet. You have to eat. I say eat my medicine. So giving blood and all of that is so important. But outside of all of that, faith in God, in Jesus Christ. If I live to be 100 years old, that's not very long for eternity. So know where you're going. Be baptized. Choose God, and He will speak to you. He'll guide you. He'll tell you what to do. So many people tell me the things that they need to do for MS. Tecfidera was supposed to save my life, and I prayed that it did, but it didn't work for me. But the Holy Spirit led me to what I needed to do. My doctor didn't recommend that. The Holy Spirit did. So I would just say, first and foremost, trust God and have the faith of a mustard seed.
Amen.
That will get you where you need to go.
Amen. And I just want to acknowledge a couple people that have chimed in. Hi, Lenora, and I hope you're feeling better. Hi, Felicia. and I hope you're feeling better. And Shanna, thank you for all your feedback, and we're praying that you will be better as well. And Danella, I just love you, and I thank you for being here. And yes, the power of the Holy Spirit. Jesus is the answer. And you know, there's a song out there, Jesus is the answer for the world today. And he is, and he's the answer for our healing. He's the answer for our society. We need to show love. And I want to end with just be loved, show love, give love. And Danella, I love you and I thank you for being here.
Can I say one thing?
Yes.
Someone wrote on there that she had 17 legions.
Yes.
I wanted to address that.
Okay.
So I don't want you to feel despair about that. When they discovered I had MS, I had exactly 17 legions and I have 52. Your life is not over. There's so much to be done, and don't give up, and just to keep fighting, because there's so much about it they don't know. So I was getting legion after legion after legion, and I was so discouraged. I don't care if you have 22 by next week. If you trust God and you believe him and you follow what he tells you to do, that's all you need.
Yes. That was Shanna that said that.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, it's so scary when you see that more and more legions. It freaks you out. But like I said, I have more legions than my uncle has, and it's just like Russian roulette where they land. So just stay prayed up and trust God. I'm sorry. I know I did.
Amen. Hey, you did what you're supposed to do. You're supposed to encourage her and let her know, you know.
There's so much life after that. I don't care if you had 25, because once upon a time I did. You're going to be okay. If you believe God, you trust him, and he gives you that promise, run.
Run. Run to the rock.
Keep running.
Yes.
Keep running.
Yes. God bless you. And thank you so much. And I do hope that those that listen really got some, well, I know they got some things out of that. And Amber says, thanks for having me as a pop and guest tonight. You're welcome. You're welcome. And Shannon says she appreciates what you said. So we are beyond time.
I know.
But I just, you know.
We started 5 minutes late.
Yeah, we did. We did.
We had a couple of difficulties in the beginning.
Yes. Well, listen, thank you everybody for being here. And Danella, I'm going to have you come back to talk about your fundraisers, your foundation, and how we can be of benefit to you.
Go to msandeddie.com.
MS
and Eddie, EDDIE.
Okay, msandeddie.com.
Amen. It's a dual scholarship. One for me, one for him. Yeah.
Okay.
50% of the proceeds go to MS. The other 50% go to his scholarship. So.
Okay. I wish I had that streaming. I didn't have that information at the time, but we'll continue to support that. Amen. Thank you again. God bless you. Don't leave. I'm gonna end, but don't leave. Okay. I'm gonna put you off, but don't leave yet. Okay. Yes, all right. Thank you. Well, listening audience. I hope that you really got some positive stuff out of this. Thank you for listening, and we will see you again next week.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the Vera.
All right. Bye-bye.
Welcome to Wisdom Tips, another episode, and I am so excited. Episode 4. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. And for those of you that don't know me, I'm Dr. Connie Green. Thank you for joining us on Wisdom Tips. I'm here to drop pearls of true wisdom, giving you the tools you need to live a victorious life. Come on, let's give God some praise tonight. Amen. The topic of tonight is childhood trauma, the hidden killer. Now I can just stop right there. Let me say that again. Childhood trauma, the hidden killer. Did you not know that childhood trauma can kill us? Some of us don't even know we have childhood trauma. Often we discuss childhood trauma as an adult, and we talk about what happened to us and the reason you are the way that you are, and you look at it at an adult perspective. Have you ever thought about, rarely we think about childhood trauma um, on a child's perspective? Do we ever ask a child, do you have childhood trauma? No, we don't ask a child that. We just assume kids will bounce back and they'll be okay. But tonight we're going to talk about childhood trauma on the childhood's perspective. The trauma of children is so near to my heart, because number one, I experienced childhood trauma when I grew up. Oh, yes. And because of that, I devoted 45 years of my life helping young people and children through trauma. We had a daycare center for over 25 years, and I've seen all kinds coming in and out of the facility. And many times we would get the children that nobody else wanted because they had behavior problems. And the parents would come to us as a last resort because they would put out of school, some of them would put out of daycare centers and everything else. And so they would send them to us. So we were able to really pour into these young kids and understand that these young kids wasn't actually bad, and they didn't have really a bad, what they call it, behavioral problems. It was just that they had childhood trauma, and nobody never stopped to think about that. Did you know that more than 2/3 of children reported at least one traumatic experience before they get 16 years old? Potentially, childhood trauma events includes so many things. I'm just going to read just a few of them. You will be really, really surprised. Psychological and physical, and even child violence, community school violence. I mean, we hear that on the news all the time. Bullies, they have bullied kids. Some kids have even killed themselves because they've been bullied. And then sometimes children witness terrible experiences, especially if they grow up in a domestic violent home. They witness their father punching their mother. They witness their hollering and screaming, they're crying, they're throwing tables and cursing and all kind of different things. Believe it or not, the kids that grow up in those type of environments, it can really hurt them and harm them in so many ways. And then you think about the natural disasters, and even like now when we look at Ukraine, a lot of those kids in there, they're underground, they're running for their lives, that they're hearing the bombing going on, they're seeing people get killed. Just imagine how those kids are going to feel as they grow up, because they're going through this now at a very young age, and it's really going to affect them. And hopefully those kids can get some help. And then we have kids even here in America. We've had natural disasters. We've had fires, so people's houses have burnt down, hurricanes, storms, all kind of things that happen, when we least expect it. And then when we think about the pandemic that we had just a few years ago, my goodness, children are definitely facing childhood trauma. And sometimes people feel like because kids are playing and they're happy-go-lucky and they're playing with their dolls, they're going outside and they're riding their bikes. And sometimes we think it's not affecting them. But it's so many ways that you can understand the effects of childhood trauma if you just stop, slow down, and ask them some questions, and you'll be really, really surprised. Also, when they look at commercials and stuff, it's like sexual exploitation that you see on TV, looking at adult movies that they shouldn't be looking at when mom and dad is doing something else, or maybe mom and dad is sleeping there on TV watching all these type of things. Then all kind of things grow up inside of their spirit. They don't know how to process that. That can be a really great effect on a child at a very early age. Then also sudden or violent loss of a loved one. if a child's mother died, if their father died, grandmother died, somebody that's close to them, a lot of times people don't talk to the kids about it unless it's somebody really close, like their mom or dad. But what if they lost pawpaw, somebody they really, really loved, or a favorite uncle, or even their best friend? I remember when my child was growing up, it was a young guy. I think he was like in third grade at the time. No, he was in the fourth grade. He actually killed himself. And I had to take my son to the funeral. And it really did affect him. I found out later on, weeks later, he started having sudden behavior problems and rage. And I had to sit down and talk to him. And I found out he said he had lost his friend. And he was very upset about it. And so we have to really watch and watch what they're going through when they go to school, and if their behaviors are going the other direction and not the norm, and he's acting different in some kind of way, or she's acting different in some kind of way. It's usually some kind of trauma that we need to stop and take a look at. Another one, military families. It's related to children that have military families. Why? Because mom or dad has went off the war. Sometimes they've left with grandmommy, auntie, or whatever, and they go through trauma because maybe somebody in the home that's taking care of them that wasn't their parents. Perhaps maybe they have abused them or done something to them, and maybe they're afraid of that daddy or mom's going to die in war. So they're facing those type of situations as well. You know, when parents are deployed, and especially when they come home and they've been injured, or they get a notice that their parents have died, then they're definitely having a problem with dealing with that childhood trauma, something that they'll never forget about when they get older. But they always say kids will bounce back. Yeah, they may bounce back, but once they see it, once they hear it, it's in their brain, and they'll never forget it, even though it's covered up, and they grow up and sometimes we can grow up as young kids, and you go through your teenage years and you feel like things doesn't bother you or anything. And then you may be 40, 50 years old. All of a sudden, this childhood trauma comes out, and you wonder, why in the world is it coming out now? I'm 50 years old. What is happening? Why am I having all these dreams? It's because you suppressed it. A child is very good at suppressing what they're feeling. And then, of course, most of all, neglect. I've seen a lot of that in the daycare center, where we would pick up kids from school, and the diapers were sore, hadn't taken a bath, baby bottles had roaches in them, all kind of things that we had experienced when we dealt with those type of kids, because we had our school in an urban area where it was a lot of poor people and a lot of single parent homes. And so we seen a lot of neglects, but we was the a safe haven, as I would call it, at our school, where we would make sure they had the food that they needed when they first came in. We didn't just give them crackers or juice for breakfast. We had full breakfasts that we gave, because we knew those kids, some of them wouldn't get a good meal. So we had the grits, the eggs, the bacon, the toast, the fruit, and stuff like that every morning. Of course, we had a great lunch as well, because a lot of those kids did not get the food that they need. And then you think about the kids that are threatening illnesses like cancer and all kind of even diabetes at an early age. So of course, yes, kids do go through trauma, and that's what we want to talk about today. We want to talk about it on the perspective of children, and I think you're going to really enjoy this. And I would love for you to tell your friends and tell somebody to tune in right now to this broadcast, my YouTube channel. And I would love for you to just touch the button. So when we come on, this is like a notification button that you can touch, and it will let you know when we're coming on. So if you would do that for me, I really believe somebody needs to hear this. Somebody has a child at home right now that's having some behavior problems, and they just call them bad. That's what they call us when we grew up. You just bad. You need to stop that. But sometimes, why is the kid acting out? Why is the kid upset? Why is the kid, having trouble at school? Just slow down enough to talk to your child and see what that's going on. Let's look at what some of the other traumatic events can be. The traumatic events can be very frightening and dangerous, and even violent. It can pose many threats on young people. It could be bodily harm. They can witness something traumatic. They can have life altering problems in their health, and they can have problems with not having the right security to protect them, because mama has to go to work, and the baby's left with a babysitter, and the babysitter got your children in the house, and you don't know what's going on. But you have to work, so you have to do what you got to do. And so we have to be aware of the environment that you put your kids in, make sure that those that are taking care of your kids are people that you love and trust, or people that you had references from, and and then you would know without a shadow of doubt, hopefully, that your child is in a safe place. But unfortunately, people that are single, don't have a lot of money, sometimes they can't afford child care. So we've seen a lot of abuse in families that have single parent homes that make a minimum wage at work and really don't have the income that they need to put them in a proper facility where they can be safe. So I am so excited that you tune in again. And right now, I'm just so excited. I just can't hardly stand it. I'm excited tonight about this episode because I got a great, great guest that's coming on tonight. Very special guest to me. And you're going to find out who he is tonight. He's a nationally acclaimed speaker. He's an author of a book called The Journey Living Day by Day. And you want to get that book. It's a devotion. It's absolutely amazing. It will be very encouraging to you. So who is it? It's my oldest son, Roger Green Jr. Hello, Roger.
Hey, Dr.
How
Connie
you
Green.
doing?
I'm doing
I'm
amazing.
so thankful to see you tonight. Thank you so much for joining me tonight.
Thanks for having me
The
on
idea
Wisdom
of this
Tips.
episode, you remember the idea of this episode where it came about, right, son? Remember we talked about it. We had a conversation
Yes.
that we had many, many years ago. It really wasn't many years ago. It was maybe 2 or 3 years ago that my son shared with me about a trauma that he experienced when he was a little boy. And I didn't have a clue that he had went through that situation. And it just totally devastated me. And then I immediately realized that there is often sometimes in life of young people, they will suppress things, suppress feelings, and sometimes they don't know how to talk to mom and talk to dad about it. So they don't say anything. They just bury it inside. And so we want to talk about that tonight. And at this time, I'm gonna ask my son if he would like to discuss exactly what he talked to me about in his own way, so we can get a perspective of a child's perspective, how he felt. So, Roger, if you would talk to us about how you feel about the event and what kind of profound impact it had on your life.
Absolutely. I want to, first of all, thank you, Mom, for having me on Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I feel like I finally arrived to be on such a program like this. And so I'm so excited to be here. Those of you that are here, I appreciate the support that you give my mom. Definitely, as she mentioned, please share this. This may be a blessing to someone. But as my mom mentioned, we were really sitting down, talking, having a heart to heart, my mom and my dad. And, being a man now over 40 with kids of my own, it was one of those things that we talked about, the scary nature for me now realizing that I'm in the driver's seat, now that I have a 17-year-old daughter, now that I have a 14-year-old son, realizing some of the things that I suppressed as a child that my parents had no clue that I went through, now having to live that through the vein of a parent, realizing that, wow, maybe my kids are suppressing some things that they haven't told me. And it really opened up the door of conversation for us to really discuss things that I've been through, but also for me to have a different vantage point of being able to understand my kids, being able to really give probing questions, trying to find out things that my kids have went through. Because what I found out is often we as parents do the best that we can to protect our kids, but we can't be there 24/7. And so there are times where our children may be left vulnerable, uh, not any negligence of our own, but because it's just reality. We have jobs, we have other responsibilities, we have things that come up. And so we can't have a watchful eye on them 24/7. And so all we can do is pray for mercy. And so I begin to pray about ways to just help and interact and even share with my kids. And so it's an honor to be here on Wisdom Tips to talk with Dr. Connie Green and give me the opportunity to share with this. And I was sharing with my parents that at a very young age, I think my earliest recollection was probably somewhere around 4 or 5 years old, having my very first sexual encounter with someone who would have been a trusted person of the family. And it was at that very young age, this particular person wanted me to kiss them and touch them in certain areas and doing certain things. And of course, at that age, I didn't understand how profound that was. I didn't even understand what I was doing. And it progressed over a period of time. It was like every time I was in that person's presence, they would want me to do those particular things. And so as I grew, my knowledge of it was still very, I would say, very childlike. I just thought it was what you were supposed to do. I thought it was just something you did out of obedience. It seemed to be something that gave that person gratification. And so it seemed like, I was being a good boy. I was, come sit on my lap and do this. You're being a good boy. And so they abused somewhat the trust that I had in them. And it wasn't until I grew older that encounters like that continued to happen with older females that would come into our family circle or in circles of trust, and they would do that. And the reason why I think it's so profound to me now is it's mind blowing that it took me 40 years to really process it to the point to even share it with my parents. And it wasn't that my parents and I don't have a good relationship. We've talked about everything under the sun. I grew up in a very, very candid family. Those of you that have been tuning into Dr. Green, you know that she's very candid. She's raw. You can talk about everything. It's a very safe space. And so it is with my father as well, who has been pastoring for over 25 years. There's nothing that they haven't seen, nothing that they haven't heard. So it wasn't that I couldn't share it. It's just, I don't think it ever dawned on me to share it. And so the effect that it had on me is those experiences at a very, very young age grew to teenage years with older women. And so what it developed was an appetite of sexual promiscuity. And I found myself not being able to get out of this habit of things. And I begin to ask myself a question that most people ask themselves when they're in similar dilemmas, when they're struggling in a certain area, when they can't figure out why they keep repeating certain behaviors. The biggest question that I ask myself is, what's wrong with me? So I want to talk to someone out there tonight. That's not the most productive question that you should be asking. The most productive question is not asking what's wrong with me, but the most productive question for you to ask as it relates to childhood trauma is, what happened to me? That's the most important question, because if you can trace what happened to you, you can trace why you're doing certain things. And I often say that we typically deal with the symptoms of a sickness without dealing with the actual root causes of the sickness. And so the acting out, the rage, the anger, the disappointment, the guilt, the promiscuity, all of those things were the symptoms of what had happened to me. And it really wasn't dealing with the actual sickness of it. And so I don't know who this is for tonight, but I just wanted to share this because I really believe that there's a profound responsibility on me right now as a man, a grown man, to speak up and speak and tell those stories, because we often hear about children being violated and abused from a female's perspective. Growing up, going to college and high school, even as a grown man, I can count on one hand the number of close friends and confidants that I've had that have not been violated in a certain way from a female's perspective. And when I think about that, I said, wow, it's profound that females are affected in that way, but there are equally as many males that go through this. And often we don't talk about it, we suppress it. And what happened to me is I grew up thinking that it's normal. I grew up thinking that it was macho. I grew up thinking that, it wasn't abuse. It's just, I got game, that I have these older women wanting me. And I didn't realize that they were preying on my vulnerability. I didn't realize they were preying on the trust that was entrusted to them by my parents and people that had entrusted into them. And I didn't realize that I was actually a victim in those circumstances. And so for those of you that are going through that right now, I'm speaking up so that men out there can feel comfortable enough to deal with this childhood trauma and not repeat some of the behaviors that really snared me for a great deal of my life.
Thank you so much, Roger. It's very difficult for me to even hear that, being a mother. We're talking about the impact of trauma tonight on a child's perspective. And my older son shared with me a few years ago, people that we trusted, babysitters, a few of them were, violated his trust. And he never shared that with me until just a few years ago. And I used to wonder why some of the behaviors that I seen in my son, as far as being angry and going into rages when I would ask him questions, where he was, what was he doing. And I couldn't understand, because he was a very nice natured person that loves everybody. And when he would holler or yell, it wasn't his character. And I couldn't understand it. And then he would run out of the house and we would have to go find him. And he would never tell us what happened to him. And then when he shared this with me just a few short years ago, it devastated me and my husband. So the impact of trauma from a parent's perspective, I'm going to talk about first. How did I feel? Like I said, devastated. I cried. I felt guilty, number one, because I thought I was putting them in a safe place. And these were people that were supposed to be believers, somebody I trust and love. And so first was the guilt. I cried a couple of days. I had to pray, ask God to help me, because some of those people are still alive. Should I approach them? Should I say something to them? The Lord said, let it go. But I was thankful that my son was able to share this with me, to get it out in the open. And we as a family, we cried together, we held each other, we prayed together. And I've seen a great change in him now than ever before. The Lord is blessing him in so many areas of his life. He's always loved people, and he's doing the jobs that God has called him and commanded him to do. He seems more happier, and he seems more vibrant, and he seems more of himself, except he's working too much. He won't stop working, but he's always been that way, where he loves to work. He's got his hands so many different places. He's got so many different talents and gifts. He's not, he tries to be modest. He didn't want me to say too much about his bio, but he's a national acclaimed speaker. He's been all over the country. He has books. He does other things. He's a musician. He's a youth pastor. He's a counselor. He's a life coach, and he's me and his dad's right arm, because he helps the ministry in so many different ways. And so we really wanted to share this on Wisdom Tips, and it was very, we had to really pray about it, because I wanted to make sure this is something he wanted to do. And I thank God he was able to open up to share, because I feel like this is going to help somebody else. Okay, what happened to my son? It happened. It's over with. He's fine. He was fine, going on in his life, even as a youth, but he wasn't fine when it came to his mental and psychological well-being that was damaged. And then the things that he went through and didn't know why he went through, it all came back to what happened to him when he was young. And so other things that I want to share with you all before we go to a break is the impact of a childhood trauma can be very stressful, and it can last well beyond childhood. So we've seen that tonight. It can last beyond childhood. My son is 40-some years old, and he just got it out in his 40s, what was going on with him and how he felt. And it was like a release that he was able to get out of his heart and out of his mind and get some help. Also, children that have childhood trauma can have learning problems where they can't learn well in school. They have lower grades. People have to always suspend them for something that they're doing. A lot of times when you see kids like that, they're doing that because they don't really know the word. Maybe they can't read as well, or maybe they're not as smart, because the childhood trauma that they went through is causing the brain to react another way where they can't concentrate. Not that they're dumb or stupid or anything, but if you pull them away from the environment and you get them tutors and you train them, you'd be really surprised how intelligent some of these children are. Also, it can increase their health and their mental well-being. It can even make them sick. I used to have kids in my daycare kept colds, and runny nose and high fevers and ear aches and pains. And the mama would take them back and forth to the doctor, and they couldn't find out what was wrong with them until we had meetings with the parents, and they would tell us what was going on in the home. And once the child was moved from that situation, or once the behavior stopped in the home, the child was able to be healed. And so that's another impact. The other impact is the increased involvement in a child's life. Like if a parent is on welfare, or if he's in the jury district system, because he's been in trouble a lot, that can cause him to do even greater things when he gets out to be an adult, that would cause him even to end up in prison. You start out as a young teen robbing somebody of their pocketbook and running, and then you start off maybe breaking in somebody's house, and then the next thing you know, you're killing somebody if they never stop the process. So when you look at a lot of these people that are on the streets and carrying guns and killing up folks and doing all kind of stuff, like Roger said, it's not why did they do that, it's what happened to them. I mean, Oprah Winfrey wrote a wonderful book dealing on that subject. A lot of times we look at people and we point our fingers and say, what's wrong with her? Why is she dressed like that? Why is she doing that? Going with all these men, she ain't nothing but a skank hoe. Yeah, we do that. But if you ever wonder what happened to her, what happened to her? Why is she that way? You ever looked at a man and asked him, what's happening to him? Why is he running around and doing this, that, and the other, and got 11 different girlfriends? What happened to him? So we need to start looking at what people's behaviors are on the aspect of something that, on the aspect of what happened to them maybe when they were a child, or what happened to them in life. And stop being so critical, and try to help people and try to understand people. And if you stop and you talk to them, you may be surprised. They may tell you. Sometimes people hold stuff for a long time, and they just waiting on somebody to ask them what's going on. And if they have someone they can trust and love, and they can share it, a lot of times it gives them the release, and it's like a weight taken off their back and off their shoulder, and they feel like they can go on with their life. All right. So I'm excited about this topic. I hope you are. I hope you can share it tonight. Share it with someone. Call somebody. Let them know that the broadcast is on. We're talking about the impact of trauma, and we're talking about how trauma can be a killer. If you hold it inside and you don't get it out, things can get a lot worse. So I'm getting ready to go on break right now, and so I want you to come back right after the break so we can continue to talk about this subject, very needed subject, overcoming childhood trauma. Stay with me now and come back to Wisdom Tips, and we'll continue to talk on this subject. God bless you.
My heart broke for her. She looked so afraid. I wanted to take her pain away.
All the kids involved were so overwhelmed. We just tried to make them feel safe.
I felt helpless, like there was so much more I should be doing to make things better for him, but I couldn't find the right words.
I struggled with my own fear and trauma after the hurricane. But I needed to find a way to help my kids deal with their feelings too.
These are the voices of adults who are close to children in the immediate aftermath of a traumatic event. They might be parents, family members, teachers, clergy, first responders, medical personnel, humanitarian workers, or concerned volunteers. During those critical first hours and days after a trauma, adult presence and support is especially important for children. Any adult can make a difference for a child who has suffered a traumatic experience, regardless of the type of event. Keep a few important tips in mind. Provide safety. This is the most important tip of all. The feeling of safety after trauma is paramount, especially for children. Trauma survivors often describe feeling fear and vulnerability. Any small gesture of safety goes a long way. Talk with the child. Help the child understand, if possible, what happened in the event. Stick with the facts. There is no need to ask a child to discuss his or her own experience, but be available and ready if it is helpful. This allows him or her to make sense of emotional reactions such as fear or grief. Hold the child. If appropriate, human touch can be very beneficial for children who are afraid and feeling vulnerable. In the aftermath of a frightening experience, touch from a trusted adult or someone trying to help can be a big part of making a child feel secure. Never force this, as it can be unwanted, but making yourself available is an act of protection, safety, and comfort. Relax the rules, but maintain structure. It is okay to allow for some changes to rigid rules in an attempt to show the child you understand the magnitude of what happened. However, children respond well to a schedule and regimen that they can count on to remain the same, especially when things around them seem to be changing or uncertain. For example, young people can be excused from school immediately following an event. Soon after, however, they may find comfort in the structure offered by school, even if classes are modified in order to discuss what happened. Help others. Giving your time and energy to others who may have also experienced the trauma is helpful for everyone involved. It helps those who need you, empowers you to feel like you are actively making a difference, and provides a good role model of service and giving for children who might be looking for an example to follow. People who share a traumatic experience can also experience the strength and hope of healing with others. Trauma is difficult for everyone. There is no single right response after a traumatic event. Recovery is a process and requires understanding from others and time for healing. However, everyone needs to feel safe and cared for, especially children. Knowledge of a few important tips can arm you with strength that you can share with children who might be especially frightened and vulnerable in the immediate aftermath of trauma. It allows you to help, and with that help comes hope.
Welcome back to Wisdom Tips with Dr. Connie Green. I hope you enjoyed that clip. Has some very good information that can help our little kids and our children that went through childhood trauma. And I hope you take something with that. And please share this. Share this with a friend. Let people know. And please like and share this broadcast. And also, we would love for you to subscribe to the YouTube channel, if you will. And that would be a great help for us, so we can get more people coming in, tuning in to hear what we have to say. And if you're joining me for the very first time, we are talking about childhood trauma, the hidden killer tonight. So please let somebody know, yes, it's hidden because people don't talk about it. People hold it in. And that's why sometimes people are so mean and angry, and they bless everybody else, cuss everybody out, and don't have no love in their heart, and just angry and bitter. And you wonder what in the world wrong with them. Maybe they're going through some childhood trauma and they don't even realize they've held it in so long that they just don't, they mad at everybody. They don't trust nobody. Do you know anybody like that? I do. I know some people like that. But guess what? If you stop and sit down sometime and talk to them and show them how much you love them and care, and try to befriend them, sometimes they'll warm up to you and they'll let you know what's going on in their lives, and you maybe perhaps can help them. So, I'm excited about this topic. We're going to go ahead and continue this topic. And I want you to make sure you get some notes and stuff if you're tuning in, so you can go back and you can help, because I got some tips I'm going to give you before we close out. But, I was talking to my son, those of you that just tuning in, and he had a traumatic experience that happened to him when he was young. People that we loved and trust, and they really victimized my child. And I'm still asking God to help me right now, because I just found out a few years ago not to go to some of them people. I'm just going to be frank. I'm a mama bear. So it's taking all the Holy Ghost I got to hold me back. And so y'all pray for me real good. Pray for Dr. Green, because, it ain't right. And it's not right with anybody that's been through anything and have had childhood trauma, no matter what the situation is. But one thing I do know, God is a healer. God has healed me and my family through this situation. And that's why we're talking to you tonight. Things are going to happen in life, but we're going to bounce back from a setback and we can help others. And what I see out of this situation about what happened to my son, we telling other people about it so they can get some healing. They don't have to be ashamed on a man's perspective. Like my son just said, Roger Green Jr. just said, my son, he said, a lot of men don't talk about it. Women talk about it all the time. We think it's only women has been victimized, been molested or raped or whatever. But there's a lot of men out there that's hurting, that's crying and upset and frustrated and mad and angry, and you just think they're crazy. But they got something going on that they're holding in because it's hidden. They're afraid to come out. And hopefully during this broadcast, hearing my son come out with what happened to him, maybe other males can come out and talk about what has happened to them and not be ashamed about it. They were kids. They were children. Come on. It's nothing to be ashamed about. This is something that happened to him. And so he wanted to share it so other people can know and have the freedom to do the same, males especially. And so tonight, I want to share with you all also that how good God is through all this situation that we're going through. Through the situation that me and my family went through. I just thinking about how He just really healed us. After knowing this situation, it could have went another way really quick. But just praying and seeking God's face and helping other people has really helped us bounce back. So if you've been experiencing some of this type of stuff, if you do stuff for other people, a lot of times what you're going through will either dissipate or you're beginning to get healed. The more you help others and talk about other people's situations, try to help them or pull them out, then God can begin to bless you. So before I give you the wisdom tips of the day, I would like again to recognize my very special guest, my son, Roger Green Jr. Roger, we often say that childhood trauma is a silent killer.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what that means to you?
Well, I think it's a profound thing. I think what you said, even through the healing process that we're going through, it's given us the opportunity to talk about it. One thing that my father always has taught me my entire life is you're not healed until you can talk about it. And so for those of us that have been hurt profoundly, to the core, often you don't like talking about it. You don't like to confront it. You don't like to deal with it. And so my dad would oftentimes tell me, it's never going to go away. So in your own time, you have to work through it. You have to find a way to deal with it, to confront it, to talk about it. And so now, even being able to talk about it, there's no guilt, there's no shame, there's none of those things. I can talk about it with a smile on my face. Somebody might be looking at the live today and saying, is he crazy? What's wrong with him? He's smiling and we're talking about trauma. And it's because I've experienced healing. And so when I talk to people about it being a hidden killer, it's one of those things that is gradually, incrementally, day by day, eating away at you, and you don't realize the effects that it's having on you. There's a book that I love to read called The Compound Effect. It talks about great and big things that happen in your life typically don't happen all at once, but there are those incremental small things that happen over time, those habits, those cycles that compound upon themselves, and then you look up and it's compounded and it's something great. It could be positive or negative. And so for those of you that are out there, I want to talk about this hidden killer, this secret silence that's keeping you bound. And for every man out there, I want to tell you, I want to give you the courage to be able to speak up, to begin to deal with those things. Because I, just like you, was, a man's man, full of testosterone, grew up under the notion that it is a dog eat dog world. Only the strong survive. You can't even show a bit or ounce of weakness, because if you do, they're going to chew you up and spit you out. I grew up in an environment of killers and gangbangers and drug dealers and all kind of people. Some of the hardened men you ever want to know. So it gave me this rugged exterior, feeling as though there could be no vulnerability. There was no such thing when I grew up as emotional intelligence, the things that we talk about now, toxic masculinity, that didn't exist. You better not come in the neighborhood talking about toxic masculinity when I was growing up. And so I understand the struggle for those that are reluctant to deal with that, but I promise you the weight that has been lifted, the ability for me to talk to other men about some of the struggles that they deal with. I don't know what wives I need to talk to tonight that have a husband that you just can't reach. I want to tell you to just embrace, give that comfort, give that love, give that understanding, because men, often we internalize things to the point that we're just a power keg that we explode. And so it is a hidden killer because it is latent. It's pressure that we don't see. It is trauma that we don't see. It is abuse that we don't see. It is different things that have happened to that man that weighs him down. And this is not just for men, but I can only speak on the perspective of a man. I know women deal with it, and probably the majority of our audience tonight may even be women. But I would suggest to you, if you have a man in your life, whether it is your husband or your cousin or your brother or your father, let them see this episode, because I promise it may help them. It may shed some light on some things that they're going through. It may even open the door for them to share in a way that you never thought that they shared before. I can tell you, when I brought this to my parents' attention, it just came up in conversation. It wasn't necessarily a planned heart to heart. It wasn't a planned meeting. Let's sit down and talk about it. We were sitting and we were discussing some things, and we were talking about some hard things, and it just came out. And we literally sat there. I felt like a baby. I sat there and cried like a baby. 40-year-old man crying like a baby in my parents' arms. But it was what I needed. And even saying that, what happens, there are things that are called ACEs. They're adverse childhood experiences. That's what psychologists call it, ACEs, adverse childhood experiences. And what happens sometimes with those adverse childhood experiences, you have what they call, you become arrested in development. And so you literally are stuck in that developmental stage of the place and the time wherewith that trauma happened. And so at that point, when I broke down crying like a baby in my parents' arms, I was literally like I was arrested in development at the age of 4 or 5 years old when this stuff began. And it's like I begin to feel the emotion and the trauma of it right there, as though I had been taken from 40 to 5 years old. And so I don't know who I'm talking to tonight. I don't know who needs to hear this, but today is a day that you can get free of those things. Today is a day that, through these wisdom tips that Dr. Green is going to share here momentarily, you take those things to heart, you practice them and implement them even with your children. And it's just my prayer that God will bring healing. You know, as a father, as a youth pastor who deals with kids, as one that has a degree in early childhood development, schooling, education in that, my heart really goes out to children. And so we really wanted to tackle this issue of childhood trauma tonight. And I pray that it blesses somebody.
God bless you, son. And I'm sure it has blessed a lot of people tonight. I'm telling you. And I thank God that you were brave enough to come out with this. You're a very private person. So I know God was in control and allowed you to do this and spoke to your heart, because I know a lot of people are going to be blessed, especially men, by your testimony. And I just think so I'm so glad that God has totally, truly delivered you from the pain that you was experiencing. It was like a breakthrough, and you were able to breathe, and because you got it out, and you said you felt 100% better, that you were able to talk to somebody. Yeah. So I hope it's some other men out there that could do the same, somebody that you love and trust, that you can just share with what happened to you, so you can get some healing. And today on my wisdom tips for this week, I want to talk to you a little bit about overcoming childhood trauma, and how you can get some help on a child's perspective as well as an adult's perspective. Number one, we need to provide assurance that everything's going to be all right, that you're there for them. You can pray with them. You can make them feel safe, and make them feel like that, you know, this is not going to happen again, long as this on your watch, and make them feel secure. And I think that helps a whole lot. I always go back to the daycare that we had. That's what we had to do with kids that had a lot of discipline problems, that had childhood trauma. They love for you to touch and hug them, you know, and make them feel like that they were going to be safe. If somebody hit them or anything, you know, one of the kids, you know, kids hit each other, they would run to the teacher and cry instead of, you know, fussing at the other child. We would just tell him, you know, just go over there and talk to Johnny and tell him not to hit you again, to try to give them some sense of how to take up for themselves by talking in a nice way. And now a lot of times that would help, and then they would feel safe. And the kids usually end up hugging each other, and the rest was history. Number two, take away the blame game. Explain that he or she is not responsible. A lot of times the victims feel like they are responsible. And so I had to share with my son as well. He wasn't responsible for that. We the one chose those babysitters. He said he was afraid because we knew them and we were real close to these individuals. And he said he didn't know how to tell us. And so we reassured him that it wasn't his fault. You know, it really wasn't nobody's fault, but I was the one as a parent, we took responsibility, me and his father, because we were the one that allowed those people to take care of him and my other son. And so, you know, like I said, I felt guilty and all that, but life happens, but I thank God we got through it. Number 3, be patient. Be patient is the key. Some children will recover quickly, and some adults will recover quickly, while others will recover slowly. Now, if some people still crying about something that happened to them 40 years ago, that, you know, because they're different from everybody else, and maybe they didn't know how to process it. They didn't have nobody to love them, to reassure them. Maybe somebody blamed them. You know, so you got to remember, you got to be patient, because people that go through childhood trauma, it's something that happened years ago. Even it's hard sometimes to break through that barrier. So you have to be patient. You know, reassure them that they do not need to feel guilty, and they don't need to feel bad. Let me say that again. They don't need to feel guilty, or they don't need to feel bad. We have all come through the short. What is the Bible say? We have all fallen
All of
short
us
of the
sin.
glory of
Yeah.
God. We all have sinned and fall short of the glory of God. So we need to stop being so quick with judging people, because you don't really know what their true story is. All right. So, and don't make them feel bad. And this even comes with the kids. When things happen to them, they feel, well, maybe mom, it was my fault. You know, I hugged them and then this happened to me. No, it's not their fault. You got to reassure them it's not their fault. And my last wisdom tips is seek help. Seek help. Seek help from a counselor. Seek help from a mental health professional. Seek treatment from a pastor, a clergy member, or somebody, a life coach, somebody you trust, your mom, your dad, family member. Seek help immediately. Let somebody know what happened to you. And if you're a child and you're on here today, or you're a teen, let somebody know. A school counselor, a family physician, a pediatrician. You know, ask somebody to help you, and somebody I'm sure will be out there to help you. And then we have all kind of referrals that you can go to and you can call. One of the numbers you can call is 1-800-662-HELP. 1-800-662-HELP. So before you go and just, you know, leave the broadcast, I want you to have these numbers. And if you're not the person that are being affected by it, and you know somebody is, please, it's substance abuse and mental health services. It's 1-800-662-HELP. And the number is 4357. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast tonight. Again, I thank my special guest, my son, my oldest son, Roger Green Jr., not to be confused with Roger Green Sr., which is his daddy, which he often say. Well, that is going to do it for this week's episode on Wisdom Tips. Join us every Thursday at 7 p.m. Eastern Time on Facebook and YouTube. Don't forget to subscribe to our channel, because the more you subscribe to our channel, the more people we can get to be able to see this broadcast. If you don't subscribe, if you don't hit the button and come on when we're on, then we won't be able to have but just a few people in here. So we want everybody to know about Wisdom Tips, not because it's me teaching, but we're going to have some very awesome topics that's going to really help people. People just going to be able to get healed, delivered, and set free. So remember, we ain't got no time for tears and fears. Wisdom tips is the principal thing. Therefore, get wisdom and all that getting understanding, so you can live a victorious life. Have a blessed day, everyone. Love you guys. Bye-bye.
and welcome to Reinvent and Rise. Once again,
Hello.
I'm thrilled to see you here, and I'm excited to be able to offer this platform to us women 45 plus. I call us risers. And we're going to talk about issues that pertain to us. So we'll talk about health, finance, career, and lifestyle, all the things that make us better. Today, I am very, very honored and happy to have with me, and I'm referring to her as Mother Barbara Joanne Bivens, because she has earned that title for sure. She is a 76-year-old great-great-grandmother, and she is a first-time author and entrepreneur. She is an anointed prayer warrior and CEO of Anointed Daughters of Prayer. She's a first-time author, like I said, at the right young age of 76. Her book, The Devotional Prayer Journal, is entitled God is Our Help. Mother Bivens, welcome, and thank you so much for being with us today. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How are you?
I'm doing so good. I'm very happy to be here with you. I'm glad you're here with me. Thank you for taking time out of your schedule to talk to us. I know that you've got a beautiful story for us, and you are just the epitome of what women need to see and to understand that, age doesn't have a thing to do with our dreams and what God has appointed us to do. Because if He's given it to us to do, we're going to get it done, right?
Right.
Absolutely. And I know that He put something in your heart, and we're going to talk about that today. So I've told them already a little bit about you, but I'm sure there's probably even more that you can share with us. Why don't you tell our audience some more about you? Anything else you want to share?
Yes, I'm happy to share part of my life. I was a teenage mother. I didn't get to finish my education. It was hard, but thank God I made it.
Yes.
All of my children are graduates, which I didn't get to do. And that was accomplishment for me to get my children to go, finish school and not be in trouble.
Yes.
Yes. It wasn't easy, but by the grace of God, I made it. The prayers that I was writing in my tablet was inspired by the Holy Spirit. I started writing scriptures down on an index card, and it went from index cards to tablets. And I got my daughter Barbara, to read one prayer, and she said, "Mama, this is good. People need to see this." And I hesitated for a while, giving her the tablets. And one day I did give them to her, and to my surprise, she came up with the what you call it, manuscript.
Okay.
Yeah. So, in doing so, that was a surprise to me, because I didn't know anything about writing a book, or but thank God He put the right people in place for Barbara to be in contact with, and that's how it got started.
That is awesome. So tell me, where are you right now? Where are you joining us from?
Cordele, Georgia.
All right, now Georgia. I'm from the South, originally from Charleston, South Carolina. Spent a lot of time in Georgia, but I haven't been to Cordia, Georgia. But I hear it's a beautiful place.
It is.
It is. Have you been there all your life?
All my life, yes. Born and raised here.
Wow. Wow. So tell me about your family. Do you have sisters and brothers? Are you one of how many?
I had a sister, but she's deceased. It was
Okay.
just the two of us, and she was 19 years older than I.
Wow. So you guys had a bit of a gap, huh?
Yes.
Yeah. So growing up, and I tell you, and it's so customary in the South, particularly with our mothers, the ages that they are, where education wasn't always afforded them. So it is such a blessing for the siblings to be able, for the children to be able to go ahead and do the things that you all were not able to do. And we can't help but have a sense and show a sense of gratitude for the sacrifice that you all made so that we're able to do the things that we do now.
Yes.
So
Yes.
I thank you. I know it wasn't just my mom who sacrificed. I know you did too. And many women like you have sacrificed. Now, I know in addition to the book, you're also the CEO of your own company. Tell me a little bit about that.
Anointed Daughters of Prayer. I have a prayer partner. I am a member of the Body of Christ ministry here in Cordele.
Okay.
And I have a prayer partner. Her name is Sarah Gaines.
Mm-hmm.
And we always pray together. And so one day the Spirit said to me, Anointed Daughters of Prayer would be a good name for the prayer group. It was just she and Barbara and myself.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and we get together, and sometimes we pray in person. Most of the time we are on the phone.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially now with COVID, we do a lot more stuff on the phone than we used to.
Amen. That's right.
Absolutely. So what are some of the things that you do with the company? Do you go different, before COVID, do you go different places and minister, or do you pray with different people? Is there anything in particular that you do as a part of your company, Warrior and CEO, Anointed Daughters of Prayer?
Well, Sarah and I, we mostly receive phone calls, even prayer requests. I mean, even before COVID, that's what we would do because she works. She has a daycare at home, and I retired, and I mostly be here to the house. But that's how we do it. We would, get prayer requests from family members, friends, and the community, and so that's how we work.
Okay, that's great. Now you said you're retired. So what did you used to do?
I used to work at a dry cleaners. I learned how to press, and that was mostly my occupation, was pressing.
Okay.
I didn't do any cleaning, but I love pressing clothes.
Oh, that's nice. That's nice. My husband, when he was younger, his family had a dry cleaners, and his mom was the presser. She had her own cleaner, and she did a lot of pressing. And my husband often tells the story of how people would bring their clothes from all over because people just appreciate a real good hard press,
That's right.
That's right.
I enjoyed doing that. I like to take the clothes that didn't look so good, but when I finished with them, they looked very good.
That's right. That gave you a sense of pride. You knew you had looking good when they stepped out.
Yeah.
I love it. I love it. So, how many children do you have?
I have 3 children.
Okay.
Barbara, my oldest, that's the girl.
Yeah.
And Thomas and Cleveland.
Okay.
Cleveland is my baby, and it's 19 years between Cleveland and my oldest son.
Oh my goodness, kind of like you and your sister.
Yeah.
Y'all had a big gap. Yeah, yeah. So is everybody in the area with you there? Everybody lives close to you?
No, Barbara lives in Macon. Thomas lives in Texas, and Cleveland is here in Cordell.
Okay. All right. So they're spread out just a little bit.
Yeah.
And it says here that you are a great great grandmother.
Yes, I am.
Wow. Wow. One great great or two?
Two great great. Three.
Three. My goodness.
Yes.
Oh my god. So what do you like to do with your grandbabies? Let me see if you're anything like my mom.
I like to spoil them when I get a chance to.
I know, I know. Do you have a special meal that you cook for them?
Well, they like sloppy joes and
Oh
chips
boy.
and
Uh-huh.
corn on the cob. They like that.
I like that. Yeah, it's just something about grandmas, they just know how to get to the right things for those
Yeah.
babies, and those babies are looking for it. I know I did with my grandmother, and I know that my children to this day, I don't have any grandchildren yet, but my children to this day really do depend on my mother for certain meals that only mom can do. And I'm
Yeah.
sure grandma's sloppy joes are a lot different from mom and dad's sloppy joes. It just always works out that way, it just always works out that way. So tell me a little more about your book. What do you want your book to do for people when they pick it up and read it? What do you want them to think?
First of all, I want God to get the glory.
Yeah.
But I want the contents of the book
Mm-hmm.
to inspire someone to draw closer and to know that they can speak to God as they speak to a friend.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
That's the most important thing.
Yes. That's awesome. That's awesome. It's a source of inspiration. And I know it feels good that you are doing this. Is this something you've wanted to do for a long time?
Well, it wasn't to write a book. It was just put my conversations down, because sometimes, as you know, you want to pray, but sometimes the words didn't formulate.
Mm-hmm.
But I could go back to my tablet and be refreshed.
Yes, yes. And what does it feel like to be able to hold a book in your hand with your picture on it, filled with your heart and the things you poured out to God? What does it feel like to be able to hold that and to look at it? A sense of accomplishment.
It's very exciting. I never thought that I would accomplish anything to this degree.
Mm.
And I thank God for the encouragement of my daughter, because I didn't know anything about putting a book together, but God put the right people in her path, and from there, that's how it was accomplished.
Yes, and that's awesome. That's awesome. I'll share with you that my mother is an author too, like you.
Well,
She's 76.
Okay.
And yes, she is a part of a book that I just published a few months ago. And I know how you feel because I see how she feels as well. Just the sense of accomplishment is huge. She
Yes,
became
it
an
is.
author a few years after my father passed away 4 years ago. And she just really wrote in what's been in her heart about the whole experience of living life without him and how God has just truly blessed her. She was with him for 54 years.
Oh my
So,
goodness.
So yeah,
Amazing.
I so appreciate the wisdom that our mothers bring to us, and I cannot thank you enough for wanting to leave this kind of legacy, because it's the kind of legacy that we need, not just as women, but for our children, for your grandchildren and their children. So they'll be able to look back and say, my grandma wrote this book of prayers and devotions, and it's something that they'll hold near and dear forever. And if ever they get to the point where they can't produce a prayer on their own, or they feel lost and really can't do it themselves, they can always go to your devotions and pull it up and be able to read one that grandma prayed and probably prayed for them.
Yes, yes.
That's big.
That's very exciting to be able to do that. And excuse me, I often thank God that I'm able to read.
Yes.
That's a blessing to be able to read and write.
Yes, ma'am.
Because
Yes,
so many of our ancestors were not afforded that.
You're right. You are absolutely right. You know, and I hear the stories that my mother tells me about her parents. And you know, and you're right. You weren't always afforded that. So the fact that you could do something like this is even bigger.
Yeah.
It's even bigger. So what have you done since you published the book? Have you had any book launches? What have you done?
Well, I had a book signing in Macon at the King and Queen Studio.
Okay.
That was on the 19th of September.
That's great. And I know it was a beautiful time.
It was a red carpet event, and it was very exciting for me.
Yes, absolutely. I'm excited for you. And so do you have things planned? Are you going to be going out and having more book signings? I know it's a little hard, you know, with COVID and everything.
It is, but Barbara is setting up a book signing for me here in Cordell very soon.
Good. So Barbara, you'll have to tell us, you know, or you can tell us now, what are the dates for her upcoming book signing?
Yes, her book signing will be October 22nd. It will be here in Cordell. And she's also going to be doing a television interview on October 15th here in Cordell to publicize and market the book signing. So I'm expecting a lot of her friends and supporters from this area. Since this is where she grew up, a lot of the people are aware, and we've already gotten the book out. We've gotten a lot of pre-orders for the book, and people are just so excited and supportive of what the Lord is doing in Mom's life. So I'm just grateful to be able to witness. It's such an amazing time. Oh, and such a legacy of faith and perseverance, and I am just so excited about what God is doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. We definitely want to know where she's going to be next and when we can get a hold of that book. Definitely. Because I want my copy. I want my signed copy, Mom.
All right. You will get it.
Okay. So Mom, tell me a little bit. So what are your friends saying? What are your friends saying about their friend that wrote this book?
They seem excited. My prayer partner, she's very excited. She's telling everybody that she come in contact with. Sister Vivian has wrote a book.
I love it. She's proud of you too. She is proud of you too. That's awesome. So I know that this has been a dream of yours, and you already said it was something that you just really never imagined even doing. What can you tell some of us younger women out here about following your dreams? What's important?
Never give up.
That's right.
Be persistent. Persistent always work. I mean, even when you don't feel like doing it, that's the time you should do it even harder.
Yes. You just keep pushing.
Keep pushing. As the acronym for push is pray until something happens.
Yes, absolutely. So we need to use that acronym and need to do that because like you said, persistence pays off. Yes, absolutely. So you've written a book, you meet with your prayer partner. Are there any other dreams you have right now that you want to see come to fruition?
Yes, I want to get my GED.
All right. Oh, that's beautiful.
Yes,
That's beautiful.
that's another accomplishment I want.
Yes,
is to get
ma'am.
the GED.
And you know, oh my goodness, I know you know it's gonna happen because you're gonna keep pushing.
I am.
Sure, it's going to happen, and that will be one more piece of your legacy, the example that you're setting for people. Because I know you're not the only one who doesn't have their high school diploma, and it's people of all ages who don't have their GED. But if they see you go and do that, the inspiration that you will be to so many people. We even have young people now who are coming up who have the advantages that you didn't have growing up. And they're still skipping out on their education. That's hard to believe, but it's true. But seeing you and knowing that you are taking a step like that is definitely going to be inspiration for so many people. And I tell you what, once you do that, I know you'll have more stories to tell us.
I will.
I
I
know
will.
you will. I know that you will. Absolutely. So, is there any other wisdom you want to share with us? Just wisdom overall. I mean, I know God is ahead of your life and you have put him before any and everything else. And that's what we were taught to. And I just want to know, is there anything else that you want to share with just women, period?
There are things that sometimes seems to stand up before us. But if we just keep the faith, be encouraged, sometimes doubt get in your head, but you have to push it out.
Yes.
And as the scripture says, let not your heart be troubled, neither let it be afraid. That's what we have to bank on. God is our help.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, he is. Absolutely. I'm telling you right now, Mother, the wisdom that you have at your age is what more and more people need. And that's a huge reason why I wanted you to come on the show, not just because you were going after your dream, but because we just in no way can discount the wisdom that our elders bring. We just in no way can discount that. And I am so grateful for the wisdom that you have been sharing with us here today. So we've talked about your book and we've talked about what you used to do. We're going to start to wrap things up here just a bit. Is there anything else you want to share with us before you leave today?
Well, it's a pleasure to talk with you today and to speak about keeping the faith. I want people to be inspired because it's so easy to get discouraged. And it's good just to write a few words down on a piece of paper that you can look at. It really helps. It really helps.
Yes, absolutely. I love that. I love that. So I want to know again, and Barbara, if you want to help her with this, you can, Dr. Barbara, if you want to help her, most definitely, please do. We want to be sure that we know where we can get this book, how we can get it, and get it signed and get it to us.
Amen. Amen. Well, you can always get the book. You can text or you can call to this number. Let me give you the number. It is 478-733-1415. That's 478-733-1415. Also, we have a Facebook page set up. It's called God is Our Help. God is Our Help at Barbara Bivens. And so I'm excited about that as well. And we will be glad to get a book for you, a signed autographed copy of the book. We sold out from the first order that we made, and we've ordered more. They will be arriving soon.
Thank you so much for putting that there. That is God is our help, the Facebook page. Amen.
Okay.
And our number is 478-733-1415. Look forward to receiving your orders. Thank you so much for the encouragement.
Absolutely. Thank you. And thank you, Mother. I love you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. You are encouraging. I know you're encouraging to others, but I have to say you're encouraging to me, and just your pleasant demeanor and that beautiful smile. You're going to win anybody over.
Well, it was a pleasure to be interviewed by you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much. So I'm going to keep you up here for just a second. Don't go away. And I'm going to go ahead. That is it for us today on Reinvent and Rise. You've been listening to Sister Barbara Joanne Bivens, who I am affectionately calling Mother Bivens. Get her book. The information is here. Go follow her on Facebook. God is Our Help. She is a living witness, women, that you are never too young or too old to go after your dreams. Be encouraged. Keep the faith strong and know that you can do anything that you set your heart at. All right? Have a great one.
Hello.
The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. The Vera Thomas Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the bill.
I was born by the river in a little tent, and oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been long, a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm not afraid to die, 'cause I know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. See, I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, oh Jonathan, don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Oh, then I go to my brother. And I say, brother, 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 help me. But then he winds up knocking me back down on my knee. Oh, there's been times that I thought I couldn't last long, but now I know I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes, it will.
Yes, a change is going to come. Hello, Dr. Jonathan Haynes. I am so happy to have you here with me today. And we've had some technical difficulties. I want everyone to know that I don't know what's going on with Facebook, but the show is not airing there. This is the second week that has happened at the last minute. And so we're on YouTube, and I understand I'm having a problem with LinkedIn right now as well. But the devil is a liar. You got a message to give and to share. We want to encourage, inspire, motivate, and uplift anyone that comes on and hears it now or later, because it is a podcast and it will be on other platforms as well. In the meantime, let me share a little bit about Dr. Jonathan Haynes. He is an award-winning recording artist from Gulfport, Mississippi, who has a passion to drive music as far as his mission reaches. He has shared the stage with some of the biggest names in the gospel industry. He is a two-time international best-selling author, talk show host, serial entrepreneur, and motivational speaker who exudes his anointing through his sound and passion to sing with a deep revelation of how God has been his source. Amen, 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 amen. Well, Dr. Haynes, I am just elated to have you here with me. And I know in the promo, we talked about some of the challenges that you faced in your life. And we want to talk about that if you don't mind, because what you have to say may very well touch a life and help someone else understand that with all that we may go through, that as long as you trust God and know, and I'm telling you, with the amount of times that you actually attempted, God had a bigger plan for you.
Yes.
God had a special plan for you, and he would not let you go. He would not let you go. And I thank God that he didn't. Thank God. So what I'm going to do right now, I'm going to give you the floor and give you an opportunity to just kind of share your journey, share your story. And then we're going to also talk about some of the amazing things that you're also doing. So you have the floor now.
Amazing. Hello, everyone that's watching and is going to watch the replay. My name is Dr. Jonathan Haynes. I'm 26 years old from Gulfport, Mississippi, who loves God and is doing what God has called me to do. It hasn't always been easy, but I always want to let people know you may think that the odds are against you, but with God's grace and mercy, you can come back on top. And I'm a living witness of what God can do, and he can flip the script in my life, and I know he can flip the script in your life as well. So a little bit about me. I've been in church all my life, grew up in the church. I was baptized at 6 years old. And you're wondering, how can someone who's been in the church all their life try to commit suicide 3 times? But I'm going to let you know why. I lost my father at 11 years old. And it was around Christmas time. And I can remember getting a phone call, and my daddy was calling me around Christmas. And he was like, "Hello, son, what did you get?" And as a young child, I was so into the toys and I was so into the gifts that I brushed him off and said, "Okay, Dad, bye." And I didn't know that would be the last time that I talked to my father. And so, as you can imagine, the next time you see your father is in an ICU bed. They cut all his hair. He had long hair. They cut his hair off. He was on oxygen and on tubes. And every time they would try to say my name, he would try to wake up, but he did not make it. And so at that point, I was like, why did I not try to speak to my father? And so it's very important now, and we know to know this right now, that love on everyone. Love while you can, because time is so short. So love and appreciate the people that you have around you. And so at 11 years old, I went down a downward slope. I started hanging out with gangs. I started stealing. I started failing school. I was a straight A student. I started getting write-ups. And so I started misbehaving in school, and it was like, something is going on with him. He wasn't like this before. And so my first attempt was at age 14. And I can remember having a bottle of pills in my hand. I crushed the pills up, and I said, "God, if you want me to stay here on earth, show me a sign." And I remember a cross that was on my wall fell off the wall, and I knew that that was a sign from God. Fast forward, I began to pray and believe God for change. And then 18 years old, I started hanging around the same people that was in the gang that lived down the street from me. You know, sometimes you have to detach yourself from people. And so I started hanging around the same people, and that put me back in a vulnerable spot that the enemy came in, and I just couldn't handle it. So I tried to again, but God stepped in and saved my life. And I should have known then what God was trying to do. If he saved me the first time, if he saved me the second time, but when you're in that state, you just believe that you're not wanted. And so I'm 26 years old now. So my last attempt was the most powerful one that I believe. I was 20 years old, so that was just 6 years ago. And I can remember sitting in the car, and I had a gun to my head. I put the bullet in it. I pulled the trigger, and the bullet didn't come out. And so as you can imagine, at that point, I was like, "Thank you, Jesus." And I remember starting to cry and beginning to give God the best praise of my life, and remember giving my life back to God. Because if you do something like that, so traumatic, and the bullet didn't come out, you knew there was a reason. So the third time, I knew there was a reason why I'm still here. And I remember him saying, "In 5 years, I'm going to blow your mind." Last year was the 5th year, and God has truly blown my mind. As you can see now, we're going to talk later. I received an honorary doctorate this year of April. I'm going to receive the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award from the President of the United States of America, and all the other things that God has done. So I'm just telling people to look at what God can do. If he can do it for me, he can sure enough do it for you.
Let me unmute myself. Congratulations. That is so wonderful. So awesome. So awesome. And tell us about your honorary doctorate. Tell me how that came about.
Yes, I received an honorary doctorate through my gift of singing. And if anybody know Dr. Nicole Peters, she's the Believe in Your Dream queen. She has a television company on Roku, Google, everywhere. Thousands of people have their own television show by this mogul. And little old me, we was in a book collaboration, and she still thought of me. And she came to me and said, "I want you to sing in my event. You've been doing powerful things in the community." And she said, "How about I give you an honorary doctorate to go with that for Christian leadership?" And as you can imagine, I'm like, "What?" I remember crying and saying, "Thank you, God. Thank you, God, for what you're doing in my life." And she is the same one who thought of me to honor me with the Presidential Lifetime Achievement Award that comes from President Joe Biden and the Vice President Kamala Harris. So God has a way of looking out for you. That's why I say treat everybody right, because you don't know who God is going to bless you through.
Amen. Amen. There were a couple of things that you said during your testimony. One, life is short.
Yes.
And my condolences on the loss of your father. I want to just let people know life is too short. It is too short. So love on your family, love on your friends, love on strangers, because at this point in time in our lives, we need to show love, be love, give love, because life is short and all this negative stuff. Love is the key. Love is the answer. And so I appreciate you recognizing and understanding how important it is to give flowers while people are living, give praise while you see them every day. And I just want to again commend you. Now, I also know that you are a serial entrepreneur. So tell us a little bit about your businesses and what it is that you're doing.
Yes, God is so amazing. I started 3 businesses during the pandemic. And as you can imagine, that is stepping out on faith. And as you know, I am a gospel recording artist, so I've traveled around the world singing. And so when the pandemic hit, everything shut down. And so I was like, how am I going to make steady income and live the life that I was during the pandemic? And God said, I already birthed visions and dreams into you. Let's put it to fruition. And it came all through as well. Having the businesses was Jonathan Haynes Ministries, LLC. It comes with my ministry. I have Songbird Productions, which is a recording company. We have visuals, we do videos, voice lessons. I am a business strategist, lifestyle coach. And then I have the Standing in the Gap movement. So everything is followed under my LLC, Jonathan Haynes Ministries. And so also the Stand in the Gap movement is where I give to the homeless, people in need. I have partners who, whatever somebody needs, rent, gas, whatever, we are fortunate enough to bless those type of people. And so during the pandemic, starting all these businesses, being an artist, being an author, doing all these businesses, a lifestyle coach, business strategist, the list goes on, podcaster, doing all that, you have to have faith. And it was because of the Button Seat Queen, Karen Cherry, when I did a book with her, it opened up so many gates of networking to now my businesses were so successful that I couldn't even imagine. And so that's why I always say connect with people. So when I started those businesses, I was afraid, but when God connects you to the right people and you're humble and you stay in place, he opened up so many doors.
Amen. Amen. Well, I am so, and you're 26 years old.
Yes.
So your whole life is ahead of you. And God is just doing a miraculous work in your life. Now, one of the things that you had mentioned that was in the promo was growing up and some of the negative things that you heard as a child. You want to tell us a little bit about that? And were those contributing factors to you not wanting to live?
Yes, as you can imagine, I was always having those types of feelings. But when you go through those things, those other emotions comes as well. Like, why would I try to tell someone if my own family thinks that I'm always lying, or I'm always trying to get attention, or always trying to be in the in crowd and just try to be the it person in the family or whatever. And so that did trigger this as well. But my family issues was I had people in my family that did not want to see me win. Every time I did something good, I can remember I had some amazing events coming up, and they would email my mother, text my mother, and just say, I looked this up and I don't see the event on the website. I don't see this location. There's other dates available, or other dates are saying that they have this building. So just trying to scope everything out that I'm saying to say it's not true. And so, as you can imagine, you think your family will support you. And sometimes families are the main ones that's backstabbing you in your back. They don't want to see you further than them. They don't want to see you win. They don't want to see you elevate. They want to see you in the same places they are below them. But when you start to elevate, you will see sometimes the same ones that's always in your back saying, I love you. I love you. I love you. I support you. The ones that still stabbing you in the back. And so that did trigger it. But look at what God can do. And so all I do now, I don't talk about it. I let God show how he can work miracles on my behalf.
Amen. And he always does, because he says, no weapon formed against you shall prosper. And if we stand on his word, then we know no matter how people may treat us, no matter what people may say, you know that God has your back, your front, your sides, and he's all around you as well as inside of you. And so knowing that and understanding, you know, a lot of times people may not want to see you move forward. One, because they're not doing anything themselves. Two, they're jealous, you know, and so jealousy is such a debilitating characteristic. And those of you or people, anybody out there that may have that jealous spirit, pray and ask God to remove it, because mainly you're hurting yourself more than you are even the individual that you are directing that negativity towards. And so, Jonathan, congratulations on your businesses as well. And now let's talk a little bit about the books. And I know you've got 2 books that are Amazon bestsellers. And so I'd like for you to share a little bit about each one. And do you by any chance have a copy of each of them near you that you can raise up? I should have asked you that before the show started.
No, I just sold all of them, but
well, that's a good thing.
I done sold all of them, but you can find them on Amazon as well, or go to my website and I can send you one, autograph it as well. But Make It Happen was the first book that I ever did, was by Kern Cherry, that elevated my life. And the meaning, the title, Make It Happen, defining the odds and making things happen. So you know my story about defying the suicide attempts and make it happen. So I remember emailing her. She posted at midnight. I was at 12:01 saying, I'm in the book, I'm in. And she used to always say, Jonathan was the first one to go in the book because it simply means what it is, make it happen. So it was stories about people that went through abuse, molestation, rape, suicide, and all these things that triggered them, but they made it on top and became successful. And so that book is simply amazing. It's on Amazon. It's called Make It Happen by Kern Cherry. The second book was called Boss Your Lane for the Novice Entrepreneur by Don Leaks. And it's simply just starting. If you're starting a business or you're in business, it's just a book of things with Bitcoin. It has bakers, it has serial entrepreneurs, it has 6-figure, 7-figure entrepreneurs telling you how to start your business from the ground up, how you can make thousands or hundreds of thousands of dollars in 6 days. It's just a variety of things. It's just, if you want to elevate in business, this is the book for you. It has so much in it. So it's called Boss Your Lane for the Novice Entrepreneur, and that's on Amazon as well with Don Leaks.
Boss Your Lane. I'm going to put that in. Boss Your Lane.
That's a great book. Great book.
Okay, awesome. Awesome. And listen, I'm going to have, all right. I just tried to send something and for some reason it's only, okay, well, it went on YouTube. All right. So I have a couple of commercials that I need to play. So I'm going to do that right quick and then we will be back.
All right.
All right.
If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world, faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
Yes, CoachTinaRamsey.com. You want to get in touch with her. If you're interested in having a podcast or learning more about monetization of the things that you are doing, you want to be in touch. And now a word from Ms. Matt.
$1 million maker, mismatch marketing. Mismatch 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 $1 million mismatch marketing.
Make your dreams become reality today with Mismatch Marketing. 848-236-5026.
Mismatch Marketing for all of your marketing needs. Now, Jonathan, back to your story and all that you're doing. Let me ask you, I am sure with you being a child of God and you recognizing his power within you, I am sure there are some words or scriptures that are mainstays for you. So what are they?
Yes, Philippians 4:13. I can do all things through Christ, which strengthens me. Proverbs 3:5-6. Trust in the Lord with all thy heart and lean not into thy own understandings, but in all thy ways acknowledge him, and he shall direct our paths. Those are the two main scriptures and the most powerful in my life, because when you go through those things, you know for sure that he's directing their paths. And when you get into something that you don't know how you're going to get out, you remember that you can do all things through Christ.
Absolutely. And he said, in all thy ways,
yes,
acknowledge him. And see, sometimes people want to put stipulations on it or conditions on it. He said, in all thy ways. So even if your ways may not be all that it needs to be, he said, in all thy ways, acknowledge him, and he will direct your path. And his word is true. He is not a God that he would lie, and his word does not return unto him void. And we thank God for that. We thank God for you. Now, Jonathan, I'd like for you to just, I know you're a motivational speaker as well. So I'd like for you to just take a few minutes and just kind of drop some nuggets for our listening audience.
Okay. I just want to tell you and to let you know, a lot of times people come up to me, and say, how did you make these things happen? How did you press through and persevere and be the person that you have, who you are now? I say praying, believing that God was going to do something in my life, and he flipped the script. And so if he can do it for me, he can do it for you. I always tell people, you may not have the house, the car, the job, anything that you want, but if you're in a house, you have a car, you're able to lift up your hands, you're able to thank God that you have breath in your body. Some people didn't wake up this morning. Some people don't have the activity of their limbs. Some people can't even talk. But if you have all those abilities, you can still make those things happen. I remember I always say, write it plain and make that vision possible. So write your goals down. Write what you want to come to fruition, because I know this to be true. Everything I have wrote down has come to pass, because I believe once you write it down, you solidify and knowing that it can come to pass. And you believe in God for your miracle. You believe in God for change. I always say, it may not come when you want him, but he's always on time. And I always say as well, we want all these things, but can we handle all of the anointing and the favor and the miracle signs and wonders that God has given us? Because I always say this as well. We want to be millionaires, but how can we be millionaires if we can't handle the $1,000 or the paychecks we have now? He's not going to give you, because there's more problems and more debt. And so sometimes we just have to be patient and allow God to do what he wants to do. And a lot of people say, Jonathan, yeah, you're 26 years old and you've been doing this for the past 3 years, and God has elevated you and he has put you in this position, but you don't know the hell that I went through to get here. You know, like I said, hanging out with gangs, drinking, smoking weed, doing all these things that I knew I shouldn't be doing, tried to commit suicide 3 times. So I went through things, and it was more things that was over my life. But God has a way of flipping the script. So I want people to know, you never judge a book by its cover. You never judge a past stones onto people. I remember the story of David and Goliath. He had 6 stones and he knocked Goliath down with the one. So sometimes when we go into those things, we have to believe God that anything that comes our way, God has that stone and he's knocking it down for us to be possible and to win. And so when you get into those positions and you get into life and you just don't know what to do, ask God, what am I here on earth for? I know there's another reason that I'm still here. Push, and this is the thing, pray, push until something happens. Push. You're going to push to your next level. And I know right now, eyes haven't seen, ears haven't heard the kind of blessing that's about to fall on you.
Amen. 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 What a word. What a word. And be not discouraged.
Yes.
And one of the points that you made, sometimes things don't happen as quickly as we want them to because maybe we're not really prepared. Maybe there are some additional things that we need to do to get to that level. Maybe it's just not your season yet. And we need to know that all things in its season.
Mm-hmm.
So don't be discouraged. Don't give up. And like Dr. Jonathan said, persevere, push. And of course, push stands for pray until something happens, in addition to pushing your way through. And we have to go through things. We can't not go through in order to get to the other side. You got to go through to get to the other side. And let me also say, the harder the challenge, the greater the blessing.
Mm-hmm.
The harder the challenge, the greater the blessings. And I don't want to call them problems or issues. They're challenges. We all go through challenges. But just know, the greater the blessing. I do have another commercial that I need to play. So we will be right back.
In media service business. We help entrepreneurs and startup businesses by providing them with beneficial coaching, resources, and visibility techniques to position their businesses online from their own homes. We assist businesses with influence building, podcasting, intentional coaching, training, media, visibility, connections, and monetization online. CTR Enterprises Network has a proven track record by directly impacting over 1,000 entrepreneurs worldwide. We are here to service you, and we can help. Contact us today by going to ctrenterprisesnetwork.com.
Hi, my name is Kijano Owens. I am co-founder of Success Express Marketing Solutions. Our business is cultivating more business for your business. I want to tell you real quick about our program that is one of the most comprehensive business development online marketing support programs out there, which is the VASP, VASP, Virtual Assistant Support Program. This system allows you to operate and run your business while we help monitor and help you cultivate more business for your business online. Contact us at 909-686-1698 and visit us online at successexpressmarketing.com. Look forward to helping you take your business to the next level.
Business Success Express. All right. So now, I want you, are there some, let me ask you this, because having gone through all the things that you've gone through, and I know you said that it was your faith that really sustained you, and also recognizing each time that happened, and it wouldn't happen. And so you finally got the message. And for you to have, and it just saddens me to hear, for you to have had a gun to your head, it was to your head?
Yes.
And it wouldn't go off.
I took the lock off, put the bullet in there, pulled the trigger, had to my head, popped it, but the bullet didn't come out. That's God.
Yes, it is. It is. And you were, how old were you when that happened? 18, you said?
20. That was the third time. 20.
You were 20.
Yes.
What you mind sharing what the circumstances were that got you to that point on that day?
Yes, of course. So as you imagine, I was starting as a young person. I was at 18. I was a substitute teacher right out of high school. So I loved kids. I loved the environment, and as well, it was just so much pressure being a young person in the industry. You know, they tell you to look a certain way, they tell you to be a certain way. And so, as well, I was a youth president of a Shiloh district, which was over 300 to 400 youth around Mississippi. And so, I had all this pressure trying to be something at that point that I was not. And how can I tell young people to be something when I'm battling these own issues as well? And so, as well, I didn't tell my mother these things. So it was the family issues. It was the pressure of trying to be something that I was not, trying to get attention that I thank God delivered me from, trying to just get likes, comments, and shares, just trying to be something. And in my part, the hatred and jealousy in my own way, when I see other people win and elevate. And so I was like, how that's not me, and so you have all these things bottling up. And so I just felt like I couldn't take it anymore. And so that time I can remember I was at my grandmother's house because they had guns on the wall. They had a gun, and I remember going outside. And at that point, who would imagine that your grandmother would see you like that for the last time? And so my mother was gone, and so I can remember getting in the car. I pulled the trigger and then come out. I remember screaming and saying, "Thank you, God, for saving my life. I know there was a reason and a calling that I'm still here." And so after that, I stopped crying and I went inside and I put the gun back up and nobody knew anything. And I just started sharing my testimony almost 3 years ago. And I got so many shares and calls and comments saying, "Jonathan, I didn't know that you were battling these things." Because on the outside, I was still the Jonathan. I was still singing and traveling. I was at church. I'm singing in the youth choir. I'm doing all these things, making people laugh. Always, they say I'm the comedian. I love to see people laugh. But I was battling these issues inside. And so sometimes you just have to look on the deeper issue and know if something looks different in somebody's life, ask and always believe them when they say they don't feel like themselves, or if they say that I feel like doing something, believe them. Because a lot of times in the suicide community, because I am an advocate now, I get hundreds of messages from young people, older people saying they want to commit suicide, and I believe them, and I get with them right away, because you never know, that could be the last time you speak to them. And so believe them for the first time. And as well, that was my reasoning of why I tried to for the third time.
Wow. And earlier we had talked about purpose. And scripture says, "I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not harm you." Mm-hmm. And even when, now Jonathan is a good example of, even when we get in the way, mm-hmm. when God has a purpose for you, when God has a plan for you, no matter what you do, you're not going to get around it. Right. So, and if you don't know what your purpose is, if you don't know why you were born, ask. Because I knew I struggled with that. There are some parts of your story that I can relate to. The suicide piece, I didn't go there, but I had deep-seated hurts and things like that, that truly impacted on my life. But I remember crying and just asking God, what is my purpose? Why was I born? And finally, I began to see. And first of all, we could not do what we do if we had not gone through what we've gone through. So every single thing, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, challenging, every single thing that you went through, that I've gone through, and that many others have gone through, it is with purpose in mind. It is with God saying, you can't teach what you don't know. You can't give what you don't have. And so in order to have what you needed to have, you have to go through those things so that you can now uplift, encourage, motivate, and inspire other people. Now, I know that you're a singer. So tell me, when did your singing career start, and how did you end up in a position where you were traveling all over the world.
Yes, I started singing in the youth choir around 6 years old. And my first song was Happy Birthday, Jesus. I'm so glad it's Christmas. It was a Christmas song. And it was like, it's something about his voice that is totally different. And so I can remember taking piano lessons, and then I started doing voice lessons. And I was like, okay, there is something on the inside of me. And so fast forward, I went to school to be a medical assistant because I always wanted to be a nurse, but I knew that singing was my passion. I wanted to do this for the rest of my life. And so I got my medical assistant license, and then I didn't get to the nursing part because I went straight to being a substitute teacher as well. And so I love kids, and kids love to be around me. And then I remember I was in a 6th grade class, and it was just like, Mr. Jonathan, I don't know what, but something is telling me that you don't want to be here anymore to follow your dreams. And I was like, oh my Lord, that is fruition from God. And he didn't even know me. And so at that point at 18 years old, I started doing the journey. I was already singing around all around Mississippi. I was doing the things. I recorded 2 songs after my father passed by a major blues singer back in the day, and he recorded it for me. But it really didn't start happening until I got around 2021. And so I just started singing, and I've been on stages all around the world. And God has literally blown my mind. 2 years right when the pandemic hit, I sung at the McDonald's Festival. We sung at the McDonald's Festival. I was a part of a group called Church People. And then I sung at the NBA All-Star Weekend in Chicago, which was thousands of people. And then life has started taking a change. And so as well, I've been singing for the past fully since I was 18 years old. And I've sung with the greats, Karen Clark Cheer, Kiera Cheer, Jacqueline Carr. The list goes on, Leandria Johnson, some of the biggest names in history. And I believe the last time one of my idols, Rance Allen, I got to sing with him before he died.
Oh, I love Rance Allen.
Book, and that was one that I used to listen to. And so to have that moment, that was a mind-boggling moment because Karen Clark Cheer and Rance Allen were my 2 favorite, and I got to meet and sing with both of them. So that's just fruition. Wow. And then 3 to 4 months later, he died. And so that was just a moment that I had the picture. He used to call me the missing. He said, I didn't know people sing like that down here. And he called me his little songbird. So it's just been a journey, and I've been so glad about it.
Yes, Rance Allen, he was awesome. Truly,
Yes.
Truly a man of God. Yes, my mother used to promote gospel singers, and yes, so come from a singing family, but I am not a singer. I admit it. But anyway, so it is just amazing again how the Lord has used you, how He's put you before great men and women, and He's continuing to do that. And so kudos to you. Now, I know, let me look back at your bio because there was something else I think that was mentioned. You talked about the biggest names, and tell us about your talk show.
Yes. It was starting, which is called, it's with the podcast, the same thing, the show and the podcast together. Excuse me. And the podcast is called the Comeback Podcast. Everything that tried to halt you or destroy you, that came back on top. And so we did season 1, which was 6 episodes, and we did season 2, episode 1. But as you can imagine, life has been extremely busy and blessed for me that we haven't did the second episodes. And people are like, Jonathan, where's the podcast? Where's the podcast? You can't do this and leave. So we're going to do the second episode in the next week. So it should be out by October. But the podcast is just something. We have some amazing people who shared their story. It's for everyone, but mostly it's about people who went through suicide and became a successful football player. We had some who was a prostitute and now she's a prophetess. We had someone who was brokenhearted and now she's on the Billboard gospel charts. And so it's just a whole bunch of people who is living out their purpose. People counted them out, but God did. And so the podcast is just something to listen to inspire, and to say, if they can do it, I can do it. So the Comeback Podcast season 1 is available on Apple, Spotify, Amazon, Google Play, wherever you can listen to podcasts. It's sure going to bless your life.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Well, truly, you are a blessing, and you're wanting to bless others with your, not only with your talents, but with your service. You talked about giving back to your community. Now, let me ask you, like these things that you're doing, are they specific to the Mississippi Gulfport area?
It's from all around the world. I started it around 2-3 years ago when God extremely blessed my life. And so I'm a giver. So I said, if God has given me this, I'm going to bless people. And I remember the most I did was $1,000 to one lucky person. And it was a stand in the gap movement. And so if God gave me that, I made it into a business because it's all about elevating. And so I started doing it on Facebook, and I was like, drop your cash out. So I had people doing $1,000, $500, $100, you know, just being a blessing to the body of Christ. And then so when I got those messages, as you can imagine, it was about 500-600 people commenting. But it was some people that messaged me and was like, I'm homeless. I don't have a place to stay. I don't have enough to eat. And so as you can imagine, so when I stopped doing that, because I haven't done that anymore, I started the Stand in the Gap movement. So I wanted to be a blessing. So anybody that comes into my inbox, I send it to the people that I have. And they always leave with something. If they're looking for a job, we have people to place them in a job or find them a job. If they need monetary things, we give them the monetary needs or we pay it for them. Anything that they come for us, we help them. We're not the people that go on Facebook saying we're going to help you and don't even get a response. And that's why I believe sometimes people don't elevate, because you say you're going to do something, but you don't do it. That's not me. Anybody that knows me know if I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. If I don't know the answer, somebody else knows the answer. So it's been a blessing to me, and I just love to give. And I think that's why God has blessed me the way that he has, because he know I'm going to do it for his will.
And you know, he says the more you give, the more you will receive.
Yes.
And so we can't have our hands out like that and like this at the same time.
Right.
So that's magnanimous, and it's wonderful that you're doing that as well. So are you still substitute teaching on occasion, or
no? Life is so busy. As a recording artist, I'm traveling all around the world, but having 3 to 4 businesses is travel. I'm a motivational speaker now, author. I do so many engagements. I love the kids, but I stopped that fully when I said the 6th grader came up to me and said, for my purpose. At 18, I stopped, and I've been doing this since 18 years old. So
that's
I love
awesome.
I see them all the time. But at that point, I was going to make way. If I didn't have the resources or the finances, I was going to get my dream and fulfill my dream.
And look at you now. That is so wonderful. And we do have the phone number where you can reach Jonathan. His website is jonathanhaynes.com. So reach out to him. What did I say? Did I say?
And you probably can't see it because it's small. It's jonathanlhaynes.com.
Oh, okay. Yeah, my eyes didn't let me see the L.
I couldn't see it either. It's jonathanlhaynes.com.
Okay. All right. Great. Great. So, oh my God, there's just so much to talk to you about. So let me ask you, what would you tell a young person? I know you've already given some words of nuggets and things of that nature, but for young people, because I'm telling you, kids are struggling right now.
Yes, they are.
And when you consider the second cause of death for 10-year-olds to 34-year-olds is suicide.
Yes.
It's more than a notion. It's more than just people talking about. I mean, it's real. It's real. So, and you kind of mentioned some of the signs. If you see people acting differently than what they normally act, and I know you mentioned about being a comedian or being, a comedian. I know a lot of times people gloss over their pain.
Yep.
Through laughter and getting other people to laugh. And many times, look at Robin Williams as a good example. You know, he was very funny. His joy was making other people laugh, but he was battling with depression for many, many years. So when you see someone that's struggling, either emotionally, physically, or mentally, and you know that they're not themselves,
right.
One, talk to them, but also direct them to some help. But anyway, I'm going to give you the floor to kind of talk about that as well.
Yes, that's again, my passion is young people. I love young people. They say in Mississippi, I'm someone to look up to. I give that all to God because a lot of people want people to come into my courts. And I can remember I started my businesses to show young people that you can do what you want to do at a young age. And so what I would tell that young person right now who's battling anything or important, or they feel like they don't have a reason to be here and feel like giving up, I want to tell you that if you have breath in your body, as I said before, God has given you something to do. Lean on somebody. If you see somebody that's making a strong impact in your life, doing something the right way, in the positive way, ask them, how can I start a business? Look, now, if you're watching or going to watch, tell them to contact me. I'm going to help you start your business. I'm going to help you fulfill your dreams because I want to see people win. If you surpass me, that means I've done something well. So you have a new brother in Christ, Dr. Jonathan Haynes, saying, if you need anything, let me know and we're going to help you win. And so if you're battling anything, pray and believe God that I'm here for a reason. I have reason. I have breath in my body. You can make it. You can achieve whatever you want to do. Do what God has called you to be. Be the best person in school. Do that. Go to college. Do what you want to do because in this game, we have a reason to still be here. So many people have passed on. And so, like I said, you keep on striving. You pray. Ask someone if you want to do something. Ask. It's all about asking. You may get 1,000 no's, but that one yes will change your life forever. So if you know anyone who's watching, young people or anybody in general, tell them to contact me at 228-346-1535 or my website, because if I don't know the answer, I know somebody knows the answer, and let's make it happen.
That's wonderful. That is wonderful. Yes. And there was something else I wanted to ask. I hope that you're enjoying this as much as I am.
Yes, it's good. I'm enjoying myself. It's amazing. It's good.
Thank you. So, Jonathan, as there, one of the things I just want to reiterate, you said, as long as you have breath in your body, as long as there is life, there is hope.
Mm-hmm.
As long as there is life, there is hope. As long as you can breathe,
right,
you're living. You know, there's a life for you to live. So, Jonathan, one of the things that just fascinates me is like how you were able to overcome all these things, and now look at you moving forward and letting God use you in so many ways, Now, if someone was interested in you said you have a production company?
We have a production with video recording and anything that start up with music to make sure if you want to start singing, we have the resources to help you do that.
You hear that? You hear that, listening audience? If
Yes.
you have a child that is musically inclined and you can tell they have an awesome voice, check
Yes.
out Dr. Jonathan. He may well be able to help them realize their greatness. Now,
Yes.
does it matter where they live? Because I know you're in Mississippi.
No, we can do Zoom calls. We can do StreamYard wherever you are. We can get connected FaceTimes to get it started.
That is wonderful. That is wonderful. And I know I started the show with your a change is going to come. Oh, there was one other question. With all the racial tension that we are experiencing in our country, have you had any experiences like that? And how did you handle it? And what would you tell people? Because let's be real.
Yes.
It exists.
Yes, it does.
And we need to find a way to impact and make a change.
Right.
So if you could kind of talk about your experiences in that vein, that would be great.
Right. Truthfully, to God be all the glory, I haven't experienced or come to know racism, but people around me and people that I know that's in this business have been in some of the most tumultuous situations, meaning they see young, successful Black men or women driving certain cars and they stop you automatically. And I remember being in the car, well, I know this, to be in the car with some of my friends, and all of us is very, like, you know, doing things, and they was driving a certain Mercedes and they stopped us for no reason at all and said, let me see your ID. And they was like, for what? And they said, let me see your ID. We had fruition to see that this was stolen. And you were like, wow. Just because you're driving a certain car, they automatically think that you're something or doing something that you're not supposed to do. So all I always want to tell people, when you're in situations, believe God, do the right thing, know that have that information or have the certain information to get out of these situations, because we're in this sometimes people are killing people left and right just because of the color of their skin, or just by them doing something that they want to do and they see other people of color doing it, they want to get rid of you. So it's very important, by learning, being around, being very intelligent and knowing certain information, look it up and be very careful and know your surroundings.
Amen. Be aware, observe, and do the right thing.
Right.
Do the right thing. As you know, I mean, we have to come correct. Unfortunately, we can't, there's not a whole lot of wiggle room when dealing with different situations, circumstances, and people. And is there anything more that you would like to share? Because I do want to end with your song again, because it's just a change is going to come, a change is coming. And so that's how I'd like to end the show. So if there's anything more that you would like to share before I let the audience hear this awesome voice with this wonderful song, which is so appropriate for right now. Yes.
All I can just say is just be who God has called you to be. Don't let the enemy stop you. Do what you want to do. Pray until something happens. As I said, push. Believe God that he can do anything but fail, knowing that you have the ability to do whatever you want to do because you still have breath in your body. God has called you to do the things that you want to do. Write the vision and make it plain, as I said. And I hope that this song that you're going to listen to again, A Change is Going to Come, is going to give you an insight, because we still have a reason to know that so many things are going on in the world, but we know something is going to change and a change is going to come. And I thank you for having me on your show tonight. It's been a blessing. And thank you again for having me. I truly enjoyed myself.
Well, thank you for being here. I was honored to have you here, and I do want you to come back. And so we're going to play the song in the show, but if you would stick around for a few minutes, I would appreciate it.
Problem.
Listen, audience, thank you so much for listening and joining in with hearing Jonathan's story, and not only his story, but what he's doing now, and he's just going to continue to bless and uplift other people. So I'm going to end the show with his song, A Change is Going to Come.
I was born by the river, in a little tent, and oh, just like the river I've been running ever since. It's been long, a long time coming, but I know a change gonna come. Oh, yes it will. It's been too hard living, but I'm not afraid to die, 'cause I know what's up there beyond the sky. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, Oh, yes, it will. See, I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, oh, Jonathan, don't hang around. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes it will. Oh, then I go to my brother and I say, brother, 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 help me. But then he winds up knocking me back down on my knee. Oh, there's been times that I thought I couldn't last long, but now I know I'm able to carry on. It's been a long time coming, but I know a change is gonna come. Oh, yes, it will.
The fear and time is shown. 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 Let's talk about it. 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 On the field.
Hello and welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. I am Sandy Sanders. I'm award-winning talk show host and creator of Coffee Conversations with Sandy and Friends. And this afternoon, y'all know we've been on book tour for the past couple of weeks, but today we are super, super excited. We're presenting another book, and I'm telling you, God just knows how. Y'all know how it flow. Listen, God knows how to set some things up. Our guest today, and I'm super, super excited. So you all go ahead and get the word out. These amazing, beautiful, courageous women are going to be a part of a roundtable discussion of an upcoming event that's going to be taking place in Sumter, South Carolina. And we're so, so excited. It is called Pink in the City. And as you can see, some of the theme colors, yes, they have it on. And we are with the amazing, phenomenal, yes, Coach Tamika Hunter Ross. But before we have her on and say hello to the ladies, you guys, you know,
Book Talks with Sandy, what is it? It is our platform for authors, anthology book projects. And most of all, I say that it is for you. And why do I say that? Because you just might be looking for a good book to read, right? So I need you to share this out with your community, share it out with your tribe. I always tell you, you're coaches of coaches, you are leaders, you are tribe leaders, and you have communities. I need you to tag at least, since we're going to be on this subject, and what is that? We're right on the brink of breast cancer awareness. I need you to tag at least 5 women. I want you to go ahead and put those names in. I'm going to be doing the same thing. We're going to do our intro one more time while you guys take a moment and do this. But in the meantime, hi, Coach. Hi, Coach Ross. How you doing? Great to meet you.
Hi, Sandy. Good to be here. Nice to meet you today.
Super, super excited to have you here. And so as we begin to share it out, we are going to do that. I need y'all to listen. We're going to do intro one more time, and then we'll be right back with Book Talks with Sandy. And again, we are on Book Talks with Sandy, a Sunday afternoon. You guys know we're just coming out of, we're in week 3, week 3 of Book Talks with Sandy. I have a story author tour. And God truly knows how to set some stuff up here on our platform. The ladies that are before you are part of an amazing book project. The visionary author, none other than and she's known as Minister T. It is the phenomenal Tamika Hunter Ross. She is the visionary author of an amazing book that we're super excited. I'm looking forward to even purchasing this book myself. It is called High Heels. Y'all know I love the stilettos. High Heels in Low Places. Coach Tamika, Minister T, welcome to Book Talks with Sandy. And you're mute.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's okay. Well, hello and welcome to the table.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I am so honored and grateful to have this opportunity.
Yes, indeed. And we're very happy that you are here with us and you brought some of the authors with you. I'd like for these ladies to say hello to us. The phenomenal, yes, contributing author Tamika Marks, if you will, come on and say hi to us. Hi, Tamika. And Kimberly Curtis.
Hi.
Hi, Kim. How are you? Good. And we have the phenomenal, yes, Lady Stacy Hayward.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having us on today.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Ladies, we're going to have an amazing conversation. The subject of breast cancer and the upcoming, soon to be released, your book that is, we're definitely, listen, we're speaking it. We're believing God, #1 bestseller. Absolutely. Yes. Indeed, indeed, indeed. But before we go any further, I just want to lead us in a word of prayer. And then from there, we will go on. Y'all know that that are watching us, that we normally, as y'all know, that Lori kind of gave us some instructions that we are to, yes, acknowledge him, not in the green room, but we're coming forward and giving him all glory and honor on our platform. So those of you that are watching us from our Facebook page on Coffee Conversations with Sandy, and our YouTube channel, come on and join us in a word of prayer. All right. Gracious Heavenly Father, we bless you and we do glorify you. We magnify your name. We acknowledge that you are the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. We acknowledge you that, Lord, you are the author and the finisher of our faith. We thank you, oh God, for this day. David declares that this is the day that you made, and we're going to rejoice and be glad in it. Father, I thank you for this platform. I thank you for our guest on today. I thank you, oh God, for what they will be sharing with viewers from all over the world about how you have provided them with the courage to share their story. I want to thank God for the visionary author, that you birthed this vision in her and then you gave her the strength to birth it out. And for that, we thank you. I thank you, oh God, that you will be the center of our conversation. You get the glory, you get the honor and all of the praise. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen. Amen. You all, yes, we are with the amazing, they know her as Minister T, and Tamika Hunter Ross. She is the visionary author of the upcoming book soon to be released called High Heels in Low Places. There are 22 authentic women who have shared their journey and perseverance with breast cancer. Minister T, again, hello and welcome. How did this book come about? I'm going to show your graphics in just a moment, but how did this book come about?
This book came about in 2018 after I was diagnosed a second time with breast cancer. And unfortunately, the second diagnosis was stage 4 metastatic breast cancer. And, it was heartbreaking. It was devastating. But, once I got past my emotions from the diagnosis, I began to just seek God and pray. And just I know this is not about me. This is not for me. This is going to make me a better person. But there was going to be a purpose through the pain that I was experiencing. And lo and behold, the Holy Spirit gave me the vision of doing the book as well as a support group. Everyone that really knows me know that I am a lover of shoes, especially heels. All my life, from college up until my diagnosis, you will always find me every day in a pair of 4-inch to 5-inch stilettos.
Go ahead.
And being that I'm barely 5 feet tall, those stilettos were needed. And unfortunately, because of the diagnosis and it metastasized to the bones, I had to retire my stilettos and my love for heels. And I also used to own a shoe boutique when I lived in Greenville. So, one thing about me, when you're doing anything, I tell people you have to do something that will catch people's attention, something that would engage them. And every female loves a good pair of shoes. So it's that concept is basically to how you engage people for the platform to discuss about breast cancer. But yeah, the idea was birthed in 2018 after my first diagnosis. And it just, unfortunately, it took almost 4 years for it to come to pass. But, thanks be to God, everything is in his timing.
Absolutely.
This was perfect divine timing. Happened in his timing, in his will, in his way. And I'm just so excited of what God is doing and what he will do through all of us that are contributing to this book.
Absolutely. And you have some amazing women that have joined. I do want to say hello to our the platform that we are a part of, as well as being one of our sponsors. We're talking about CTR Media Network, marketing and podcasting. Thank you so much for your support and thank you for being out there. I see you. And she is saying, hello, ladies. Yes, indeed. CTR is all in there. And we do certainly appreciate. Also, Kaya Anderson is saying congratulations, especially my mommy. Woo woo, Kimberly. So yeah, you got some supporters out there. Thank you all for tuning in. Well, we're going to go ahead and let our audience meet these phenomenal women and just begin to go ahead and share. Y'all don't want to hear me talk. I want to hear what these amazing women. I want to go ahead and introduce to you Lady Kimberly Curtis. She is a pediatric registered nurse at Children's National Hospital. She is a wife, a mother of two. She's a mother of 2, grandmother of 3, and an entrepreneur, baker of Cakes by Kim, LLC. Come on, Kimberly, and say hi to us.
Hi, how are you? Thanks for having me.
Good. Absolutely. So you're on a journey. Did you anticipate on ever becoming a writer?
That was never a thought, never a dream. But now that it's here, I'm very honored. And And one thing I like to just kind of highlight is it is a journey. Even though some of us may have completed whatever treatment we had to go through, and as I listen to others that are still going through, it is a daily journey. And I'm just grateful. Tamika mentioned, but I remember thinking, not me, or why me? And after I got over dealing with my emotions, God just let me know why not me, that he knew I could go through and be able to help somebody else.
Yes, indeed. And you are helping other women as well as men, but we don't hear as much about those. And we'll kind of hit on some statistics and some numbers a little bit later. But absolutely, and thank you for being courageous to share your story and the journey that you are on. At this time, now we're going to go ahead over to Stacy Haywood. She is an insurance adjuster, licensed in 26 states. She's an ordained elder, wife, mother of 2, founder of What's Underneath Matters, a nonprofit organization that provides undergarments to low-income at-risk youth. Oh my goodness, y'all are just making my to-do list here. Phenomenal. Come on, say hi to us.
Hello. Again, thank you for having me on this platform today. It's an awesome honor just to be here.
Yeah. Come on and talk to us a little bit about being an author. You are already doing amazing things with working with young girls. I think the service and the nonprofit that you have, so much needed, because $1.50 or $2 may not seem like it's hard to come by to go buy sanitary items, but it's much needed. Come on and share with us a little bit about that.
So years ago, it was prophesied to me that I was going to write a book, and I just kind of blew that off. Like, I don't even like to write. Like, I don't have time. I don't like to write. So, okay, I hear you. And I just kept moving. But one thing that I know for certain is when the Lord speaks a thing, it doesn't matter how long it takes. Once it leaves his mouth, it won't return void. So it will accomplish everything that it is meant to accomplish. But I had no idea, even coming into this project, when I was approached about, hey, are you willing to share your story of what you went through with breast cancer? And I was like, well, yeah, sure. As a 2-time cancer survivor, it was like, well, maybe it can offer hope or inspiration or help someone else. My story was a little different, but not so different, in that my diagnosis was 15 years apart.
I see.
So whereas with the first diagnosis, that was hard enough, but I was living to get to year 5, which, they tell you get through your first 5 years, you're kind of good. When you get to year 10, you're really smooth sailing. You're kind of outside of that window of it coming back. And so to get to year 15 and be in the middle or in the process of holding one of my best friend's hands, walking him through throat cancer, and I go to the doctor routinely and get a diagnosis, I just felt like, wait a minute, is this a joke? Like, this cannot be for real.
This cannot be. Wow. So listen, hang on. We want to put a pin right there. Hold on to that thought, because you're saying something that is so phenomenal, and your story, like you're absolutely correct. It's interesting, yes, that it was diagnosed 15 years earlier. You go through treatment and you're in another place, in another season. God got you over those first 5-year huddle, that first 5-year huddle. So I want to hear more. Absolutely. And now, come on, our next, it is, yes, Miss Tamika Marks. I want to say, do I have that right? Yes, Lady Tamika, come on and say hi to us. I want to share a little bit about who you are. You are originally from Sumter, South Carolina, currently living in Nashville, Tennessee, married to her amazing college sweetheart, Justin, for 20 years. They have 2 kids, 2 children, Kennedy 17 and Peyton 14. She works as a program coordinator at the Vanderbilt University Medical Center, has a BS degree in sociology from Van Hughes College. Come on and talk to us.
Hi, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you. This is definitely an honor to be here, to be a part of this project. I'm super excited about it.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you for, how did you connect with Lady Tamika?
So actually, we connected through one of her co-workers, co-partners with the project, Jason Mahoney. He contacted me and asked if I wanted to be a part of a project, you know, of people writing a book about breast cancer. And I was like, sure, I guess, you know. And I'd heard you ask the other women, you know, about being an author. Never in a million years would I have thought that I would be an author, because do I write? No. Do I love to talk though? Yeah. So, but yeah, wouldn't have never thought that my story would actually go into a book for someone else to read. So I'm super excited.
Wow. I am so excited and honored to have you all. Well, you all allow Coach Tamika, Minister T, and I to kind of have a little dialogue. Minister T, I want to share with our audience, you're this amazing woman. Your slogan or your motto, strong faith, high standards. You empower people to activate their faith and set their standards high. Again, you talked about the shoe. You talked about your first diagnosis. You do use the shoe, as you said, as a means to bring about a conversation. That what you're doing, you're stepping high. Bring us into where we are. As you said, it took you a couple of years, but bring us in, our audience, into knowing about you and meeting these amazing, phenomenal women.
Yes. So Tamika, I'm just going to piggyback on what she said, because the key person here is Jason, the motivator Mahoney. Last year, I was receiving an award for a red carpet event with Dr. Kimberly Green. And she said, you know, you come to this event, she said, I have somebody I need you to meet. I think he will be able to take you and your support group to the next level and help you with some of the visions that you have for the support group. And I said, okay. Matter of fact, the Sunday of her event, I was just getting back from chemo in Atlanta. I go to Atlanta every 3 weeks for chemo. With stage 4, it's ongoing treatment. And really that Sunday, I was like toiling all day because my body was tired, my mind was tired. And I probably like text Dr. Kim, 10 times saying, I'm not going to come, but the Holy Spirit kept telling me, go, go, go. And as soon as I walked into the event, here was this this gentleman. And what caught me, I said, oh, wow, somebody that my height. I always get a kick out of the guys that are, you know, short like me. And then he just had this bubbly personality that just is like, Jason is like a magnet. He meets no stranger. And if you have any kind of interaction with Jason, you'll be like, oh my God, there's something special about him. So he interviewed me on the red carpet. And then when I said my name, he said, oh, you're the person Kim want me to meet. And I said, yeah, and you're the person she wanted me to meet. So after the event, Jason and I had the opportunity to talk. I shared with him my heart, my journey, because also with getting this second diagnosis, the first diagnosis, I had just lost my dad and 3 of my dad's brothers. I lost 4 men in our family to cancer back to back within a 9-month period. And then myself get diagnosed with cancer the first time. And then here we go a second time, and then now has metastasized. And, you know, of course, science says there is no cure for stage 4 and it requires ongoing treatment. And I just shared with Jason, like, God has a purpose for all this pain that I'm going through. I'm still grieving the loss of my dad. I'm the only girl. I'm the youngest and only girl of 4. I have 3 older brothers. My dad was my best friend. And, you know, I'm still grieving over that even to this day, 8 years later. And I'm just like, God has a plan and a purpose for my life. And breast cancer is just a platform to either remind somebody who he is and what he can do, or I'm introducing somebody to Jesus for the first time. And I shared with Jason that I'm ready to take the support group to another level, as well as I have this book. I said, I know the Holy Spirit told me to write this book. And Jason took it to another level. He was like, I'm with you on that. And he said, I'm going to call you. And sure enough, he called me the next day. And Jason and I probably talked for a couple of hours that day and every day after that. And he pushed me, encouraged me. He said, because initially it was just going to be a story about me and share my journey with the first diagnosis and the second diagnosis. And then I said, you know what? I don't think people understand how serious stage 4 is and how a lot of people live in fear with that type of diagnosis, knowing that there is not a cure. And he was like, let's take it even further. He said, let's make it a compilation book. He said, I think you need to get as many women involved as you can and let everybody share their story, because everybody will have a different journey that is unique. He said, yes, your story will capture those that are stage 4 and those that have lost family members to cancer and then themselves get. And when Jason first presented that to me, I was like, nah, Jason, I don't think so. I said, okay. I said, we'll do it. Let's do 10 women. And then Jason said, no, we're going to do 12. Then Jason said, no, we're going to do 15. And then I said, 22 women. I said, Jason, are you crazy? And he was like, the more we have, he said, the more we can be a voice for the voiceless, the more we can be more impact. He said, if you're trying to be successful and effective, he said, you say it yourself, we're stronger together. So he said, let's be in prayer and let's involve some other women. And we brought, initially, I invited the women from the support group. Some of them agreed and some of them did not want to do. Some people are not ready to share their story. Some people haven't even told immediate family members about their diagnosis. So at the end, I think it ended up with 7 of us. And Jason was like, and I was starting to get a little discouraged. And I was saying, well, maybe this is a sign that he said, no, if you know you heard from God and God told you to do this, he said, we're going to do this and I'm going to help you. And he began to introduce me to people like Stacy and Tamika and Kim and all the other ladies. And it has been such an honor to say that I'm the only girl, I'm the youngest, and all my life I've just been around boys, my family majority of men. It has been an honor and a privilege to not only meet these ladies, but work with them, hear their stories. It's almost like we have become our own secluded sisterhood and circle. I'm just so blessed and excited about it. And I feel like I got sisters that I never had. And what is so special is that even though I know a lot of people, I have a lot of relationships, I have a lot of associations, but these women can understand and relate exactly what I go through 365 days out of a year. Because as breast cancer survivors, we understand each other, mood swings, our hot flashes, our bipolar moments. And
talk about that. Yes, because a person that has not been diagnosed, that my sister was. My sister, out of 5 girls, I have one sister that was diagnosed, and she did have the double mastectomy. That was the best option for her. But I want us to talk about that, ladies. And I know I haven't I've shared about who you are, but I want to open up a dialogue. Is that bring us into that people may not understand a daily challenge. What is one daily challenge? You're missing about the mood swings and all. Yeah, let's talk about that. Anybody?
I think one. Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Tamika. I'll let you talk. Go ahead.
No, so for me, I'm actually coming up on my 5th year anniversary.
Okay.
And so I still deal with anxiety, and hearing, Tamika's story and Stacy's story about, so many years later, that reoccurrence, that's my biggest fear, honestly. I any type of pain, any type of ache, I'm like, what is this? What's going on? Is this coming back? So like she said, dealing with the mood swings, the hot flashes, my family is like, why is it so cold in this house? I'm like, it's hot. So, and one minute I'm happy and the next minute I may be almost in tears, so yeah, but my biggest thing is the anxiety. Like I said, just coming up on my 5th year. You know, like Stacy said, I'm coming up on that 5th year, and I'm like, okay, once I get to year 5, I'll be in the clear. But realistically, I have to keep praying. I have to keep pushing. I have to keep living to be healthy. I have to keep, you know, saying, okay, God, I know you got me. You brought me this far, so I know you're going to take me even further. Because
Yeah.
who knows, you know, that's just science. And like they said, you know, she got to her 5th year, and sure enough, 5 year, 10 year, and 15 years, you're like, what is this? So, you know, we have to deal with anxiety. I had a person tell me one time, I don't understand how people have anxiety and you believe in God. I said, really?
Okay.
You may not have really gone through, you know what I mean? Just going through something personal like that. And at first it hurt my feelings. And I was like, you know, how you going to test my faith like that? I believe in God, you know, but at the same time, I have anxiety. I deal with anxiety on a daily basis. So that's my biggest fear.
Okay. And so what do you do? What do you do when what is one thing that you help yourself go through that moment? You feel it coming. What would be a tip maybe for our audience? What has worked for you sometimes?
The biggest thing is definitely to pray. I take a minute and I say, okay, God, you know what I'm going through. I need you to touch me from the crown of my head to the sole of my feet and take this anxiety out of my heart. You know, I take big deep breaths a lot. I try to meditate just on other things, just on I meditate on being grateful that he's brought me thus far. You know, when I was diagnosed, I literally right after my 40th birthday, you know, it was my first mammogram, the whole nine. So it was a big slap in the face to me, say, hey, you know, and so I lean on my faith and say, okay, God, I know you brought me this far. I know you can take me further.
So depending on your faith and prayer, I love it. Yes. Kimberly, and I think Coach Stacy, she had a comment to say also. Stacy, when we were talking about what a typical day is like.
So a typical day or one of the challenges is like I cannot go anywhere without water. Without water, I keep an insulated bottle of water 24 hours a day because of just dealing with all of the dry mouth, the dry skin, and I often share with people one thing that I learned about cancer is even past the diagnosis, even once you're done with treatment, your life never goes back to what it was prior to that diagnosis. You just really learn to live in a new normal, whatever that is. You adjust because you never go back to what you were before diagnosis and treatment. So one of the big challenges is just I don't know about the other ladies, but I can't move anywhere without water. So you add that to the hot flashes and the cold sweats and emotions all over the place, but it just everything just leaves you so dry and parched.
Okay.
Like all of the time. So
yeah. So for you, it's the water constantly. Yeah. If anybody say, and you tell yourself, I got to have my water bottle. So having your water bottle sounds like just like we pick up our purse, you pick up your purse plus your water bottle.
Absolutely.
Wow. Okay.
Absolutely.
Everybody's journey.
And I did want to say now with the diagnosis 15 years apart, because I heard my sister's concern. Now, for me, it was not the cancer coming back out of remission because it was two totally different types of cancer in two different locations, but in the same breast.
Wow.
Interesting.
And I was never one, I never said, even from the first diagnosis, I never, because there's so much power in words, I never said the cancer was in remission. because I always stood on the fact that I was healed from cancer.
Yes.
Because anything that's in any form, that's a possibility of return.
You're
So
helping us. Yeah.
my healing, I never used the word remission
Mhm.
because I canceled out that possibility because I knew that God had already said that I was healed.
Amen. Amen.
And
That's
so
good.
when the second diagnosis came 15 years later, even the oncologist, everybody was astounded, like, how could this be? But I still in that knew I'm not shaken because this can't be the same as before because that's already gone. And sure enough, it was a different type, different location, just same breast.
Right. Wow. Before Kimberly, you come on, we are with the contributing authors of the upcoming book that we are deeming, yes, going to be a #1 bestseller. We are talking with the visionary author, yes, that many know, she's known as affectionately as Minister T. And who are we talking about? The lady Tamika Hunter Ross, who is the visionary author of the book. The book is called, let me go down to it again. Yes, High Heels in Low Places. And this book is with 22 authentic women who have shared their journey of perseverance with breast cancer. And so the ladies who you are meeting today are the contributing authors of this amazing book, as well as talking about their experience and their journey of being diagnosed with breast cancer. Breast cancer, what is it? It is a broad term. It's a broad term that you can have various classes, but according to the National Breast Cancer Foundation Incorporated, is that breast cancer is a broad term for a class of diseases characterized by an abnormal cell that grow and invade healthy cells in the body. Breast cancer starts in the cells of the breast as a group of cancer cells that can then invade surrounding tissue or spread, metastasize to other areas of the body. Kimberly, if you will, come on. And this is just a little bit of information. And so our source that we're looking at right now, and then these ladies have walked the journey. They're in the journey. And I want them to also share what they have learned as they're about this once they've been diagnosed. Kimberly, come on and share with us. I want to bring your information up as well. Bear with me here 1 second, you all. And I want to say hello to our audience. Mr. Jason apparently is out there. I did see, I think he is this the gentleman? Yeah, Mr. Jason Mahoney, thank you so much for being with us. I recognize it when I put up Crafted to Motivate. Hello, ladies. Amazing. So proud of you. And our one of our ambassadors, Brenda Moultrie. Hi, Brenda. I've been seeing you in the audience, and thank you so much for being out there and watching. And we also have Mavis Creer. Thank you, Mavis, for being in the audience. And Coach Ursula, thank you so much. She says, good evening, ladies. And I believe we're going to wait for Kimberly to come back in just a minute. But what I want to talk about, there's an event that is coming up. The book is about to be released. And Minister T, if you will, kind of bring us in what's about to happen on October the 1st. Couple of things, I know.
October the 1st, Sumter County is about to experience and make history. And again, I owe it all to Jason, the Motivator Mahoney. Now I understand why he has the nickname, the Motivator, because Jason has really motivated me, motivated the ladies throughout this whole process. And he took us to another level. It's not even about the book anymore. Jason was like, listen, we're going to brand you as well. What is it that God has given to you, a purpose for you to do? We're going to make this a 2-in-1 where you're not only going to, launch the book, advertise a book, but let's advertise who Tamika Marks is. Let's advertise who Kimberly Curtis is. Let's advertise who Stacey Haywood is. So, Jason has done a lot of one-on-one consulting with each of us and with each of the authors to help us on this day. We're not only releasing a book, but we're launching and branding ourselves. So not only the world in everybody in Sumter is going to meet 22 ladies and authors that shared their story, they're going to also meet 22 courageous women, women of strength, knowledge, power, and wisdom, entrepreneurs, gifts, and talents. All of that is going to be on display Saturday, October 1st at the Sumter County Civic Center from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. Face Strong usually do an annual event every year to raise funds for our nonprofit. And again, you know, here I'm thinking it initially started off to be called a Rod for a Cure. And Jason's like, no, we're going to do something different. And, you know, I kind of hesitated first. I'm just like, Sumter's not ready for that. And I don't think I'm ready for that either. And, you know, we have the biggest facility in Sumter. We are planning for over 500 people. And I believe that it will happen. God has literally blessed us and favored us from beginning up until even now. The resources, people coming forth, realizing, you know, who we are and what we're doing, the impact that we're making, not only in the Sumter community, but just all over. You know, we have breasties all over, as far as California, Virginia. You know, we service women all over as survivors, thrivers, and metavirus. So this is an event for people to not only find out about our nonprofit, they're going to meet the 22 ladies of the book, and they're going to also meet these ladies individually as well as meet us collectively with the book. So we are really excited. If you're in the area, if you don't mind traveling, come on down to Sumter, South Carolina. Meet us at the Civic Center. We probably about sold out of every hotel in Sumter because of this event. And we are really excited and looking forward to what God is going to do on that day.
There's going to be vendors. Is that vendor opportunity still available?
The vendor opportunity is still available only if you're going to give out information. Unfortunately, if you're going to sell anything, that deadline has now passed, being that we had to turn everything in to get everyone's vendor permit. We're still welcome anyone that wants to set up and do a table to give out information, just to market, advertise their business, their ministry, their church. They can email us at info@wearefaithstrong.com and just let us know that, hey, I know I missed the deadline to sell, but I would like to still participate as a vendor to give out information to market, advertise my business.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be coming back and we're going to be talking about the upcoming event again shortly. We're going to have now a contributing author, Kimberly Curtis, who is now going to be sharing with us. Kimberly, let me pull your information back up here. Let's see. Kimberly is a registered nurse at a Children's National Hospital. Let me get the rest of your information here. She's a pediatric registered nurse at a Children's National Hospital, wife and mother of 2, and grandmother of 3, entrepreneur, as we said earlier. Baker, she bakes, y'all. Bakes. Now she's added an author to her bio. Yes, Cakes by Kim. I want to know how good those taste. Come on, Kim, talk to us.
Again, thanks for having me on. And as some of the other ladies shared, I don't actually call it anxiety, but I actually call it fear. I just came up on 8 years this past June. And as Tamika mentioned, you know, you get to 5 and you think you're there. And as I kind of got off the path a little bit with keeping up with the healthy eating and things like that. And just here lately, always concerned. What is the pain? What's this under my arm? I'm lifting up. I'm trying to figure out, do I feel anything? So constantly just trying to figure out what's going on, praying, believing that God also told me that, I was healed. I struggle sometimes with the outer appearance and always trying to figure out dry skin, this, that, what's next, and trying to figure out how to keep myself up and not look like what I've been through or what I may go through daily. I have my daughter as she checked in, and I have my aunt. I not only pray, but I call and talk to them. And for whatever reason, God has given them the exact words that I need to just uplift me out of the place that it seems like I'm going. I'm able to help somebody else, but not always able to help myself to stay above. So I contact them and they're able to listen, but they don't allow me to stay where I'm going at the moment. They just uplift me. And after that, in a prayer, that's how I'm able to keep going.
That's good. I love it. So that support system. So these are the things, is that just to recap, we're hearing that, yes, in a day can look like this, that I'm fearful. I'm watching, what could possibly be happening to my body. There is levels of anxiety that can occur. And when that does, I hear one of the other ladies, as Minister Elder Haywood had said, she's mindful of the words that she used, that death and life is in the power of our tongue. And so prayer, using the tools that God has given us, even in the midst of going through a diagnosis. You ladies, and I take it that the other women that are part of this anthology are also using these tools just to get through a day. And we can make it through the day, then we make it through the week, and we believe God is celebrate that day. I'm all about celebrating for today. One of the key words, I love it. And Elder, we're going to start right there. The power of our words. The power of our words. And we're on the subject of cancer. We're on the subject of breast cancer and how it affects the women. Have anyone looked at the statistics of the Black woman and in our culture? Anyone want to? And I was coming to you, Elder, there for a second. Do you want to tap in there?
I don't know the latest statistics. However, I do know that in the African American community, the numbers are definitely on the rise.
Mm-hmm.
And before, it's almost like by the time we get the latest statistics, the number has grown exponentially. And I think that that's one of the important factors of trying to get the word out.
Yeah.
And just saying, we've got to be requesting, demanding, not taking no for an answer when it comes to a 3D mammogram or an MRI, and not just being denied based on age or being under coverage or underinsured. We have got to be able to fight through to demand to get these tests that we so desperately need.
That is so good. I love it. Coach, Lady T, come on. Let's talk about some numbers. She mentioned about how not to take no for an answer. So bring us into, and I'm looking it up now. You've been on this journey for a while. You have a support group. What are some of the challenges that will help us to know, like Elder Haywood just mentioned, is that it may not be us, but it could be someone in our community? How important is it for us to advocate?
It's very important, Sandy. And as far as with the numbers, in the introduction of our book, we do quote what the numbers were at the time that we put the book together.
Yeah,
in the introduction, we have African American women have a 31% breast cancer mortality rate, the highest of any U.S. racial or ethnic group. Among women younger than 45, breast cancer incidence is higher among African American women than any other race. So with that being said, Sandy, that by itself, and especially with me living through a stage 4 and just piggybacking off of what Stacey said with our words. One thing I do, and one thing I teach the ladies, that we call each other breasties. And one thing I teach my breasts is that we never accept what man say. We always believe what God says. And I never say I have breast cancer. I told people I was diagnosed with breast cancer. I was diagnosed the second time it came back, because this is something I refuse to accept. I'm living through it and I'm dealing with it, but it's something I don't accept, but I use wisdom with it. It is so important for women to know that, especially our culture, It's heartbreaking at time when I'm having conversation with women and they're in their 40s, 50s, and 60s and telling me they never had a mammogram before. And I'm just like, you know, it's not a laughing matter to me. And I'm just thinking to myself, you could be living with cancer in your body and have no idea of what's going on. And, you know, it's a lot of women, especially more women that look like us, that have not had mammogram, don't do annual mammograms, don't do annual checkups. And I will tell you this from both experience. From my first diagnosis and with the second, my body told me something was wrong. And one thing about breast cancer, especially when it metastasizes, it's not always about a lump. Because the second time, it was not about a lump. Mine metastasized to other parts of my body, primarily in my bones. And I just started aging, feeling like I was like 100 years old. I was having shortness of breath. I was feeling tired all the time, just want to sleep. I was aching like somebody was just taking a hammer and just beating me in my bones. And I just know something was not right. But being as the women that we are, we wear so many hats. We have so many responsibilities in life. Like for me, I'm going from home from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with work and commuting, trying to, you know, work a full-time job, be a full-time wife, be a full-time mom. And a lot of times we deprive ourselves we put ourselves at the bottom of the list with trying to take care of everybody else. But we don't realize each day that we put off going to the doctor, knowing something is wrong, the more we increase our chance. Because I'm gonna be honest with you, my diagnosis came November 2018. I knew from January 2018 that something was wrong with my body. And I just stayed busy taking care of everything else and everybody else, that by the time I was forced, I was forced to go to the doctor because I ended up with a blood clot that caused swelling that forced me to go to the doctor to realize it started addressing things that had been going on for months. So I not only want to educate and inform, but we just want women to understand you cannot take care of anybody else until you take care of self. You have got to make self your number one priority. You know, we can't be, how is it that we can help everybody else, but we can't help ourselves? We have got to take the time to do our physicals, do our annual mammograms, do our annual pap smear, because the least little sign and red flag and warning is what can indicate that this could lead to something else. And majority of women now being diagnosed with breast cancer, you know, being diagnosed at stage 4 upon the diagnosis because they ignored the signs, didn't take the time to go to the doctor. So it's very important to know your body and listen to your body, do your annual checkups. And each one of us have a unique story on what our signs, our warning signs, what we went through. So even though you're dealing with 22 authors, it's very valuable information. You can, it's beneficial to anybody. Men get breast cancer. My grandfather was one of the first African-American men in South Carolina to have breast cancer in the 70s. So there's something for everyone to learn from our journey to empower them, educate them. And I hope, my goal is it puts enough fear in people to say, you know what, when they put that book down, they put it down to go make their doctor's appointment and go see their doctor. And don't just, you know, let people just say, well, there's nothing wrong. Keep having tests done. I tell women all the time, you pay for health insurance, you have the right to say, I need a referral for a CT scan. I need a referral for an MRI. I want to have a PET scan. Don't just accept, no, everything looks good, because you have to dig deeper to find those hidden cells that most of the time are hidden, and they don't really surface until you're now at stage 3 or stage 4.
That is so much valuable information. I hope you all grabbed it. One of the things that Coach Minister T just told us is to make self our priority. Make us not just a priority, but number one. Don't ignore the signs that are in your body. Don't ignore them. You know what your body, you know what's happening with your body. Don't ignore that. Make those doctor appointments. Make sure that you go to your doctor appointment, not just make the appointment and then when the day comes to cancel it. I'm waving my hand, because you'll let things pile up and then, oh, I don't have time to go to the doctor. I'll reschedule. No, it is necessary for you to keep your appointment. If y'all can see, I can share my screen here a little bit. We've got the authors. There are 22 women. And what's about to happen in Sumter, South Carolina. Let me pull this back up here and go back to it here in just a moment. But what's about to happen in Sumter, South Carolina is that on October the 1st, that these women will be a part of an event that is going to be taking place. And it is called Pink in the City. Authors meet and greet. There will be live entertainment, exhibitors, and vendors. Listen, if you are within a 60-mile, maybe 120-mile radius, as you said already, hotels are being booked. They're probably filled right now for this weekend event. But listen, if you're living in that area and you just want to go and spend the day in the beautiful city of Sumter, go, put this on your calendar. Go ahead. I got some folks that are not too far from there. I'm going to be sending out some emails, and we want them to come on and support you. It's going to be at the Sumter County Civic Center. And as you can see here, it's not just the event for their book signing, but it's also informational. Bring another friend, make it a girls trip, make it a day you're going to grab your girlfriend and you guys are just going to hit the road and go spend a day to get informed, have fun, but also meet these amazing, phenomenal women that are part of this book called High Heels in Low Places. At this time, what I'm going to do now is allow the ladies a few minutes for them to each share about their journey individually, so that you can hear their heart. They have about 2 to 3 minutes to just go ahead and just share their heart. Is that okay, Minister T? Are you with me? Oh, okay, good. I'm going to go ahead and start with Tamika Marks. And if you will, Tamika, we're going to step back, let you just share your heart a little bit. And what can we expect whenever we buy the book? Just give us a little snippet. Oh, yeah, Coach, is that okay? That they can tell just a little bit. Just a teeny tiny, because the book is not released yet, guys. And my audience, listen, I need you to write it down. You want to have this book. And so we'll come back and talk about it. I want you guys to, once they let us know when it's okay, I'm going to be keeping up with Minister T so we can know when this book released, because we want to support. This is a book not only you want to purchase for yourself, but you also want to purchase it for another female in your life. Come on, Lady Marks. Come on, we're going to step back. Just share your heart with us, if you will, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you again so much for this platform, for all of us to be allowed to tell our story. Just my heart is just to tell the next person, go get your mammogram. That's always been my biggest thing, to tell the next person, go get your mammogram, know your body. Like Tamika said before, we always tend to put ourselves last, but we've got to learn to listen to our bodies, listen to, if you have an ache or a pain, call your doctor and say, hey, can you see me? Can I get some blood work done? Because again, even when my doctor told me to go get my mammogram, I put it off for several more months, because again, I said, I don't have time, until I heard loud and clear one day, God told me, go get your mammogram. And that's when, my journey started. I my family, my husband is a private person, but when my journey started, people would tell me, you need to journal and write things down. But like I said before, I don't write, I don't, journal or whatever. But I was on social media, and so what I did, I started putting my journey on social media. My family was very supportive. My mom, my aunt, and cousins, they, traveled to come with me, so that I never went to a chemo treatment by myself. I always had somebody with me. So thank you to them. Shout out to them. But every Wednesday, I put out there, where I was in my journey. I always continue to encourage somebody, please go get your mammogram. If you have a history of it in your family, don't wait till you're 40. Let your doctor know, hey, I have a history of this in my family. I need to get mine sooner than later. So again, just advocate for yourself, be your own, your own personal advocate. Again, just to say, hey, I need my mammogram, I want to get this done. And I have found in this journey that us as African Americans don't like to talk about stuff like this. We tend to keep it to ourselves and say, I don't want to burden anybody else or whatever. And at first I was almost like that. I didn't want to tell anybody. But once I did tell everybody, again, I have come to find that sharing my journey on social media, I have helped, I know, 6 to 7 other women to, one, go get their mammogram. After women have been diagnosed, I've been told, thank you for sharing your story on social media because you encouraged me to go get my mammogram, and now I, have cancer. And so we keeping in contact, that type of thing. So again, with this book, please go and support the book. You will find that it is not only for survivors, it is for someone that, again, may wonder, what is this feeling in my breast? Read the book. For the survivor, you're going to get the encouragement, go get the book. For your sisters, even men, to encourage, men may not know how to support their wives or their girlfriends or moms or sisters, go get the book. You will find all that helpful information in the book. So this book is not just for women, it's for women, mom, aunts, uncles, daughters, husbands, uncles, everybody. Go get the book. Thank you all again for the opportunity to share our stories on this platform. Thank you, and thank you.
You're so welcome. Thank you. What an amazing message. And as you shared, so thank you so much. We just heard from one of the contributing authors, Lady Tamika Marks. And yes, Indy, as she said, go and get those mammograms. At this time, we're going to go ahead and bring on contributing author, Kimberly Curtis.
Thanks again for having me on. I just want to share, my heart is just to help somebody else. I was one who did not have a family history, not that I know of anyway. Everybody, as Tamika mentioned, even in families of our culture, we don't mention, we don't share, we don't let anything, let the other one know, or the kids know what's going on. So we don't know what to expect. And I would just say, to share with your children, share with family members, share with friends. I remember thinking I didn't have anything to say, but after getting diagnosed, I believe it was like 3 or 4 other nurses at the hospital that I was asked to share my story with. I was asked to speak about it at events, and just grateful for the opportunity. I will say one thing I also keep dear is the root word of vital, vita, and that's life. And one thing I realized was having a support system was not only important, but it was vital. Along with God being my source and my strength, having that support system was what I needed. And I just thank God, and I'll tell anybody and everybody to share, to let somebody else know, to know that you're not in it alone. You don't have to go it alone, and that it's something you can get through. That's what I want people to understand too, that there is life after cancer. I just appreciate God. I appreciate my support system. As I mentioned, my husband is supportive, not very talkative, but was there. But my aunt and my daughter, I just thank God so much for them. And again, I would just say, get the book. Everybody has a unique story, but everybody can be helped, whether you are a survivor, whether you haven't experienced it, whether you have a friend, a loved one, or somebody that you know of. The book can help you. We are here to just let others know that you can make it, you can get through it, and be mindful of the words that you use, because life and death is in the power of our tongue. The power of life and death is in our tongue. And I'm just grateful again to be able to share, to be able to get with other sisters and breasties, and to do something that a lot of people would think 22 women wouldn't be able to do. So again, I'm honored and I'm grateful, and I'm excited about what's going to take place on October the 1st in Sumter, South Carolina. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I had to get myself off of mute and then pull you back. Thank you so much. Now at this time, those of you that are tuning in again, I want you to share this out. I want you to tag another sister. I want you to, and if you're listening to the replay, even go ahead and tag at least 5 women that you love, that you care about, that you need to make sure that they hear this message. Breast cancer awareness, we are on the brink of it, which is in the month of October. And we have our guest today, the visionary author of the book that is in reference to breast cancer and the surviving of breast cancer. This book is On the Heels. I always have to pull it up. High heels in low places. Okay. And the visionary author is Tamika Hunter Ross. And at this time, we're going to hear from Elder Haywood, who also is a contributing author. If you will, come on and just share with us what's on your heart.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to come together and to just share and to get the word out to as many people as we can. So my chapter in the book is entitled, I Answered the Call. And to be called to ministry and to say yes to ministry, I had no idea. And I think that this goes for anybody with a call of God on their life. We never really have a full understanding or full idea of what we're actually saying yes to. So in saying yes to the Lord, I had no idea that I was saying yes to being a witness that he's a healer of breast cancer and that there's nothing too hard for God. I was only 32 with my first diagnosis. And so I had to advocate because the insurance company did not want to cover my mammogram because I was under 40. And I'm just grateful to the Lord that at that time I had a physician that was willing to fight with me and to keep writing letters and making referrals until I was able to get the mammogram that I so desperately needed. So I encourage everyone to just be that advocate. We tend to advocate for our children or for our families, but become that voice and advocate for yourselves, and don't be denied from what could save your very life in the end. So again, I just want to say thank you to Sandy and the audience and everybody. I am so excited and in anticipation about what is going to take place on October 1st. I honestly don't think that it has even entered into the minds or the hearts of men what God is going to do and perform on that day. So I am in great anticipation of what is going to happen in Sumter, South Carolina on October 1st. Again, thank you so much, Sandy, for this opportunity.
My pleasure. We want to thank CTR Media Network, which is under the ownership and guidance and leadership of the amazing Dr. Tina Ramsey and her team. We are so thankful. We are a part of the CTR Media Network. And if you would like to share your podcast and be a part of an amazing platform and media network that will have you in over 310. I said 310, what million? These are 310 million outlets all over the world. And we have found that, yes, the numbers are coming in daily. And our last indication is that we're hitting about 7 countries and 7 to 8 countries. I think it's a little bit more than that. Coffee Conversations and Book Talks with Sandy was number 8, excuse me. We are aiming for number 1 in the top 10, but we're at number 8. We kind of fell down, but I'm kudos and happy and excited for our number 1, our podcaster family and the podcast that hit for number 1 in the month of August. We're waiting for the September numbers to come out. At this time, I'm going to yield back and just ask the visionary author to come and share her heart with us all about this book and the upcoming event and our dialogue conversation of what we've been talking about. These are some amazing, if these 2 ladies, I mean, these 4 ladies or 3 have talked, oh my goodness, I can't wait. And you guys are going to be on with me again. I'm going to pull up my schedule. So those that are watching, I need you guys to look out because we do have another interview with these amazing authors. But come on, if you will, Minister T.
Yes. So again, just to piggyback off of what Tamika, Kim, and Stacey has shared, we just want to encourage everyone to stand in agreement with us. We're only standing in agreement with what God says and what we believe God for, regardless of what science and statistics says. You know, people ask me all the time, how do you manage living through a stage 4 diagnosis knowing there's not a cure for it? And I tell them, I said, there is a cure. I said, Jesus not only died on the cross for our sins, he also died for sickness and disease. So by his stripes, we are healed. And I just profess and claim healing, not only for my life, but for all the women that are out there with breast cancer. I have such a crazy faith that I believe that even women that may be walking around with cancer in their body don't even realize it, but they'll be healed and never have to even deal with a diagnosis. That's just the type of God I serve. That's just the type of faith that I have, that, you know, God can do exceedingly and abundantly above all that we can ever ask and imagine. So we ask if you are in agreement with us and what God says, and we're going to believe God's word. And as Stacey said earlier, it will not return to us void. We ask that you join us in this fight. We're stronger together in numbers. You know, so we want you to link your faith with our faith. Believe what we believe, say what we say, because our journey today could very well be your journey tomorrow, or someone that is close to you. So the more we the more we grow together. The Bible said that people perish for a lack of knowledge and understanding and wisdom. So get the knowledge and wisdom in this book. I don't know if you can see it. So this is a copy of the hardback book. And also, Sandy, I want to also acknowledge and give a shout out to Stacey, our Breastie. With Stacey being a contributing author, Stacey is also a member in Pastor Shirley Caesar's armor bearer. And because of our relationship with Stacey, we were able to get Pastor Shirley Caesar to do the forward in our book. So that by itself, that lets us know that the favor of God is on us, and God is in agreement with what we're doing and our purpose and our intention, to where he's favoring us and blessing us and giving us platforms and resources that, you know, sometimes I feel that we're not worthy of. But, you know, an incredible God deserves an incredible praise for all that he has done, all that he's doing, and all that he will do. And if we just change one person's life, we've done more than enough. And so again, just ask everyone to support the book, and not only support the book, support the nonprofit. Faith Strong is a nonprofit for breast cancer survivors, thrivers, and metavirus. So, you know, if you know someone, even if the person is, we all consider a survivor. I tell everyone every day that God allows me to wake up, I am a survivor, regardless if I'm still going through treatment every 3 weeks. Everyone is a survivor, and we all have something to bring to the table to encourage and help someone else. So if you know of anyone that's a survivor, that's finished with their journey, or you know someone that is what we call a thriver, that means they're actively in treatment, they're still doing chemo, they're still doing radiation, they have a surgery schedule, or they may be recovering from surgery, or if they are a metavirus, they was diagnosed with stage 4, we ask that you invest in a book for them, and not only get the book for them, connect them with our support group, our nonprofit. They do not have to be in South Carolina. It's something to connect with our support group. So, you know, you're getting 2 for the price of 1. You get all this wealth information through the book, as well as you have the opportunity to connect with other women that can understand and relate to what you're going through. So we're excited. We're looking forward to it. Each of the authors, you can purchase the book from each of the authors. If you want to get a copy or come to the event. If you can't come to the event, just reach out to any of the authors, and we'll be happy to order a copy or, you know, do a purchase for you. And Sandy, thank you so much. Again, I have to acknowledge and give a shout out to Jason Mahoney, the motivator. He really motivated this project. He helped me to bring it to pass with the help of God. He took us to another level in the vision, the book, as well as with this event. Jason, if you're still on, we want to say thank you. We could never repay you for all your hard work, your time, and your financial investment with helping us with this book. And we're excited to the platforms that is going to have us on, because we're making history.
Absolutely. You are indeed making history. I did put your website up, and we put that in the chat. So those of you that are looking at the replay, do reach out. As Minister T said, is that the support group is not just for Sumter, South Carolina. If I understood that correctly, it can be someone from any parts of the world. And we know that it's just not here in the United States. We are a global platform. So if you are watching or listening to us from another country, whether you're in Africa, whether you are in Australia, whether you are in the UK, no matter what country that you're in, if you're in the islands and you want to connect with this amazing woman, yes, her website is www.tamikahunterross.com. Did I do that right? I'm gonna put it back up. Yeah, because we do have individuals that are watching us globally. And so this is a global network. I also do want to mention one of our other sponsors. Our main sponsor, yes, is Swag Her Magazine. Swag Her Magazine is an urban magazine that is not only online, digital, but it is also and can be found in print. It is on Instagram as well as Facebook. Thank you so much, Swag Her, for being here and supporting us. They are one of our sponsors, and I'm super excited of the amazing things that are happening. Over 4,000 plus continually. I think it's like 40,000 that their Facebook page is, and then it continues to grow. And I don't have the numbers for the print distribution, but I know it's high. Listen, and Swag Her Magazine, thank you so much for being here to support us. At this time, each of the ladies, I want to know, before we kind of wrap this up, Tamika, you got anything going on other than making plans to be in South Carolina on October 1st? What you working on, girl? Are you working on anything?
So yeah, working on several different things. I having 2 teenagers in the house. I have a lot going on. I have a senior this year, so trying to make plans to apply for college and financial aid and all that type of stuff. So yes, we are doing, looking forward to all of that for her senior year. Super excited to come home to Sumter, South Carolina, see a lot of family and friends and that kind of thing. Yes, so super excited.
You'll have to come back and share some of those tips, because a lot of times parents, they just don't know. They have juniors and juniors, what is the best year to actually start looking at those things, such as college? Will traditional 4-year colleges and universities, would that be the best choice? So yeah, maybe inviting you back to come and do a roundtable conversation.
Definitely.
At this time, yes. Elder Stacy, tell us about your nonprofit. Got anything going on other than heading on down to South Carolina?
Well, I will, of course, be in South Carolina on October 1st. The following week will be the kickoff of our pastor's birthday and anniversary. So I'm looking forward to some of the co-authors joining and being in Raleigh with us on that weekend. So that will be an exciting time that we will be able to come together, take part in a rally to advocate to get the age limits removed. So those are just some of the things that are coming up. And we all know, with October being Breast Cancer Awareness Month, there is no shortage of opportunities to share, to speak to other women, to get the word out. So again, those are just some of the things that are up and coming for the month coming in that is fastly approaching.
Yes, indeed. Thank you so much for sharing. Love to again invite you back to come and share about your nonprofit. I think it's amazing. Definitely. One of the congratulations is from best-selling author Tisha Chambers, as she says, congratulations, ladies. Thank you for sharing. Kimberly, we're trying to get Kimberly back on. I know she's we're gonna see if we can't bring her back on, so if she has something to share before we end our broadcast. Are you there? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Kimberly?
I can hear you.
Okay, good. Can you share us
What was
quickly
the
what you
question?
just what you have going on a little bit? Okay, yeah. Whatever may be going on and getting ready to go down to South Carolina in October. What you got going on?
Getting ready, preparing some sweet treats for the event. Excited about going down Sharon. We have an 11-year-old in the home, so it's always something going on. Soccer, golf, just trying to keep my head on straight and just excited. And again, looking forward to getting with the breasties. This has been a wonderful journey and it's been exciting. So to get together and see everybody in person, my heart is just excited about that. So that's what I'm looking forward to, and that's what's going on.
Awesome. Well, I'm excited for you all. Thank you so much for finding value in what we do and what we present here. Our platform is a Christian-based platform. We are truly, truly honored to have you, Minister T, along with these amazing, amazing contributing and women and contributing authors. You all will be back with me on Tuesday evening at 7:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. And so any of the authors, just reach back out and we'll talk about that a little bit after when we're off air. Excuse me. Y'all, I had some dental work done this past week. I was talking a little funny. Mr. Jason, yes, he says, listen, you got us all smiling and I've never met you. But he says, I salute each of you. Job well done. Yes, indeed. And we thank you, sir, for empowering Minister T for such an amazing project. We're speaking it prophetically that this book, yes, will be a #1 bestseller. And at this time, I'm going to yield back, as I always do, to allow the visionary authors here on Book Talks with Sandy to just share their heart, whatever God has placed on their heart regarding, in her case, her event, the book, and just to speak to us. So at this time, I introduce to you the visionary author of this amazing book here, High Heels in Low Places, an authentic, 22 authentic women who have shared their journey and perseverance with breast cancer diagnosis. At this time, I introduce to you. Go ahead.
Yes. Sandy, again, we just want to thank you for this opportunity to help us bring awareness, to educate, to inform. I'm just really excited. We're looking forward to the interview on Tuesday. Like they said, October's coming up, so everything is going to be pink out for the month of October. But what I want people to realize and remember is that when November 1st comes and all the pink is put up, all the decorations put up, you still have women that are still fighting for their lives 365 days a year. It doesn't stop just because the world take 1 month to recognize our journeys and what we've gone through, what we've been through, what we're going through. Just keep in mind that it doesn't stop beyond October, that women and men affected by breast cancer, diagnosed with breast cancer, they need your support 365 days a year. I can personally attest to the nonprofit, through the support group for the past 4 years. Cancer is not what always kills someone or takes someone, where someone lose their life. A lot of people give up because they don't have the support system. They don't have the means. They don't have the resources. Just knowing that somebody care means a lot. That's why we have a program called Faith Angels, where we allow people to adopt one of our breast cancer thrivers and metavirus. It's just, you never know that day, what type of day that person have, that they were on the verge of giving up. But because you took the time to call them, text them, just pray for them, call out their name or send them something in the mail, it snatched them back from giving up. So just keep in mind, everyone, that, after October 31st, continue to pray for those that are going through, continue to support and be there, because it's needed 365 days a year. We also be mindful where you give your donations during the month of October. There's a lot of scams, there's a lot of hackers out there. You want to make sure you check your local charity bases, you look up your Secretary of State, make sure that you're giving to legit nonprofits. Of course, I'm going to be very biased and selfish and say you can always give to Faith Strong. We are an official, legit 501c3 nonprofit organization. And all donations are tax deductible. You can find and learn more about us and give a donation at www.wearefaithstrong.com. That's www.wearefaithstrong.com to learn more about our organization, our support group, and our nonprofit. And we just want to thank you in advance for the support for October 1st and beyond October 1st. And again, thank you, Jason, the motivator, for making all this possible. I'll tell anyone, everything you go through, there's a purpose and there's something to be birthed. And if you're looking for someone to help you walk through what you know God has called you to do, and you just need that push, you just need that little motivation, I challenge you to reach out to Jason Mahoney and Craft It to Motivate, and let them assist you with helping to make all your dreams come true. I promise you, you won't regret it.
I'm gonna take myself off of mute. There is the website. We're going to make sure that we do put it up, but Faith Strong Incorporated, faithstrong.com. This is her home page. If you do want to donate, yes, click onto that donate button. You can find all the information out about this nonprofit organization, who they are, their services, Faith Strong Angels, photo gallery, support us, our founder, and more. So listen, those are the two websites you definitely want to have in your, and again, your opportunities to give before the end of 2022 for your tax purposes. So again, these are all, and you're going into good ground. I was talking about having, putting our monies and our funds and our time sowing into good ground. And surely we can tell that Minister T is a good steward over what God has entrusted her with. Well, I am Sandy Sanders. It has been a pleasure. Thank you all. Thank you, Facebook. Thank you, Facebook community, those that saw our blast, our link, and got the word out. Thank you all. Thank you so much. We'll be back on Tuesday evening with these phenomenal women, along with the visionary author of such an amazing book. And so we're super excited. Thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for tuning in to Book Talks with Sandy. Ladies, you all are amazing. You have lifted up my spirits for today. And I think that's really about it, y'all. All right. We're going to do our intro and anything else. Anybody got last words, as I say? All hearts and minds are clear? You guys know that.
Thank you.
All right. You guys know, don't go nowhere. Y'all know that I love you. And y'all be blessed. Take care.
Hello, everyone. This is Shayna Asby. Of course, I am the family life coach. I'm coming to you today with transformative shifts. This show is about people who have gone through real life experiences. Either they're going through it and getting healing, or they're on the other side of it and they have healed from it, but they're sharing with you their personal testimonies. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I have a special guest. Definitely a special guest. This brother right here, when he is definitely a father, not just a father, he's in the ministry. He actually coaches rap artists, so different artists. He coached them. He's getting into acting. Man, he's just taking the stage by force. And it's so funny. I was talking on the phone with him the other day and I said, brother, do you know that as you're speaking, you're actually singing? It's like poetry. Like, so you're constantly, so it's constantly all the time. He's in his mindset of poetry and what he's going to say next. So I just want to introduce you to this person, Mr. We call him Coach T, but Coach Tyrone Thomas. I want to introduce you to him and to let him introduce you to himself. So, Coach Tyrone, it is on you. Welcome, everybody.
How's everybody doing? All right. Now that was a very different type of intro from what I'm used to. But while you were talking, I was trying to get this shared on Facebook, get some of the people that I know to come inside. But yeah, everything that you said is accurate. I do coach people. You say I'm in the ministry. I guess I am. Uh, so yeah, I do coach, and I was just last night. I was just on a judgment panel for a showcase and coaching artists on their stage presentation and their performance. You know, I'm very happy to be here. Shane and me and you connected in a community that we're both a part of for our coaching and what we do and helping people elevate in our chosen field. So I'm very excited to be on here this morning with everybody, and I can't wait to get into what we got to talk about.
Awesome, awesome, awesome. Yes, yes, yes. So the title of our show today is, what is it? To triumph. What is it? Trauma into
From
triumph.
trauma to
Woo!
triumph.
From trauma to triumph. So with
Yeah.
trauma to triumph, anytime we hear the word trauma, is something that happens in our lives that was unexpected or we didn't expect, right? And that's just life, period. But sometimes we have those situations that come through and kind of like shake us up.
Right.
When it comes to trauma with me, oh my goodness, like it gets serious. Sometimes it actually sits me down for probably a year or two just to read, just to come back to myself because of the trauma of being so impactful that I have to become it causes you to become a new creature, right? Because
Okay.
you have went through something. That's how I look at it.
I
Because
got you.
now you have to adjust with the situation that happened to you. And a lot of times we don't even go back to the person that we were,
Right.
through
Well,
trauma.
that's true. That's true. But I don't want to step on what you're saying. Did you
Right.
finish your thought?
Yeah, yeah. So just basically talk to us about the title Trauma to Triumph. Triumph.
Yeah. So from trauma to triumph, like you said, the response to trauma is very typical in how we respond to it. We don't know any other way than to when something happens to us that's negative. Um, it shapes the way we move, right? That trauma can be so if you are at you're 8 feet tall and you have an 8 foot capacity, right? This trauma comes and it puts you in a 6 foot box. And this trauma will tell you, well, based on what happened to me before, I'm going to limit myself and move in accordance with this box here. But like you said, some things happen to you and it'll set you down for a year. That's not the best way to handle it. But we don't know that, right? So that's the importance of people like us who have set ourselves up as coaches, because we can help to coach you out of the box that the trauma puts you in, right? So that's where we get PTSD. When you break PTSD down, it is post traumatic, right? After a traumatic event. And then what it really is, you have a disorder in processing stress signals. So the trauma gave you a disorder. So when you feel stress and you feel similar situations to the traumatic event, you have an adverse reaction. It's like, the best way I describe it is you become allergic to stress because you have to properly process the trauma. So now
Right.
you have defense mechanisms to keep you from being traumatized again. But they most of the time they're unhealthy.
Yes, I definitely agree with that. So I guess where the trauma has came in different for me is yes, we definitely because the great thing about it is when you go through trauma, you want to look for somebody to assist you with it. Going
Right.
through, therapy is definitely essential.
Right.
Reaching out to other people who may have went through the same experiences. That's where coaches come in,
Right.
come into play, and helping you get through it. But what I tell people all the time is that we have our different way of healing. You get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing as grief. Everybody doesn't grieve the same, and there's no time limit on how long you grieve. You
Right.
grieve, but you just don't get stuck there.
Mhm.
Just know that you have to face some things, face it
Right.
to get over it, so you won't be stuck in that place of grief. And
Right.
so that's how I feel about trauma. Trauma is the same way because again, depending on how many, depending on the status or how hard of a trauma it was, it could be, life shaking. So
Right.
have you ever had some trauma in your life that was just that life shaking to where it took a little bit more time to get
Mhm.
over or for
Right.
you to assess it and to learn from it?
Of course. Yeah. So,
Would you like to share?
uh, yeah, I'm willing to share. It's just I got so much
Sorry.
experience, So, do you have any area specifically?
No.
Right. Okay. Um, I think the earliest example of some trauma that shaped my life would be just uh family issues. So I'm 40 years old and I was born in 81. So can you hear me? I want to make sure
Yes.
I'm talking
Yes.
to the mic. Um, I was born in 81, so that means crack was a new drug. So it was all throughout my family. My parents, every member of my immediate family was on crack at one point at the same time. So um you can't be a drug addict on such a hard substance and parent of the year, so there were a lot of situations from things that I needed growing up that I didn't have. Trauma as far as things that were going on in the house, things that I was exposed to, that I seen, that I overheard, or fights, just an unsafe environment. And then that trickles down into me being a kid where everything I wore, I didn't have new clothes until my teens, until I was able to have a job. My haircut was trash. I'm dark skinned with 4C hair. So when you show up, especially in that time, all my clothes are from thrift stores. Um, I'm not socially accepted. So my clothes aren't right. My skin's too dark. My hair's too nappy. My haircut ain't right. My shoes are from Payless. They're all Pro Wings and XJ 900. So, so my trauma on top of whatever's going on in the house with the addictions, and then compound that with the inability to socially interact. You know what I'm saying? So there were a lot of issues with that. So with what I shared there, is there any questions that information opens up?
Wow. Just, hearing you, talk about the trauma, within that, from a early childhood. Like we hear about, it's a lot more women that share their stories when it comes to things that they've experienced.
Right.
So where a lot of men date there, it's hard for us or for them to open up, and we want to help so bad, but they don't really, it's like they don't really want to let it go. and and I feel like it's hard for both people, you get what I'm saying, like for men and women to kind of like come together and learn each other if we don't break down these walls, of what you experience and which I experience. And us as women too, we have to learn how not to be so judgmental when they do open up, because then it comes to, oh, we feel like that men shouldn't have no emotion. Oh, they
Right.
too soft or they too hard. Or that, you know what I'm
Right.
saying? But we ask for them to open up and then we shut them up. So that's a problem. And I thank you for coming on and just, explaining to us, some of the things that you went through coming up in that household. So when you were a child coming up in a household like that, what were your thoughts? What were your thoughts about life in general and life itself, as a boy? Because I'm a mom, I have a son, and I had to come outside of myself and be able to tap into him. And if I saw something that was needed to be addressed, I had to go fight for that. But I had to also realize that I'm not the typical mother. And there's a lot of mothers that don't know how to tap into their boys.
Uh-huh. All right. Well,
That part. You see how that kind of like changed over into
uh-huh.
like the coaching phase. Like our boys need that. They need to hear how to get up out of there. So I want to know, what were you thinking at that time being a boy, and how did you get over that hurdle of that? Because they need that. Like you saw Juice World. We lost Juice World early. You get what I'm saying? He was only 21. We lost Extension early. We losing our young boys. They're committing suicide faster than these girls. You know, not being able, scared too much to talk out, scared not to be soft enough, let their emotion go, or just being able to hold on and not releasing. They're holding it all inside of them. And we want to tap in, especially our mama, but they like, I can't let it go. So how did you kind of gauge that and be able to jump over that hurdle? And what were you thinking so we can learn how to tap into our kids so we won't have more situations like Juice World and all these other kids or kids that's committing suicide?
Well, before I answer that, I have to go into your statement when you said women want guys to open up, and like you want to help us out with that, but then we open up and it's too much. For one, it's not your job to heal us, right?
That's
It's your
true.
job. It's your job to heal yourself. It's your job to handle your own baggage. Right? So, and then with that, it gets into our idea of our partner, our idea of the opposite sex, and our idea of what a relationship is. So, a lot of women are taught that men are emotionless drones that go to work and give them money to spend from the work. So we have to educate ourselves on what a true that our partner is a human being, right? So we're a human being with an existence and a life before we met them, right? And then men have the idea that women are living sex dolls that can cook and clean for them, right? Now they're human beings. So we have to come up with this idea of outside of the roles that tradition has told us that what a parties need to play. We need to address the fact, be taught, and accept the idea that men and women have emotions. Uh, we all have reactions to wounds. We all have traumas that we need to have the tools to work through. So you now get to the second question of how did I get out of that? I didn't, right? So you can't get out of the situation that without help, right? You can't get out. I was introduced to this. This was the only life I knew, right? I couldn't stop it. I couldn't do anything about it. I was a child in this situation. I couldn't get my own money. So I had no avenue out. So I just had to learn how to navigate in it. So that's when you get these, like when people go to jail and they get institutionalized, you adapt to your surroundings, you adapt to your environment and the conditions that you have to experience, because you can't find any way out without help. So fortunately for me, seeing people on these substances, I never wanted to do any drugs. I decided to never do any drugs when I was very, very young. So that aided me. Fortunately, with the way I learned, I did well in school. I don't have a problem learning information. And when I was old enough to really take life into my own hands and someone came with an opportunity, presented me. I joined the Navy when I was 21, and then that took me away from. Well, before that, my parents started going to church, and that stopped a lot of things. And that got me out of things. Got changed the craziness in the house, and then a couple years after that, I went into the Navy. And then you don't really learn what happens until you out of the situation and you look back reflectively, right? If you don't have someone to help you out, right? Again, that's the importance of a coach. A coach can coach you in the moment. So, but if you don't have someone that can coach you in the moment, you're not going to learn what you need to learn until you're out of it. You can't go through it and see what you need to see at the same time. You can only see what's in front of you. You can only process the information that's immediately presented to you at the moment, right? But
Right.
now, when you get out of the situation, then you can look at everything from start to finish, and then you can extract the lessons. That's why it's important for us to reflect. But I didn't start healing myself until I reflected on a lot of things later in life. You know.
Like I definitely hear what you're saying, and I definitely commend you for being the person that you have become today, because I'm pretty sure that that was not an easy process to go through. And I say that, just while we're having this platform or this show, we're talking about from trauma to triumph. We're on transformative shifts. We're talking about trauma to triumph. And even, it really it makes me look at myself as a parent, right? And I feel like anybody who watches this show right now, I want you to take that in, everything that Tyrone said. And he said he had to learn how to navigate within the brokenness. So within the home, he didn't know how to get out. You didn't know who to talk to. You don't know who to say something to, because you don't know what the consequences of that is going to
Right.
be. So our children, so that means to tell me that even today, as our children go through these things within a home that's broken, that has trauma, that they're in their minds trying to figure out how to adapt to the situation. That's deep right there.
Right.
So
Now,
here you are. Yeah, I'm
then
listening.
and then if you have a parent, or if you are the parent that is just the person who looks for an opportunity to yell at your child, or you're a person that believes in beating your child for everything, why would they come to you with the problem? Right? So if you're a person that believes in spankings, or whatever you call them, say for example, your child is struggling in school, they come home with a bad report card and they get beat, right? uh, that the most that the spanking taught them is don't get bad grades. The struggle is, how do I get good grades? The spanking didn't teach them how. You yelling at them didn't teach them how, right? So if I need help and you have already showed me that you're not the person that's willing to help me, my definition of a parent is a person that tells me my opinion doesn't matter. Uh, be quiet because you don't pay bills. Uh, I'm not talked to with respect. It's my belief, and I have 3 children. It's my belief that you should respect your children. It's my belief that you talk to your kids with respect. When you get out of hand and you overreact, you apologize, because at home is the first environment that you learn
Right.
respect. So many of us don't know what it's like to be respected. And where is the environment where we learn what it feels like to be respected, right? You have
Mhm.
that opportunity so that you don't do things, because when we don't know what respect feels like, we can get other things and process it as respect. We can see likes on a video that we posted and say that's respect. We can diagnose attention as respect, right? So since you don't know how that feels, you get in something and you do an act of violence, or you show anger or aggression, and that
Mm.
fear that they get, you think that fear is respect, but it's not. It's a fear response, right?
Mm.
So learning, and then since you were never respected as a child, and every position of authority talked down to you, told you to be quiet, just barked orders at you, that's what you think being an adult is. So when you take control, you think, oh, be quiet. You don't talk to me like that. I'm grown. Can't nobody tell me nothing. I'm grown. Because that's what you receive. That's not it. Right? So when it comes to it, you're raising little people. You're raising little people that came in as a blank slate, and you have a chance to teach them respect. So if you show them that you respect them and what they're going through, then when they get the problems, they'll bring them to you. But and they'll be willing to. They won't think they have to listen to their stupid little friends who gonna guide them down the wrong path. But you gotta show them that there's respect and communication. So I know how important that would have been if I had someone and during that time who said that showed me respect, right? Who respected where I was in my life and what was important to me at the time. And then, going out amongst my peers because I was in the condition that I was not accepted. I was not respected. So it's just, you just shrink and you learn how to be. In my case, I learned how to be invisible. You know what I'm saying?
Like, I gotta write that down. Like, I really appreciate you talking about this situation because a lot of our boys need to be tapped into as far as, how to adapt in certain situations, but at the same time, learning how to express and who to express to.
Oh,
Or
that
not,
just reminded me of something.
right. And not being, not feeling like they're alone in certain situations. Um, because our boys, I feel like they're fighting with that. And I am so fortunately, I told my son, I said, I am so grateful that I'm your mother, right? Because I saw him. I seen him when I saw him going through, when I seen that it may be a problem here, I would go there or I would tap into him. But there were times when I was single mother. So being a single mother and not being able to be that attentive, that's when I got into my issues. Working 2 jobs, leaving early in the morning, coming home after dark. There's no parent there. It's just him going to
Right.
school. So he's having to pick up not only just his issues and going to school, but now he had to deal with coming home and nobody to talk to. I'm feeling some type of way. I don't know how to handle my problems, and my mom is not here and she's working 2 jobs. I hate to see her working like this. So, but as I came home and started to pay attention to what was going on in the house and being reconnected with my son, that's when I start giving him the help that I feel like he needed. And it's hard when you're a single parent and you're not able to connect in that capacity because maybe you have more than one kid. I'm so grateful that I have
Right.
one kid, that I can be tapping into. So that means that all these other kids are left out here unattended. And my
Right.
son does come to me, with issues that go on, and we have conversation about it. The Holy Spirit told me one time that with our boys and with our young and girls and as teenagers, we're supposed to be able to have conversations with them, and they're supposed to feel bad. If it's serious, they're going to feel bad about what it is and come back to you and apologize. And when it comes to little children, we don't have to whoop them either. We can learn through the art of play, you know, with the smaller children. So I definitely thank you for that. But learning how to be invisible, like, and I'm the reason why I'm also expounding on this is because I don't think that people think about the psychological effects that come from that. And I'm not
Right.
talking about at the time that you're going through it. I'm talking about as you become an adult, those things that you went through as a child
Right.
actually has a psychological onset into your adult life. So, for me, I'm trying to think of which was one of mine. They put me in a role of being mother too early. And so I was everybody's mom. I'm talking about even my stepmother. Let me help you get dressed in the morning. Let me help you pick out your clothes. Let me help you pick out this. Oh, I got my brothers and sisters. I'm getting them. You got to get, oh, you got to have your hat. You got to have your scarf. Oh, it's almost time to go. Time to go. Time to go. So I was always that person on the go all the time and helping them take care of themselves, that when it came time to take care of myself back in it, as I got older, I was putting myself last because I was used to being put last.
Right.
I didn't have anyone be attentive to me. So it was like my own attentiveness. Or at the same time, it was like I always was their mother, even as an adult. My siblings like, hey, you not my mom, but sometimes they would come to me as mama because they were used to coming to me as mother. And I'm like, yo, I have my own cross, you got your cross. And I didn't even really realize to put that down until my little brother died, to where I said, no, like I'm no longer your mother, I'm your sister. And I told my mother, no, I'm no longer your mother, I'm your daughter. So that psychological onset of what happens from that trauma in that childhood, you said you learned how to become invisible. That was deep.
Well, that's the case for most people, right? So, you learn how to keep the things that will get the response that you don't want. You learn to hide those things, right? And then it's going to be a case where, say, for example, you have a son and he's a little boy, something happens, he's going to cry. He's going to go to cry, and you're going to stomp his emotions and tell him what boys don't do, right? And, you know, we get these situations as far as we have acceptable roles that we learn as children, right? So something that we like in the Black community, sports is something that you're just supposed to do. If you're a Black male and you can't run a ball for a potential white man in your future, what value do you have? You know what I'm saying? If you are a young Black man and you can't run a football or you can't dribble and shoot a basketball, you are worthless. You dig what I'm saying? And
We got
that
a
is not,
problem.
yeah, that's really
We
not
got a
it.
problem.
Yeah.
We have a problem. And I say that because we put these titles on things, and then we put these titles on other people, and we don't even let them become themselves before we give them a
Right.
title and say who they are. And people look at me like, Shana, you crazy. I'm like, no, I'm serious. If my son does not like football, my son, okay,
Okay, so what?
Coach, exactly. Coach Tyrone, when you
You
see
know?
my son is my son is taller than me, and
Right.
he has broad shoulders. He's
Mhm.
he do have a football build, but my
Right,
son will
but
tell you
mind
in
your
a minute.
business and stop trying to put my son in football because you
Yes.
see it, right? And then that is a whole. We get into this identity. People will say we're more than our bodies, we're more than our athleticisms, but we do it to ourselves. Oh, that boy need to be playing football. Oh, that boy need to be shooting some basketball. So why? And then next thing you know, we turn our children over to these programs, and then they're practicing they're practicing sports with all their time, and then they're grown and they can barely read. You know what I'm saying? And when was they supposed to read? You told them, oh, don't worry about that. You're gonna go to the league.
Wait,
And then
so
some go ahead.
look at me. You see my face like, oh my God, go ahead. Keep going. Because I'm just sitting up
And
here
then
like,
stuff is happening in the community. You got other little Black kids that chose to go into gangs, and they killing each other because their parents settled down on this side of town and their parents settled down on that side of town, and because of that they got to kill each other. But then, oh man, don't worry about that. You go into the league. Oh, don't worry, don't get caught up in that. You go into the league. Then they do the equivalent of hitting the lottery and make it to the league, and then they say, oh man, you sold out, you forgot where you came from, you need to do stuff for the community. My whole life you've been telling me, forget all this, I'm going to the league. I make it to the league. Now I gotta care about it all. You know what I'm saying? We're not really thinking about what we're doing.
wow, Coach Tyrone. Like, like I'm sitting up here laughing, and I'm listening to you, and I'm like, oh my God, like this is literally how it goes. I remember
Yeah.
going. I'm from Detroit, Michigan. Do anybody remember? I don't know if you remember Tractor Trailer. Um, they used to call him Tractor Trailer. He was the one. I can't think of his name that was in sports. I can't think of his. He was a basketball player, so he
Mhm.
was real big.
Right.
And at that same time, we had Willie Mitchell, which is a basketball player in Persian. He was really top. Persian was one of the high schools in Detroit. If you wanted to go in sports, you went to Persian.
Right.
You graduated from Persian, you was in sports. They were like the best basketball team and football team. And I remember guys used to come in class. I would see them on the first day, on the
And
first day
not
of
see him
class,
again.
and that.
Yeah,
Do you hear me?
yeah,
Not see them again no more.
yeah,
And they be like, "Oh, they got an A in that class. Well, how did you get
yeah.
an A? You didn't even come to class." Because they're
Right.
riding off of their basketball playing skills, running off their. I got another one for you. I was in Texas. I was actually working with three young ladies who were a part of a situation to where the school, there was a teacher at the school. She was having sex with the young boys in the school, and there was a, of course we upset. The parents came together, they talked about the situation, everything. And then there were other parents was like, I don't, wait, I don't want to say nothing about this right here. I don't want to talk about this. My
Don't
son got a
mess up the
football
football. Yeah,
contract.
yeah, 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 yeah.
Oh, this school is
Yeah,
for football, this school for basketball. I don't
yeah.
know if I want to talk about what's going on with this over here. I'm like, hold up. So you mean to tell me you're not thinking about the fact that these kids were molested by an adult, which was a teacher,
Right,
and you're thinking
right.
more about their football contract and their basketball contract than them as a person and what happened to them? This can affect them for the rest of their lives. Like, what is wrong with us?
Because that's their ticket. They done already planned out how their child's gonna go pro and they're gonna live off their child. You right. So they have committed so much to that vision that hey, don't mess this up. That's become the goal, right? That so we know that these big schools with the legitimate tie to upstreaming the athletes to a higher level of play all the way to the professional level. We know they are looking the other way on the grades. We know they cover up the things that they shouldn't do and things that shouldn't happen, because ultimately that's a lot of money even for the ones that don't make it. However, you know, the kids that make it, it's such a small percentage. What about the ones that don't? And
And but that's
now, go
yes,
ahead.
and that's trauma right there. That's
Yeah.
that's
And
that's
then they get
trauma.
spit out. They've committed how early? What's the youngest you've seen somebody? I've seen kids playing full tackle football, right? And then so let's say 10. Say you start playing football at 10. You go to college at 18. That's 8 years right there. If you play college football, that's another 4 years. That's 12 years of football. That's 12 years. And depending on the position you play, people running full speed trying to take your head off. Right. So we got young men with early CTE, right? And then say they don't even make it to the league. Their life from before they went through puberty has been football. Now you have no purpose in your life. You have no skill, you have no social skills, because if you were a star football player, that was the icebreaker. You have no social skills. You have no way to make money. You have no value socially. You're the dude that didn't make it to the league. You go from everybody riding and kissing up to you because you might make it to being worthless because you didn't make it. And you have to figure out how to navigate that.
That part right there, and it's like I'm trying to hold my eyes together. I'm trying to hold my eyes together.
Right.
Because I'm mother.
Right.
You get what I'm saying? I'm mother,
And then
and
they trick us. They trick us because there's so much poverty in our community. So you see this young boy who's developing with this body type. He got this height for basketball. He's got this body for football, whatever it may be. Oh, this is my ticket out of poverty. And you're willing to pretty much prostitute your kid for this potential long shot football contract. And there's more options available.
I love this conversation, but it's a lot of our kids experiencing, okay, put it like this. I'm a mother,
Right.
and my son was going to this school,
Right.
We had a mentor come to the school to speak to the children. They were in 4th grade. And what he said to them was, LeBron James' mother sold drugs. So you guys can get out of this. Guys can get out of situations that you're in. Blah 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 blah. And he was trying to be that person that to inspire and encourage. But I said there was like, and my son came and was like, "Did you know that LeBron James' mother sold drugs?"
I've never heard that. I'm from Cleveland. Cleveland and Akron is less than an hour away from
And
each
it
other. I
may
didn't
have
know.
not been LeBron. It may have been somebody else. It don't even matter.
Yeah,
Just the
yeah.
point that you came to these young boys trying to inspire and encourage them, and you had the audacity to tell them that somebody's mother sold drugs in order for
Yeah.
that is not the way to do it, or to tell them that LeBron James, whoever it was, even if it was LeBron James, even if it was a basketball player that sold drugs, you don't have to come in every community thinking that every child is going through the same thing, because they're not. And you have
Right.
to be careful of what you're saying, because some children hold on to that piece.
Right.
So are you coming to help, or are you a part of the problem? Because we all know that the drug abuse resistance education program, which was called DARE, that
Yeah,
program
I
was
remember that.
supposed to come in to educate us about not to be on drugs, but it was really a program to introduce us to drugs so we can become on drugs. So let's just be real. So then I have to look at you and say, are you a part of the problem? Are you a part of
Yeah.
the solution?
Right. Well, these solutions that come from outside of our community typically aren't solutions. A lot of the times, history has showed us these things that get presented to us are really like they they're not helping us. When we get to a lot of the stuff that has been dropped into our community, didn't help us at all, but it allowed us to play the role that benefited the people that presented it to us. Right. So when it comes to our trauma and getting out of the things, we have to let's see, we have to first be exposed to the right stuff, right? Because when you broke, you think money solves everything, right? And if you're fortunate enough to get a lot of money and really look at what it brings, you see like money is not the absolute answer. There's
It
some
just
things
helps. Right.
right, right. Money doesn't fix anything that's going on internally. uh, Money can fix a lot of stuff in the world. I mean, even the Bible says that money answers all things, but it doesn't fix anything that's going on inside of you. So when the problem is internal, when the problem is how you process the world, how you see the world, how you process what you're seeing, how you choose to act on what you're processing, that takes intentional work. You know.
So even with that, now that you are out of those situations, now that you're coming out of being invisible, you have excelled at being a great coach, being a mentor, being a husband, being a father, and it's we ain't all perfect, but we're getting
Right.
there. So what is your give back, or what is your words that you would give to that child or that young boy who's in that situation, who's who feels stuck at home and not being able to get out, whether their parents are on drugs like you went through, or whether their parents are just arguing all the time, or they're not seeing them for children that they are, or people are trying to put titles on them to tell them who they are and what they should be doing. Because my son, he tells me all the time, even his dad came up to him and was like, "You big. You need to play some football." And
Right.
he like, "I don't want to play no football. I'm in the
Nah, I'm
anime.
good.
I'm in the martial
Right.
arts. I'm into
Yeah.
I'm in the archery." But respect that.
Yeah.
So
Respect that. Yeah.
right. So what do you say to those young boys or young women that's out there that feel like they have no way out and they have to become invisible, or they feel like that they have to adapt to that situation? So one, how do you help them? What do you say to them? And what are some of the solutions that we can do in order to reach those children?
Well, the solution is not a simple one, since
Mhm.
they are, especially when you're a child, you have no power in the situation. You have no say so in how things go. So, first, you have to figure out the specifics of your situation, right? So I can't give you any general information or do this, do that, because I don't know, right? If you do something, maybe you're being physically abused, maybe you're being sexually abused. Eh, if you have someone that you can go to help you get out of that, go to them, right? But you have to make sure you protect yourself as well as you can. Um, what I can tell you is stay away from drugs that people would give you. A lot of people would offer you drugs in the name of a good time or in the name of escaping some situation. That's not gonna help you. Um, it's just going to compound the situation, right? So when you get drunk or high, once you come down, once you sober up, it's the
Still
problem's
there.
still going to be there, and it also alters your body. It alters your brain function. So your brain is still developing. They say up until your mid 20s, your brain is still
Right.
developing. So now when you adopt your problem solving techniques is getting drunk and high, that's changing your brain. Like, say for example, look at somebody like DMX. You hear his story. Somebody exposed him to crack when he was like 14. So that means his body and his brain developed with a addiction to a very hard and very addictive substance, like nothing short of a miracle. He was never going to kick that. You know what I'm saying? So the drugs are not the answer. You need to work on your emotional intelligence. You need a genuine community of people that care about you. Now, these are, like I said, this is not an easy answer. It's not simple, but this is the things that if I had these things growing up, maybe it wouldn't have taken me so long to undo the effects of the trauma. So, what I dealt with, I just learned how to navigate invisibly. I could be in a room and you would not know I was there unless I wanted you to know, right? And you just think that that's how you have to go through life, but the most important thing you can do is if you have someone that can mentor you. What we can do in the community, we can have some type of outreach and present ourselves to people in these situations to teach them skills on how to make money for themselves, teach them skills on how to socially interact, how to have some confidence in themselves, how to find things that they want to do. Because if we just say go to college, college is not the answer, especially today. College is less of the answer than it has ever been in history, right? I can't say it's not the answer at all, but it's less. It's so little of the answer, and just get a job is not necessarily the answer. You need a community of people, and you need social skills. You need to know how to make your own money, right? You need to know these things. You need to know to how to believe in yourself and the importance of that, right? I feel like I've talked a while on that. I hope I gave a good answer though.
Okay. So you gave basically, you did give your information on you talked about emotional intelligence. We had to have more emotional intelligence, being able to have community, not to be really invisible, but to reach out to someone. You basically tapped on that. Um,
Mhm.
how we get out, because I guess that was one of your things where you felt like you were money deprived or didn't have those things and you had to get out and try to find your own way as far as making money.
Right.
So
That's
that's
not
just
destructive. Not
that's
not
not
selling drugs
not
either.
destructive, not
Not
selling drugs.
selling drugs.
Right, not destructive.
Yeah.
Okay, so basically, what I took out of it is that we need to have more outreach programs within these communities to start connecting to the families so we can, start offering up solutions. Or
Yeah.
Big Brother, Big Sister program was one of the programs that I remember when I was a child that was really big about being mentors. So maybe that's one of the issues too, because a lot of these kids, they don't have anywhere to go, they don't have anywhere to hang out at. They close the YMCA's or a lot of the gyms around, and the playground in the park is not the place. And so a lot of times they feel like they need an outlet. But we tapped on some really great things today. You talking about how you turn your trauma into triumph. So tell me about some of the great things that you're doing today, as far as coaching to help give back, and what your business is.
Okay. When it comes to the coaching, what I've originally focused on is helping people get on stage. Aspiring and current stage performers, I help them cultivate their image and the message that they want to present, how to properly present that message, and how to engage with the crowd. So the way that helped me, I started rapping and I started performing. That put me in positions to show some type of social value, right? And that made me attractive to people who didn't know me. So I'm not saying attractive in the case of my features, or being a physically handsome or attractive. I'm saying like being socially attractive, because when you come into a new room, you know, for to be specific, in the case of women pick their men based on, after they get a clear idea of his social standing, you know. So when it, and you should have, you might have to, if I'm not saying this clearly, you know, before you would go out with a man, no matter how cute you think he is or how nice he's dressed or whatever, he can be everything you like physically, but you have to get a clear understanding of who he is to other people, or how he's seen in the social group. Not saying he has to be popping, but you have to know who he is socially, and then so I help people with that, because that helped me it put me in a position where I could socially interact, right? So I help people with their confidence, with their image, and how to properly engage from the stage. And that's what I do in my business. I still make music. I just did my first master class. I'm going to do more of those. I'm working on ebooks. I'm working on a lot of self-development things. Um, and I just encountered somebody last night. Last night I was out judging a showcase. I was on the judge panel for a independent artist showcase, and I encountered somebody that's going to. I'm going to mentor them, personally mentor them, to help them get their confidence up. They don't have any. They don't know what they want to get into. They don't know what direction they want to go. But I know I can help them out personally. So I'm going to start on that route. And
Wow.
you were on my master class, right? What did
Yeah.
you think of that?
Yes, yes, yes. I was on your master class. You definitely gave great self-image perspectives. You talked about confidence, which is something we definitely need, especially when we're coming out here today, no matter what we're going through and what we're in. So I definitely heard, I know you don't like to tap on the ministry, but I definitely heard the God within that. I did.
Right.
So that definitely was a great masterclass to talk about image, confidence, and what we have to have in showing up, not just in the stage presence, but showing up in life, period. You get what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, that overflows into life. Like I said, I the stage got me out of the shell, the trauma shell, and then it motivated me to be more socially. So it bleeds, but you got to start somewhere. So
right,
to
I
go
get
to the
it.
Bible, a
Right,
little bit of leaven go,
right.
leaven's the whole loaf,
But I love it how you just took it to the stage, because a lot of people fear the stage. A lot
Right.
of people fear
Yeah.
being in front of crowds. So that
Yeah.
was like kudos to you to even, stand in the face of fear and be like, okay, I'm going to the stage first. And
Yeah.
me, I've been speaking since I was a child. So when I come in front of a stage, it's like, oh, what's this? So I could definitely come from a different, aspect of that. And that's what that's why this podcast is so natural and I can speak to anybody because public speaking is definitely my thing. So I get it, but I love how you can come from that person of being invisible to being on the stage. Now that is powerful, and a lot of our young people need to see that that's right there. It's called facing your fears. Facing your fears, not running from them, not acting like they don't exist, but facing it so you can get over it. So I commend you on that. I definitely commend you on that. Do you have any social media following where people can find you at or find your information?
Um, I like Instagram the most, but I have social media accounts on Twitter, Instagram, and TikTok. And it's classified. That's the name. It's KLAZIFIED because my artist name is Classic, which is a contraction of classified sick. Like do not gets don't, classified sick makes classic. So my social media, if you search on those platforms, KLAZIFIED, you'll get me. I'm wearing the same hat, got the same beard, and so you'll see me.
Are you from Chicago?
Nope, I'm from
Okay,
Cleveland,
you from
Ohio.
Cleveland, Ohio. That's right. You did say Cleveland.
Well,
Oh,
I was in Virginia. I had an event and I was wearing I had some pink in it, and I wanted something with some pink in it.
okay, got it.
This was
That's
the
right.
only thing.
You
Yeah.
did say you were Cleveland. Okay. So yes, you heard it right here. Where to contact you at? It's at Classified. That's basically on Instagram. You said you're more active on Instagram. We
That's
definitely
my
touched
preferred.
right. We definitely touched on some great points today. We talked about educating our what is this? Learn how to navigate in it as far as in situations. You said you learn how to navigate within a situation as being in the household. You adapted to the environment and conditions, which basically put it back on us as parents that we need to set up environments that would be great and conducive to the child as opposed to the child being conducive to us. So that was definitely
Right.
a great perspective to see it in, to throw it back on the parent. So we want to create those best environments.
Right.
Learn how to reflect on situations that was in our past, so even though we're out of that situation, if we learn how to reflect on it, then we can give a great analysis or psychological effect to face what it is that we have to face today. That may be an onset of what it was, and get help if we have to. So that's great. You also talked about the psychological effect and knowing how to respect children and not just have them respect us because we're the parents. You talked that we should have respect for our kids. So what we expect from them, we should be expecting from ourselves to give them, so they'll be able to know how to go out in the world and deal with other people in that same perspective. So that we talked about that. You talked about barking orders. You talked about learning to be invisible. How that's not the best thing because it comes out later. You're learning how to hide things that we shouldn't hide those things, or learn how to become invisible. But if we have issues or young boys have issues, they need to reach out to somebody to try to tap into somebody to get that help. And again, you talked about how it could be on different perspectives as far as what they feel like their issues are. Um, you talked about community. Community was so important that we need to have more outreaches to tap into our children so they can build up their emotional intelligence and learn how to deal with those situations. I love this. I loved it. You gave a lot of solutions. You gave a lot of insight. Again, going back to what I said earlier, it's not easy for men to come on here on these platforms or boys to kind of like reveal what they had went through within their
Right.
situations. But it's powerful when they can because the Bible says that pride comes before what? Before what?
A fall. A fall.
Exactly. That part. So if pride comes before a fall, then we have to get to a place where we drop down pride. Pride has to fall.
Right.
It has to be a wall that has to be chipped away and destroyed because we won't be able to connect to the people that we're supposed to connect to get the help that we're supposed to get in order for us to come out. And we have to go to God to get that. And I know I heard you say earlier that no, it's not a woman's place to help. It's not a woman's place to help a man, to help a man heal, but yet she's in that situation going through it with them because it says, How can two walk together unless they agree? But at the same time, when we come together, we are coming together to become one. So in the process of coming together to become one, yes, you have your own cross, I have my cross, but now our crosses are coming together, so we are helpmates to one another. So I feel strongly about that, but at the same time, I do feel like that when broken people come together, we bring our brokenness onto each other. When we got to go back to God, we got to go get back to God, and we got to get back to God, knowing that God is the source within that.
Indeed.
Indeed. So I just want to say thank you so much. Thank you so much for coming on the show. Thank you so much for what you do. We'll be checking you out with that stage presence and that confidence, inspiring other people who want to come out. You know where to find him. He told you where he was at. And I look forward to seeing more. And I just really thank you for coming on the show today.
All right. Thank you very much. I hope, well, when you were going over everything we talked about, I was like, oh, we did talk about that. But I was hoping that I didn't, give you a trash episode,
No. You don't. You didn't. You didn't. You did. You did great. You did great. That's why I love taking notes. I take notes through all my podcasts so I can reflect on what we talked about because we can talk about so many things. But again, it's called transformative shifts. So in that process, it was all about trauma. We talked about trauma, how to get out of situations, how to face situations, and also how to heal from them later. And we talked about solutions within that. So we are good. We are good. I just want to say thank you. You gave us the information of where to reach you. You said classified. You guys got that. It's KLAZIFIED. Go look for him. Go look for him. If you want to get into rapping, you want to get a coach, you want to receive a coach that's going to actually help you with that confidence to come in front of everybody. Don't forget to reach out. You heard it right here. Not just rapping, just other
rap,
things.
poetry, public speaking, singing. I can help you out.
All right. So you know who to come from, Mr. Tyrone Thomas Classified. Go search for him. All right. And again, thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank
and you
you
have
for
a
having
great day. Yes, no problem.
me. Yes, ma'am.
All right, guys, you heard it right here. You heard it right here on Transformative Shifts. Again, we are on Transformative Shifts. This is a show that's all about shifts. It's about things that you went through in life, giving that testimony, attesting to what you went through, understanding that we can all get through it, understanding that it's people out here like Coach Thomas Butler and like Shayna Asby, and we're trying to assist you with getting through that process because we went through it. So if you ever need a coach, you want to reach out, you can reach out to Classify so you can get that confidence in public speaking and different things like that. You are not alone. I just want to give this message. You are not alone in anything that you go through. There has been somebody somewhere who has went through that situation or maybe even situations that's worse than yours. But know that you are not alone and that you can reach out to somebody to get that assistance or that help. And make sure you reach out to the right person, not to a substance, not to a thing to idolize. No. And call on God, that part. And know that you can come through it just as we have went through our trials and tribulations. We have came on the other side of it, that you can get through it too. So I just want to leave you with that note. Again, this was Transformative Shifts. We had our very own Tyrone Butler coming to us. I'm sorry, Tyrone Thomas. I apologize, Tyrone. Oh Lord. Tyrone Thomas, Classified, that was talking about that being that person from trauma to triumph, and how to get through it and how to get over it. So you heard it, guys. You heard it, young men. If you are that person, you don't have to be invisible. Speak up and reach out. And outreaches, we have more work to do. We have to come together with community. We have to do the work. So again, I just want to thank you all for being an audience for Transformative Shifts, and I look forward to seeing you later. Have a great day. Peace. This is Shayna Asby, the Family Life Coach. Bye.
Hello, everybody. I am so glad that you are here today for this interview. We're having an amazing time bringing in amazing women from all over the globe, right? We just got finished coming from Africa. Now we're going into New Zealand, with whom we have the amazing Nahaya Rush that's going to be telling us all about what she does. And it's so good. I can't wait to share her with all of you. So, as always, this is the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, where we bring you the best of the best in the industry to motivate you, to bring impactful information so that it can help you share, shine, and grow, and also just motivate you to be your best self. So without further ado, we're going to be right back with our amazing featured guest, Nahaya Rush, all the way from New Zealand. We'll be back in a moment.
Welcome to the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, a show to motivate you and introduce you to celebrities, authors, singers, coaches, and standout entrepreneurs that are making a positive impact in the world. Men and women coming together to share knowledge, having upbuilding conversations centered around business, wellness, and life. We connect you with some amazing people and opportunities. It's your time to shine, and we help you do that. We love sharing your stories of success and spotlighting you, the entrepreneur. We love to laugh. We love to smile. We love to celebrate you, and we love having fun. So go grab a seat, get a snack, and don't forget your beverage. It's time for you to come share, shine, and grow. Yes, this time for the Tina Ramsey Show. Let's get started with your host, Coach Tina Ramsey.
And just like that, we are back, but I come with an amazing international featured guest, which is Nahaya Rush, all the way from New Zealand. She is a creative chemist, naturopath, naturopath with nature, and a medical herbalist. Her mission is to lead to discovery with the new formulas and provide easy to follow protocols to help women feel more beautiful, healthy, youthful, and energized, to provide them with pure, potent, organic products that will help them and their entire body. She inspires and supports women to experience more self-love, self-acceptance, self-expression with confidence. So without further ado, we're going to bring our special featured guest in all the way from New Zealand, Nahaya Rush.
Welcome. Thank you so much, Tina. It's such a pleasure to be on your show. I'm so excited to be meeting you finally, and I really love your shows and what you stand for as well. You're very inspiring. You obviously do a lot with your life. I don't know how you fit it all in, actually. I'm thinking, gosh, how does she do it all?
I love what I do, and I love just spotlighting amazing people so that you all can connect. We have somebody that just said, hello, all right, all the way from the United States. So,
yay, hello.
And she come all the way, here go our featured guest all the way from Africa. She's tuning in. She said, hello, ladies.
Excellent. Hello.
Welcome, Coach Jenny. So, Nahaya, what I really love what you do is that you make natural wellness, you make it accessible, you make it easy for us to understand. And the fact that, you guys, I want to just show you this right quick. This is not something that she just started off of a whim, right? Look at the trajectory of how long she's been doing the naturopath and dealing with medical, all the way from 1997, and she's currently doing it, building more strategies to help us. Hello, Gladys. Building more strategies for us so that we can really live our best healthy life. So tell us some of the problems that you help us solve, Nahaya, with our skin and the chemicals and stuff. Why are you so passionate about what you do?
Well, actually, when I started was back in the early 2000s, and there wasn't actually any real. There was a few natural skincares on the market, and this is really in the early days. And I thought, well, there are a few natural skincares. I'd already done a natural sunscreen, but why did all the natural skincares were just basic and not with real evidence-based, sort of results-based, moisturizers with the peptides and standardized powder extracts of plants, and really boost them up just like the big brands, but in a natural organic base. So that was like where I started, and that was what I wanted to achieve. And so I studied all the organic standards around the world. And after a few years of doing that, I decided to go with EcoCert. And through that guideline, that's sort of, you know, obviously what I was trying to achieve was, you know, no chemicals, no synthetic ingredients. I mean, it's a very strict list of what you can have, and thousands of other ingredients you can't have in there. You know, there's at least 20,000, you know, toxic chemicals in most skincare. And, you know, the organic standards are very strict. But what I liked about EcoCert was that they actually allowed some of the ingredients to be counted that weren't yet organic, available organic, things like vitamin E, but it's GE free, and or wild herbs, like I use New Zealand native plants, and they're not certified organic. So there's quite a few things to think about and incorporate, and I really enjoyed, you know, working with that. And you know, also I wanted an extra element of, you know, the feeling side, so that, you know, we had a spiritual sort of addition to the skincare, because it's not just about how we look, it's how we feel. And if we're feeling great, then we're going to look better, you know, look great too. So I wanted to combine all of that. And so that was my research and development over years.
Well, Nahaya, what you're doing actually transcends all borders, all ethnicities, and everything, for the simple fact that all women want to look and feel beautiful. And now that we're living in an age where we are more conscientious of what goes in and on our bodies, we want the same results that are similar to the same results that the chemical-based stuff can provide, but we want it natural. So the fact that you can provide it naturally, and the fact that you can actually also, you tap into the part of us as women with the self-limiting beliefs. You build us up. And so I haven't heard of any cosmetics or any natural line that not only does the cosmetic side and helping us look beautiful, but concentrate on the inside woman. So I love what you do.
I really feel that's very important, and I think we'd be the first in the world. What I developed was something called, as my own invention, called Microvita of Love. And through doing a lot of yoga and meditation over like 15 years, there is a resonance, you know, and frequencies, and there's an energy that comes with, you know, the feelings of peace and love. And you know, those harmonics, and it's quantum physics really that goes in, but it's based on sound and you know, Vedic sort of ancient chants and prayers, and that's basically what goes into the skincare, so that, you know, you feel that when you put it on, and it brings more peace and love as you apply it. And we've had a lot of feedback, you know, over the years with it. So I feel quite confident that there is something there that obviously works for people. They feel it, and I do know that there is energy is real, and we all know that with frequencies. What have I got here? I've got a little love spray that's a very easy one, that, you know, sort of ties in all the products, but you can spray it around you, and you can spray your face, and you can also spray it under your tongue.
Oh, really?
And then you really get the, the enhancement of the love spray. Yeah, so this one's quite nice for men and women, and also children. It's got a 5-year shelf life, and it's safe for the whole family. If you're feeling a little bit stressed out, you can just spray it under your tongue and keep it in your handbag. And it has 8 different shell essences from Australia in it, and the Microvita of Love. Yeah, so it's like a modern day rescue remedy, if anyone knows what the bark flowers rescue remedy is like. So that's that one.
That's great. Well, tell us a little bit about, because like I said, your business is built on multiple different pillars, and it's not just you solving a problem, you being on a mission, but you hold different values as well. Like you stand by love, happiness, fulfillment, health, well-being with an honest grounding. Standing behind having truly non-toxic products and standing behind those values. So why was that so important for you to make sure that you not only instill self-wellness and being non-toxic products, and also you using your skills as a creative chemist in this way? Because usually you don't hear too many chemists that goes into this arena. So know that you are, so what made you do that?
I had an epiphany at, in my early 20s when I was overseas, and had an epiphany what my life was meant to be for. And the 3 words that came through was herbs, health, and healing. And I realized that that's what, naturopath, studying to be naturopath incorporates those 3 things. So I felt it was important to really study properly. And I'd done a 10-year plan to have a clinic and make a green pharmacy, basically. And I read the Anthony Robbins book, Release the Giant Within. Anyway, so I came back to New Zealand from England. I decided, and the college was starting just, in 3 weeks' time. It was perfect timing. I jumped in and absolutely loved it. I knew I was on the right track. And because I knew that I wanted to develop products and have a clinic, for the first 5 years at least, and now it's been a lot longer. But I always researched and listened and had a little notebook with every single herb or plant that worked on external factors for hair or skin and that sort of thing. And I also found that I had a very good healing ability, like as a natural, as a healer, and very, I seem to enjoy it. And tying in the clinic, I spent a lot of time with looking at people's heavy metal status and that sort of thing once I graduated. So I was doing a lot of detoxing with provocated, through provocation tests, and also, chelating the heavy metals out through either, oral chelation or intravenous by sending them off to the local doctor if they wanted intravenous, but mostly it was oral. And that's where the foot baths came in, because they help with the detox as well. And what we know is that the number one cause of something like chronic fatigue, for example, the number one cause is chemicals. So you have to rule that one out first. And then there's, other causes. And for most health problems, toxicity would be pretty much up there, number one. And then, you've got other factors, nutritional deficiencies, but that's because of chemicals and toxicity, not always, but, that's a factor. And then you've got emotions and things like that. So, a whole range of things, but, the chemicals and toxicity is obviously something that we all know.
All right. Well, thank you so much for that. So what we're going to do, we're going to take a commercial break, and we'll be right back with Nahaya Rush.
Am I still here?
On this journey, I found myself on the road through personal pain and discovery. I found out that there were so many women and young girls who suffered just like me due to having a lack of information about our bodies. I knew then that it was up to me to help and share what I know. So I traveled on the road that has many ups and downs in order to empower and inform young girls that there is a better way. And I'm yet on this road again, which is very uncertain, but there are many bright moments along the way with inspiring the next young generation of ladies to take control of their bodies, health, and minds. On this road, I find myself moved with compassion and empathy for the moms who just don't know. That's why I go to many places, near and far, to inspire to educate, to empower the next generation of women and young girls to take complete control of our minds, our bodies, and our health.
Hi, I'm Veronica Jeans, the Shopify Queen, and I know the secrets to becoming successful online. I help you build your own Shopify store step by step with my #1 best-selling book, Shopify Made Easy. And then I have a workbook and a checklist to keep you focused and also keep you on track of what you're doing in your store as you're setting it up. And with my Shopify course of 30 videos, I show you with tips and tricks on how to launch your Shopify store fast. My books and course have helped online store owners set up their stores very quickly and start building their online business successfully and getting sales within days. You are watching and listening to the Tina Ramsey Show.
And just like that, we are back. And we want to give a shout out to our sponsors, Veronica Jean. She's all the way for Africa as well. And also thank Heal the Honey Pot as well. We have a couple more sponsors that you can look at in the credits when this show is over. But right now, we have the amazing Nahaya Rush, who is a creative chemist, a naturopath, and also a medical herbalist. And she makes products in order to truly enhance the overall woman, all of us, no matter what color or creed you are, in order to inspire us and also help us feel good from the inside out. So what I'm going to do now is bring her back on, and we are going to have some more conversations. Hi.
Sorry about that.
You're okay. We just had a commercial break, so it worked out very, very well. So what I want you to do is go through your line, because I see that you have your products, some of your products. I want you to kind of like show us and explain to us what they are, what they do, so viewers that seeing the video and hearing it will be able to know how they can utilize your products inside of their health and wellness regimen for us ladies. Because right now we're looking for natural wellness products.
Yeah, for sure. So I have two levels of ranges. The colored range is called the premium range, and then the gold range is called the 24 karat gold range. So it looks more like that. All right. Oh, that's the gold version. So the only difference is this has 3 types of gold, which includes 24 karat gold, gold shimmer, and colloidal gold. And this one has colloidal gold. So there's just a little bit of a price difference between the two. But basically, what I suggest is that if you, by using 3 products, so the cleanser, the serum, and then the moisturizer, you're going to get very good results with, those 3. And we put them into a little travel pack as well, so you can try them in smaller sizes. So this is the coconut cream cleanser, and all the products are very high in beta carotene, so they do look a little bit more yellow, because they're all very high in nutrients, vitamins, whole foods, organic oils, organic, plants, and also with all the actives. So, for example, this is like a tech sheet here. So this one has the peptide of the moringa seed that purifies the skin and protects the skin from particle pollution. And so that means also it's very good at taking off eye makeup, a very good cleanse for the skin, like a creamy moisturizing cleanse. So it leaves the skin feeling quite moisturized, not too dry. Because we've been more of a spa-based range, we have like 20 products in this range. And so, we have a whole system for the facials, because we sell our products for organic facials, and if they want to do the 24 karat gold facial. So, for example, this is the first cleanser, and then the great cleanser would be the deeper cleanse, which is a foaming cleanser with grape extract and the same moringa seed, which protects the skin from particle pollution and purifies the skin. So all the products have sort of like a level of action and also a follow-on, and also the moisturizers can be layered up. So if you start with either one of those cleansers, and then you move on to using the serum, which is called Radiant Light. Now this sort of is like immediate hydration to your skin. It's a light gel sort of formula, and it's a polysaccharide base. It's not aloe vera and sticky. It's a very stable formula, and also protects the DNA from fragmentation. And it's got the highest form of crystal hyaluronic acid that is very, very hydrating. Everything's a maximum percentage. And because I formulated everything, everything's my formulas and percentages. I haven't, you know, as some chemists just put a token in just to say, well, just so that you can say it's in there. But for me, obviously, I want the results, and I want it maximum results, right? So when I say there's these ingredients in there, they are, you know, in there in very good maximum quantity. So the Radiant Light Serum goes on as a base moisturizer. And then on top of that, the Pet Me Up, for example, moisturizer is our sort of anti-wrinkle, you know, high antioxidant moisturizer. And all the moisturizers are pretty much medium weight to heavy weight. The Intensive C, which is our vitamin C moisturizer, is more of the heavyweight, and that can actually go on top of the Pet Me Up if you want to, either at night time, or it can be used instead of the Pet Me Up. And the other moisturizer that we have is the Ultra Fade, and that's for whitening and clearing the skin, and also for redness, sensitivity, for darker pigmentation type skin. It seems to really suit that type of skin. And it's the lighter of the three moisturizers. So if someone doesn't like anything too heavy, if they're more combination skin, then the Ultra Fade is the one to go for. And you can still put the Intensive C on top of the Ultra Fade if you want something a little bit heavier to go on top of it. But when I say it's light, it's still very creamy, and it stays on all day. The moisturizers don't just disappear. You know, sometimes when you put moisturizers on, not my ones, but and then you just feel like there's nothing there after 5 minutes. But for these moisturizers, they last the whole day, very good under makeup if you like to wear makeup, and then reapplied at night time, and you know, you just helps you feel better as well. So yeah.
Well, Nahaya, thank you so much for everyone. I want to give you kind of a review of what different customers have been saying about these products. Like I said, these products that Nahaya has is not just, it's for everybody. And we have some testimonials where some women have said, thank you so much, Nahaya. I love every bit of the product. As a beauty therapy clinic owner, I am usually very picky with my skin range, and I have been using another line for almost 15 years. I took the challenge to try Nahaya's skincare range, and I must say, it is the best decision. And then we also have some that talk about the liquid gold that she was talking about as well. The liquid gold, they said the liquid gold felt really lovely on my skin and made my skin feel awesome and soft in the morning after combining the moisturizers before bed. And she goes into some more details. So as you can see, Nahaya just don't care about products, even though that is important, but she care about the whole woman, the experience. Everything is centered around the woman. So she's not just taking care of making you look good on the outside, but making sure that it resonates the same way on the inside. And at the end of the day, we want to look good, but we want to make sure it's not damaging our health. And so you can have the best of both worlds.
Yeah, exactly.
And
you know, it's like a little droplet in a ripple. The more you sort of meet and feel a little bit more love, then you pass it on as well, you know. So
yes,
you know,
you do.
making positive change.
I also see I have affirmations also, which I think is very important because we have to show that reassurance. And you speak about, I am loved, I am worthy, I am enough, I am light, I am joy, I am grateful, I am beautiful, I am magnificent, I am present, I am. Be loved, be the essence of love, share love, give love, become a beacon of light and love, journey of eternal love. So this line is more than just about a product, even though it's one of the best products, but it's also about the entire person to make sure that the inside of you is as healthy as the outside, and then it radiates through your outside beauty, because this is just going to enhance your automatic beauty from the inside out, right? So
that's right. And I think it's something that I wanted to contribute to humanity and in my small way. And also I like to do something to create things that no one else has yet, and you know, prove that you can do that, you know, like, yeah, someone always, you know, there's always someone who's first, isn't there, and to lead the way. And you know, I don't like copying anyone. I'm not into copying, and I don't mind, I'm not like really worried about, oh, someone might copy what I'm doing. You know, I don't worry about that either. I just forge ahead and just keep going and keep developing. And also I've always got new ideas. So I've developed now the Schumann frequency, which is the 7.8 hertz. And so that's my latest invention, actually, beyond the microvita of love. So we've got this limited edition, goes into the intensive C moisturizer. And it's, I don't know if you've heard of the Schumann frequency, but it's what the earth used to resonate at.
Oh, no.
And this is like the frequency of love and peace and healing and things like that. And you just put it on your like temples. You can put it all over your face, but you can put it all over your face, or just like behind your neck, your throat, over your heart. It's very protective, very good for EMFs as well. And it's what I think is the future is people are going to want to feel enhanced in their state. They want to be enhanced, you know, just like in a few seconds, you know, and you put this on and you feel much better. So that's what I'm trying to develop and work towards, to serve, you know, people so that they can improve on their state in a very fast way. And, you know, so sound and vibration is probably the quickest way to do that. And it just happens to be through product, which is how I do it, through these creams.
Well,
so
I
I'm just
love
like a mad chef with creams, really, but with a quantum physics aspect. Yeah.
Well, I love what you're doing and how you bring in and you're merging health and wellness, self-care to another level. I love how you even have like high-end herbal products, and the part that I love the most is the educational part, because we need to understand why we need to do certain things. And once we have that information of why, and know why you did and why we should pay attention, because I did not know that it had risen to over 200 chemicals in a woman's product. Like, I didn't even think about it. You know how much makeup, how much we do use makeup and lipstick and lip balm and moisturizers, and how many chemicals are in that stuff, and we wonder why we feel bad.
Yeah, it adds up, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And when chemicals are fat soluble, the body can't really remove them. It's not easy for the body to get out. It's easy to get in, but not to get out. And there are, you know, ways to sort of sponge it out with things like lipoic acid and other like chelators. Even, you know, vitamin C can help, but it's not the easiest, you know, thing. And you're just best to avoid it, you know, in the first place if you can, and try and get out what you have in there. You know, most people have some you know, toxicity to high levels of toxicity, but it's just the world that we live in, and it's really the number one health insurance is to reduce toxicity and then avoid it, you know.
Yes. So tell us about, because I know that you also have things to help us with the detoxification with our feet. So tell us a little bit about that. And then, just tell us a little bit about that, because I know personally how important feet are. We don't really think about it like that, but explain it to them.
Well, I just say that this is the most amazing machine that I've ever come across. And I've spent the last 17 years testing it out. So I'm vintage with everything, actually, with what I do. But I'm so impressed with this machine, and that's why, I still include it in everything that I do. And I started off trying it as an electrolysis type foot bath, which is ionization, and you put your feet in and it's charged up. Back then it was just a big black box, as a machine. And I actually tried it for 9 months, and it turned my life around, changed my life, because I was working on my heavy metals back then. I realized I had very high mercury and lead because I've been testing all my patients, and I thought I might test mine, and it was like worse than anyone's. So I started doing that, and taking the capsules just are very hard. It's very hard, makes you feel pretty crappy. So I thought, I know what I'll do. I'd done that for a year. I got it down by half. I thought I'll just do the foot baths, and I won't take any more of these capsules and chelating. It was just really playing a toll. So I did the foot baths, and it just really it made me feel so much better. I felt more alive, I had way more energy. I started to look younger. It got the rest of the heavy metals out without any other chelation, and I just ate what I liked. I loosened up on the diet. I had the odd glass of wine and things like that. Whereas before I was so strict, and it was so hard, but the foot baths just make it easy. And with every foot bath that you have, it lifts your energy, because it gives you more energy. You're detoxing over the next 2 days following the foot bath. And since then, now the machines actually are a 2-person unit. They run on 24 volts, which is effectively what you need to charge your body up. And also you receive the ions into your body. So it's not really drawing it out through your feet. This is the misconception. What's happening is you're actually absorbing ions into your body. So it's adsorption, ADD. And so when you absorb ions into your body, they negate the free radicals that are, problematic, okay, and they don't help you feel good at all. So they pair up the unpaired electrons, which are free radicals. And the frequencies there's over 200 frequencies on our machines now, and they target certain cells and organs to help rebalance and cleanse or whatever. So there's Rife frequencies, and then there's the Schumann frequency as well that I've put into the cream, which is a very healing frequency for all, no matter what healing you need. Through the process of receiving the ions into your body, that also, because the water is highly charged with the 24 volts, your blood cells get charged up, because as your feet is in the water, the blood runs through your feet and around your body, and it gets charged as it mirrors the charge as it goes through the water medium. And it holds the charge for up to 48 hours and continues to cleanse itself over the next 2 days. And the toxins come through the normal channels, right, and out through normal channels. I say it here. But a very small amount comes out through the feet. That's not how the detox works. So over the next 2 days you're cleansing, but because you have more energy, you don't notice the detox side of it so much. And with every foot bath, if you do it every second day, then you really get a good momentum. And before you know it, you're just feeling like Superwoman. So there's so many stories and testimonials are just so many to share. There's a lot of very good ones, actually, like amazing.
I didn't know that. I thought it came out the feet. So you taught me something good today, because usually people have told me it comes out the feet, right? And so now understanding from the medical perspective what's really happening when you have a proper foot soak versus someone telling you this is where it's supposed to be something that includes your whole body. And
this has actually been proven by 2 scientists. So when I say this, they won a Nobel Prize for their finding, and it's called ion exchange through membranes being the skin. And over the years, I've had like the Advertising Standards Authority maybe contact us and say, well, prove this or that, your statements. And as soon as we send them that link and that Nobel Prize with the whole presentation, they've left us alone now for years because it's proven. And that's exactly how these foot baths work. And unfortunately, most of the videos and people that you see are putting it down, or, you know, they actually don't know how it works or how electrolysis actually works properly to explain it. And also, all the machines made in China run on 12 volts, and our machine is made in the USA, and it's 24 volts. 24 volts is the only true voltage that is really enough to charge you up. So our bodies are meant to be running at 60 hertz to be healthy. So that's a very interesting fact, because, you know, the machine and the voltage there and the charge helps get your body up to the 60 hertz. And there's something called a cell membrane potential. There's this membrane, you know, that sits around the outside layer of the cell. And when that is increased, then it makes our health better. And obviously allergies start to disappear, because allergies are formed by toxicity and a lowered membrane voltage. Right. So, and it's very, very good for children with all sorts of different problems. So it doesn't have to have a problem, it's just good for health generally as well. But yeah, across the board, really.
Wow. Well, thank you for sharing that. Right now, we're going to take a commercial break, and then we're going to come back, and you can share with the audience how they can get in contact with you.
Sure. Excellent.
Okay.
CTR Enterprises is a consulting service business created for entrepreneurs and startup businesses to provide them with beneficial assistance and coaching for business development. We help you build your online presence. We provide multiple networking opportunities. Do you want to become an author? Do you want to speak on stages? Do you want to be in magazines? Do you want to build your influence? We provide PR, branding, and social media marketing help. We have resources to help business owners grow. We have a community of business leaders ready to network. We provide homeschooling consulting for busy parents and business owners. We teach you how to start a TV show or podcast. We teach you how to monetize what you do from the comfort of your home. We help entrepreneurs maintain their health naturally as they scale up their businesses. CTR Enterprises is the one-stop shop for the wants and needs of today's entrepreneur. Visit our website today at www.coachtinaramsey.com. We are here to service you.
Yo, right now I want to give a huge shout out to Tina Ramsey and the Tina Ramsey Show. I was a guest on her show about 3 months ago, and the response was outstanding. And she continued to support my brand, continued to support everything that I do as an actor, as a singer, and as an author. My book sales have skyrocketed since I did her show. So I just wanted to give a shout out and a huge thank you to Tina Ramsey. And remember to hit Amazon and type in "this week" and get the book by Mac Wells that will inspire you, that will encourage you to have the best weeks of your life. Tina Ramsey, you're the truth.
And just like that, we are back. And thank you so much for all the amazing people from all over the world that support the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast, of which our show would not be such an amazing platform without all of you. It's truly our joy to share your story, literally with the world. And keeping along with that theme, we have our international featured guest, Nahaya Rush, all the way from New Zealand. She is an amazing chemist, a herbalist, and she creates these amazing products, and she combines them in such a way that take care of the complete woman, mind, body, and soul, everything. And so what I want to do right now is bring her back on the screen so that she can share with us how we can get in contact with her for her products and her services. So hi,
thank you.
So I am so happy that we're back. You have multiple ways in which people can contact you. So please tell us how they can contact you for your variety of service and products. And because you really enlightened us today on what.
Oh, thank you.
I appreciate the educational facet. I learned something special about foot baths that I did not know, and the megahertz, and now I won't be fooled anymore because I know what it's supposed to be now. So thank you for sharing. So tell the audience how they can get in contact with you.
Well, the website's nahaya.com, Nahaia. And the best email to reach me on is nahaya@nahaya.com. It's easy to remember. For the foot baths, the website is biopulse.co.nz, and that's BIOPULSE, biopulse.co.nz. We will have a USA version of that website launching in the next few weeks. And we'll be delivering direct to all USA customers, which will only take about 3 days to receive your foot bath machine. So please feel free to inquire about that. If you want to send me an email or go on the website and have a look and send me a message, just use the same email. The other website is feelgoodnow.co.nz, and that's my clinic and supplement website. So that's where I do online consults and work out your program. So if anyone's interested in that or adding that on to their foot bath, or if they want a free consult, just to have a free chat about what skincare to use, absolutely, that's fantastic, and just get in touch with me. So probably by email is the best way. I don't think I could give my phone number out, but it's a New Zealand number. So.
You probably get some random person saying, "Hey, beautiful."
Yeah.
So what we're gonna do, because Nahaya Rush, she has multiple different ways that you can connect with her, and on various different things that she does. She has a variety, a plethora of different products that's from natural wellness that you can totally take advantage of. So right now you can go visit issues.com, issu.com, and look for CTR Enterprises. The Tina Ramsey Show magazine is there, where you can see information about our featured guests that have been on season 4 and season 5. And Nahaya is one of our featured guests in the Tina Ramsey Show magazine podcast. And you can be able to get to one of her websites from there and be able to get to her email from that site. But what we're going to do also is going to put all of Nahaya's Rush information on our Tina Ramsey Show blog, so that all of you, and every single link. So it'll be very, very easy in order, where you guys can click and just connect with her on all of them, because she has multiple links that you can connect with her on. So stay tuned for that. It will be popping up on LinkedIn, Coach Tina Ramsey, and it'll be popping up all over Facebook, and it will also be showing up on IG as well, and through our emails with our customer base. So make sure that you stay tuned, the ones who are in our email list, to be able to see all of this, so that you connect with her, because we need health and wellness with our beauty products. A lot of our problems as women is not really attached to what we're not doing, which in some cases it is, but it's what we are doing, what we're doing to our skin, what we're using, what we're putting in our bodies, and we're not thinking about it, right? And like she said, we have so much toxicity built up in our body over time, and then we wonder why we're sick. And Nahaya just brought out how it's easy for these toxins to come in, but it's hard for us to get them out. So why be bothered with it? Get her products and know that you won't have no toxins. You need to eliminate the ones that's already in there and then start just using the natural products. So now, Haya, do you have anything else that you would like to share with our audience on today as we close out? Because we really appreciate you coming all the way over from New Zealand and speaking.
Oh, thank you. It's been so amazing. It's very enjoyable to be here with you, and I know it's been hard connecting with each other because I've been traveling a lot as well around America recently, and I really love America. I've been coming in and out for quite a number of years now, and I love the American people, and yeah, so all I can say is I hope that people will try, either try some skincare or have a look at the foot baths. They're really amazing. Be happy to serve you if you want a consult. Yeah, so yeah, I'd really love to meet everyone who's here, and yeah, it's been a pleasure to be on the show, Tina.
Oh, well, it's been our pleasure to have you on the show, and we'll be keeping in touch to see what's going on and when you launch your business right here within the US of A, so that we can share that link as well, so that they can be able to easily connect with you on our borders, on USA. So I'm excited, and congratulations on that. I am so happy.
Thank you. Yeah, it's going to be biopulseusa.com. That will be the foot bath site anyway. biopulseusa.com.
Okay, well, keep me posted because we're already connected on LinkedIn and all that. Soon as everything is together, just send it to me, and we'll add that to your featured blog, which is going to be coming out the end of this week. The end of this week on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast blog. And once that is out, it will be on LinkedIn first, and then it's going to be migrated all over to Facebook, IG, all the other different places. But it's going to start on LinkedIn first.
Yes.
So thank you
one
so
other
much.
thing.
Oh,
I just remembered we are looking for partners, possible investors as well with the gold range. We want to manufacture more in a larger volume in America. So it's a very good opportunity if anyone's interested or knows of someone who might be interested to have a look at our opportunity there with partnership or investment. So yeah, let's put that one out there.
Yes. So as you can see right here, she has partnerships means to be part of our journey. And then they talk about the different things. So she can go into more details about what the partnership program with them actually means. And this is a part of being a part of a global business. And makeup, like, I don't know anybody, if you don't wear a lot of makeup, you do need moisturizer. Like, so it's so much that we can actually do. So if you're interested in being a partner with partnerships and investors, and you're looking for a business to invest in, then check out Nahaya Rush. Make sure to check her out and connect with her on various social media platforms, along with connecting through the links that's going to come out with our blog, and checking out the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast magazine that she's featured in as well on issues.com up under the brand CTR Enterprises. So Nahaya, thank you again for being a featured guest, and I will see you later, but we will stay connected, and congratulations on all the amazing things that you're doing in regards to revolutionizing the beauty industry for the better.
Thank you for having me. Thanks so much. Yeah. I hope you have a great evening. I'm still in my afternoon, so yeah.
Yeah, I am. This is my last interview for the day, so I'm going to spend time with my husband and children, so it's going to be a great evening.
Oh, good. You enjoy that. Yeah.
All right. Well, I'll talk to you later.
Thanks. Okay. Goodbye.
Okay, that was amazing. So excited to bring Nahaya Rush all the way from New Zealand. You guys really check out the products that she actually has, along with the foot soak and everything that she's doing, because I know personally, after suffering a stroke at just the age of 25 that left me partially paralyzed from the waist down, and I lost the whole year of my life, right? I was a new mom, and I even forgot that I had my 6-month-old baby. And going through that journey and finding myself over 15 years ago and getting to natural wellness and really learning to get with the inward person of myself, relying on God and so many other things and prayer, and making sure I put the right things in and on my body. Over time, I was able to regain mobility in my legs, my memory, and also I did not understand how bad toxicity was until I almost lost everything, my health. And to be only 25 years old and your health, and I lived a very healthy life. I mean, I jogged 10 miles a day. So this should not have happened to me. I never smoke. I don't drink. So what was I doing? Okay. I was using a lot of toxic-based products that I didn't have no idea about. I was using them in my home, on my skin, and never thought about it. And once I started making sure that I start detoxing my home and start using natural products, natural-based products, my life literally changed for the better. And that's why I want you to start paying attention to what's going on and what you use in and on your bodies. Yes, thank you so much. Hey, Mickey. So make sure that you pay attention to it, because you only have one life, you only have one body, and we need to take care of it because we want it to better service us so that we can continuously help those in need. So make sure to connect with Nahaya Rush, because she's an amazing person inside and out, and make sure that you connect with her on her products, because she has what we need and the education behind it. She's just not a regular person. She is a chemist. She is a person that is a medical herbalist. So she does all the research. So make sure that you connect with her. She said, amazing to see, with hair beautiful, no matter what. Yes. Oh, thank you. So with all that being said, you guys, I want to say to all of you, I want you to stay motivated. I want you to know that the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast, we got your back. And until next time, we just want you to enjoy your family and make sure that you do things to make you feel better. So make sure you look at your health, make sure you enjoy your family, and just smile. Okay, because I know these are some stressful times, but we can make it through together. So have a great, amazing rest of your day. This is our second interview. We have one more to go to close out season 5 of the Tina Ramsey Show, and we will see you Tuesday with our last featured guest of the year. Thank you so much for all of your support. I'll talk to you later. To be a featured guest on our show, go to theTinaRamseyShow.com. Come share, shine, and grow on the Tina Ramsey Show and Podcast. Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? All right, this is not our regular time for broadcasting. However, I have been getting so many different requests. And what is the best way that I stay connected with all of you? Is through podcasting. Okay. As you can see, I am not spruced up today because I did this for a particular reason. I did not want you to not do what you need to do just because everything is not in a perfect situation. You know how sometime in life we want everything to just be picture perfect, okay? Well, the truth of the matter is life is not perfect, okay? And so today I intentionally came online in my regular clothes that I'm going around the house in so that you can see there's not how you show up, is what you do when you show up. Okay. So if you want to start a podcast, if you want to start a TV show, if you want to go live, you have something that you want to share, don't let all of this stop you. Just go ahead and get started. Someone said, hey, sis, hey, Muhammad, how are you? Okay, so this show is all about, and I started my intro in the wrong spot so that you can see that it don't have to be perfect, okay? You can still maneuver and do things. This video is all about me having that one-on-one like I used to do years ago, sharing knowledge, pouring value into you so that you can walk into your purpose. So what we gonna do? We're going to do a redo. What we're going to redo, I'm going to show you that even though you may start off on the wrong foot, you can get it back. You can get it back. So we're going to do a countdown. And what I want you to do, I want you to like, follow, and subscribe. She said, oh, you're doing good. I know you're doing good, girl. Queen Candy. I know you're doing good. So we're going to go ahead and kick that countdown, and we're going to go right on into the video right after that. So, do you want to know how to do this? Do you want to know how to monetize your mind? So, today's episode, it's a solo episode. I haven't done this in years. But we're going to flip it up. We're going to twist it up a little bit because this is on mostly everybody's mind, whether you are an entrepreneur, whether you are a 9-to-5er, whether you are a teenager, a young adult. Everybody is looking for a way that they can monetize whatever it is that they do, whether it's as a full-time thing or as a side hustle, like we say in them streets, a side hustle. Whatever the case may be, we want to monetize it, baby. So we see, and this is the best way that I can do it because so many people reach out to my team and I, and we're so blessed to be able to be reaching 350 million homes worldwide and to be getting thousands and thousands of downloads every single month on our podcast. So we have multiple podcasts, but the Tina Ramsey Show and podcast is our number one podcast. The second one is the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine. The third one is the Melanated Homeschooling Family Podcast. And then the fourth one is we have a little side one to help people get out, that we do different things as well. So we want to make sure that we use this podcast so that we can get it out to everyone, because this podcast is not only our largest audience database demographic, but it is global and being translated into multiple different languages all around the world. So this Southern twang is getting translated all the way over in Saudi Arabia. Okay, so it is. So that's why we decided to. Oh, let me straighten up my camera. So that's why we decided to. Okay, and we're back, and that's why I decided to use this one. And so the first thing is first, I want to make sure that you see that it don't always have to be perfect, because my brand has always been be yourself, which I'm always is, but everything don't have to be perfect, right? And so I look back on a lot of my videos, and now that I'm in production, my team and we make sure that our stuff is looking and on point on everything: video, sound, lighting, clothing, hair, makeup. I have a stylist. So I said, you know what? So many people reach out and they want to do this, but they feel like they have to do it just like me in order for them to have the success that I have. Well, you don't, okay? You don't. You can do it your way, okay? And I want you to see also that this is my more dressy up podcast. I have old laid back podcast called the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine Podcast. You will see me with my hair up on the scarf. You will see me just rolling up out the bed, talking to my homeschooling parents. Okay, so I want you to see there's different variations of how you can be a live podcast host or TV streaming TV. And so this video is all about getting back to the core of how my humble beginnings from the beginning, and also letting you see that, hey, yeah, everything not perfect. I got a box right here because I'm getting ready to talk to you about some of the things up in this box. So let's talk about monetizing. Let's go ahead and get to it. How do you monetize what's in your mind? Do you really, when you think about whatever it is that you're naturally good at, right? I always tell my students that I coach, whatever it is that you are naturally good at, that it don't really take too much effort for you to do it. Of course, you may need to build upon that knowledge, but it's just something that you're just naturally blessed with being able to know how to do and do it very, very well. And it brings you joy. It brings you joy when you do it. That is something that is worth monetizing. Why? Is because in the beginning, normally you have to build up your credibility, build up your influence, figure it out. And you have to put more into it than more investment, more capital into it than what you're going to get out of it. And so you need to be passionate about it enough that even if you're not getting paid in the beginning, that you will still do it, because you ultimately have a joy for it in your heart, and it's not stressing you out to the point that you just like, I don't want to do it. So it has to bring you joy, number one. Number two, whatever it is that you're good at, that you know that you're good at, is someone else already doing it? If so, how many people are doing it? Is it a major franchise? Is it a company? Is it a small brick and mortar? What you got to start doing the research to figure out where do your skills and talents fit in with the monetization in the whole, because everything when we think about it is just a different variation of what somebody else did. I can't even think of not any one original something. Everything came from something, a beginning of something. When we think about rap music, it came from back in the day, but it wasn't called rap then. When we think about poetry, reading, all the different things that we actually love, it came from something else in the beginning. It may not necessarily been called that, but it came from something else, and then you can monetize it. Okay, let's talk about various ways that I'm speaking, let me see who I'm gonna talk to first. A business owner. If you are a business owner, right? Or you have a desire to start entrepreneurship and you are into shirts. By the way, FYI, this shirt is done. I got this shirt let's use social media for positivity from Be the Difference Clothing LLC, which is all about positivity. That's Be the Difference Clothing LLC.com. So make sure to go check her out. She also had her own podcast too. You can check her out about being a featured guest, Hello World, and also the Queen Candy show and podcast, both of which is on CTR Media Network and a whole lot of other platforms as well. them out about advertisement and their products and services, because one have jewelry, which is Muhammad, and the Joy actually has like socks and shirts and books and stuff like that. So you have a business, and you as a small business owner is trying to figure out how you're going to get your message out to the masses when you don't have a lot of capital on hand, meaning money. Let's just talk like we in the streets. Well, you ain't got no money, boo. You ain't got no money. So how are you going to be able to, because you know what you have is going to benefit people. You know what you have is worth whatever price that you're charging, and you know that it's going to make a positive impact in whomever decide to use your service or product. But how can you as a small business owner compete with the big conglomerates, because what you have is also what they have? Okay, so podcasting, let me tell you, I have already done streaming TV. I have already been on Roku. I already been on Amazon Fire. I already been on all these different little places, right? I already been on radio. I have already done podcasting. And I ended up going back to podcasting. I'm gonna tell you why. Because podcasting is the place where everyday people like you and I can have a place to share our message with millions that allows us to have access to the world. And in most cases, you can actually start with little to nothing to start. So there are many apps out there where you can start your podcast for absolutely free within their software. And then there's some that you got to pay a couple dollars a month or different fees a month in order for them to host your website. And then it's other platforms like CTR that does all that, along with promoting and advertising and getting your information out to the right people, so that people start reaching out to you to want you to do this, do that, do this, do that, and you decide how you want to do it, right? So as a podcaster, did you know that on minimum it's about 12 different streams of income that you can make, even if you're just starting? Yeah. Even if you don't have any followers yet, even if you don't have any listeners yet, did you know that you can still monetize your podcast? Of course, the more listeners, the more followers you have, it equals more money. I always say data equals dollars. But you can still build your podcast. Did you know that as a business owner, you have, or even if you wasn't a business owner, let's talk about somebody who is not a business owner. Let's talk about somebody who just have a great idea. Let's see. Someone in the culinary art, someone that you might not never think about, someone who bakes or cook food, a chef, all right? Or maybe they don't call themselves a chef, but they call themselves a cook. How can a cook monetize themselves other than with cooking? Have you ever thought about going online and showing people how to cook certain recipes? Now you can get on YouTube. You can start your own independent, which is not expensive, and build it on your own website and show people how to bake a cake and charge them a little small fee, $27, or charge them a little monthly fee, $7 a month. You can charge them $99 so that they can come and sample or see. You can go to the public library sometime when you're doing something for the community. They'll let you come in and teach a class for free without charging, but when you're doing that, you can't charge them. They have to be able to come in, but that also give you more credibility because they're going to stay connected with you, and then they will more than likely buy something else from you after the class is over with. You can also collaborate with other people. You can go to local stores, small stores, not big chains in the beginning. Ask, can you put a couple of your products inside the store? You can do, and that has worked. You can also go on other people's podcasts and TV shows and do interviews. The most important thing that you can do is take the knowledge that's in your mind on whatever makes your pound cake the best pound cake in the world, and you can write it down. Make a cookbook. Make a cookbook. Now, let me tell you this. When you make that cookbook, if you know that your pound cake has a little bit something than anybody else on because it's some kind of secret family recipe. Don't you put it in a book before you copyright it. You need a copyright first to protect your intellectual property. And then after you copyright it, then you put it in the book. So if someone tried to steal it, quote unquote, they'll have to pay you. But if you put the cart before the horse, then you're gonna be left out there, all willy-nilly. But make sure that you do that. You can also look for ways to do fundraisers. You can also go into magazines. FYI, the homeschooling magazine, finally, this edition, let me tell you, this edition right here, the blood, sweat, and tears to get this one out. I'm gonna be honest with you. I was about to walk away because it was so many challenges to get this magazine to print. Oh my goodness, it was not easy. It was so hard. And the thing is, this was not the first magazine. This was the third. So it should not been this hard, right? But we did some new features, some new updates to make it more easy, make it more fun when you're engaging with the magazine. We made it interactive this time, which the previous magazines weren't interactive. And Lord knows it was a challenge. But it's finally in print. You can actually get it from Amazon now. And it also talk about homeschooling. We got a lawyer on the team to answer questions and with business, homeschooling, and life. We also have a business professor that answer questions on business. You can write in and get your questions answered in the next articles, in the next magazine. We also talk about homeschooling, how you can do it without teaching one subject. Did you hear what I said? How you can homeschool without teaching one topic. How is that possible? How can you homeschool your child and you ain't teaching nothing? Who teaching it? How you gonna do that? Well, if you want to know how to do that, it's in this magazine, The Power of the Parent. We also have a 3-month planner in the back of this magazine as well. And we also have engaging videos, audios, all kind of stuff in this particular magazine. Also, we have some discounts that's inside this magazine from different business owners that gave discounts exclusively for the Homeschooling Interactive magazine. And this magazine is different too because it also has an accompanying notebook, so that you can write your notes in it and everything like that. And they're real big, 8 by 11, and so that you can use it. So you can use it. You can use the notebook because it's a regular notebook, 120 pages. You can write in it just to put whatever you want to put in it, or you can use it alongside the homeschooling interactive magazine to actually write down different things that you found interesting, and also maybe other questions you would like to send in to our lawyers and all of that stuff like that, or our business professor. Let's see, we have some comments coming in. Someone said, hi, hello. Also, you guys, let me show you something. We're so excited here at CTR because our first round of motivational notebooks are finally in. And we're going to share them with you on today. This is a way that you can monetize your mind, okay? How can you monetize your mind? Figure out different ways of things that you can do that you can put a price on it that has value that other people want. Listen, everybody wants notebooks. Every year I buy notebooks. I don't know why I didn't think about creating notebooks, my team and I, back in the day. Everybody. Now I have my own notebooks. We created. I want a notebook. We created. And then other people see it and then they want it. And make it cost effective so they'll buy it. That's another way that you can monetize your mind. You can monetize your mind by doing a podcast and sharing your information out like I'm doing. You can just do it on social media. You can do it in a blog. You can do it in a blog, which is a video. You can do it in a blog, which is written. You can do it in a book. If you to go to print, you can do it in an ebook. If you want to do it isolated on your website, you can do an ebook. There's so many ways that you can monetize your mind. So the next time before you do something, figure out, is this something that other people want? Is it something that someone already done?
If it is, how did I make it better? What makes mine give it that little oomph? And then lastly, will it truly impact the world for the better? Because if you have something that is truly not only about the money, but at the end of the day, about making someone feel better, about making a positive impact, it's going to put positivity in you, in the world, and it's going to come back to you full force. It's going to, all that good stuff going to come back to you. So I know for me, I absolutely love beautiful notebooks, right? All my life, I would buy a notebook just because of the cover. I didn't really, because the notebook is just blank pages on the inside, but it's something about a cover that can steer my emotion in the way that I want it to go. Certain things that will say, that will stir my mind. So we actually have this, right? And this is about just homage to our melanin skin, okay, because showing beautiful representation of us. And we're gonna have some other melanated and also all cultures. This is just the first line, okay? We're gonna have everybody represented because we love everybody. But we started with myself first. And this is about to growth, to peace, to wealth. And this is the notebook. Hey, Liam. Oh, thank you. Let me go ahead and pop you up and show you some love. Because he said, love this, sis. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And so in the back, it actually has a little message. It says, to empowerment, I am a queen. So I want every young girl, every woman to know, you don't have to be a queen of a literal kingdom in order to be a queen. We're born that way. And that's regardless if you're black, white, polka dot. We're all special and uniquely made. And there is no other person like you on the face of this earth. Even if you're a twin, you're the only version of that. You have your own likes and needs and desires. So this is all about empowerment, okay? About self-love, about building yourself up. Then we also have, because for those of you who do know me, I am a person that been working with the transportation trucking industry for a very, very long time, helping women truckers. And so this is specifically for them, my trucking life journal, for them to be able to work through, help with mental health, and to write down, because it's not easy being a female on the road in a male dominated industry. This is a way for them to be able to do their health and wellness and write down whatever they want to write down. And this is encouraging them to write their story down, because we have some remarkable women in the transportation and trucking industry, and I want to give them kind of a push to write their story down. And who knows, they can take it to publication. And then next we have Blessed All the Way Up. Another book. And then we have She Is Strong. And I love the scripture at Proverbs 31:25. And this is done with that. And then this is one of my favorites. One of my favorites. Why? Is because literally this was created, it was so many different pieces and elements had to be added one by one in order to make this. All of this means something. The eagle, the mountain, and the river all has a meaning. You want to know the meaning? Is inside of this particular journal, which is a little bit different because these are blank, just notebook with beautiful covers, which is beautiful. But this is a notebook and also have positive affirmations, some scriptures, and also motivation throughout the book. For example, it explains what the river means, why we decided to put a river on the cover, why we decided to put a mountain and an eagle. It explains it all on the first page. Then it has one of my favorite scriptures there, why I put the river. And then also it has some writing. And then it'll go through and it has some more. And this is in color. Some more positive affirmations throughout. So as you are writing whatever it is that you want to write, you'll get little glimmers, little motivation from all of us to keep on going. This is for men and women.
This one, we made sure that it wasn't too girly, wasn't too masculine. This is for men and women, because we're living in a time where we just need hope. Okay, we need some positivity. And the eagle is universal for its strength, for being resolute. Mountains and river, we want to do something for men and women. And this one is special because this is what we want to do to dedicate to the transportation industry. Let me see, because my lighting is, I noticed that all these years that I've been working with the trucking and transportation industry, that I did not see representation with the pre-K, kindergarten, and first grade coloring books, in representation in Almridge and Solitude to transportation. So if you see a truck, it wasn't about the transportation industry, just because maybe it was power cars or something like that. Hello, Gladys. Welcome. And so this is to show my appreciation, our team and I show our appreciation for the transportation industry, the truckers who, even during the pandemic, had to keep trucking and sacrifice being with their families in order to make sure that we had and still continuously have what we need to have. The hospitals, we are indebted to the transportation and trucking industry. And a lot of our truckers lost their lives because we didn't understand in the beginning what was going on, and they died in the line of duty, trying to get the medical supplies and the food to the shelves and getting the essential products and things that we needed for our schools and everything else. They didn't know. They shipping masks and hand sanitizer and didn't even have them for themselves. And so this is to instill in our young ones the importance of the transportation industry and letting them know that it is a viable, essential, and also lucrative, I might add, career if you're looking for a job that you want to go into. It's so many different places within the transportation industry other than driving a truck. You be in the trucking industry and not even drive a truck. It's box trucks. It's, I mean, of course, the big ones that we see on the road. It's the truck, trash trucks. It's the ambulance. It's the delivery. It's the mail trucks. It's so many different parts of the transportation industry. And in this coloring activity book, you're going to see different ones. And it'll get some writing in there when they learn how to write. And then we have in the back some colored pages where they, do some activities, and then they color the bottom one like they see the top one. They do some little counting and all that good stuff like that. And then they practice their alphabets, and they color as well. This is a great one that if you're a homeschooler, or even if you're not homeschooling, to add to your homeschooling curriculum. If you're not a homeschooler, this is just be a good thing to get your young ones from pre-K to first grade so they can have something to do. And this will open up those healthy conversations where your children will start getting curious about this industry, because right now they need more drivers in all areas of transportation. It's no joke. They need more drivers. They need more people in all areas they have jobs as simple as delivering mats and towels to the different facilities. And those jobs start sometime at over $20-something an hour. So in school, we usually don't hear anything about the transportation industry. We hear about being a doctor, a lawyer, a teacher, going into a regular factory, but we don't hear anything or push in regards to this part of this essential industry. And right now we have a lot of our transportation workers that are retiring, which means there's no one to fill those seats. So just giving our children the opportunity to be able to hear and make their own decision what they want to do at the end of the day. But we're so happy about the first little coloring activity book and all of our motivational journal and our notebooks. You guys can go to Amazon and pick you up a copy today. And make sure to go to the Homeschooling Interactive Magazine, boop, 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 and pick you up a copy because this is in color, baby. And make sure that you pick it up. We're so excited. So I did this video in order to be encouraging for you to see that it don't have to be perfect. You just need to show up at the end of the day. I am actually going to be on a show at 3:30 p.m. EST. Let me look on my message because I want you guys to support if you're able to do so. It is going to be, let me see, can I find it? As you can see, this is not planned. So it's going to be on the Boss Life show, Boss Life online show. So you can go check her out on YouTube. You can go check her out on YouTube and go ahead and subscribe. I am going to be a featured guest on her show on today. And so with all that being said, these are just some of the ways that you can monetize your mind. It is a plethora of multiple different ways to monetize your mind, but these were just some of them. And I'll make sure that I have like a PDF, an ebook, or something for you a little bit later. You all can go actually to my website and take advantage of, we allowing 20 people to get our class for a super, super low discount to start a podcast and monetize it. And also we have some other ebooks and different stuff available in all different price ranges. Some are already sold out though. So just go over there to CTRMediaNetwork.com, and you can also go to CTREnterprisesNetwork.com. And for those of you who know me for Coach T, you can go to CoachTinaRamsey.com. You guys have a great, amazing rest of your day. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for watching. I'll talk to you later. Bye. If you are a business owner or entrepreneur and you're looking for a way to share your mission, your purpose, your products and services literally with the world faster, safer, and easier, making your brand accessible to millions from the comfort of your home, well, I want to encourage you to join our Learn How to Start a Podcast and Monetize It class. Why? Is because this was designed for entrepreneurs like yourself as a platform to provide you with the knowledge in order to not only start a podcast, but successfully launch it. And then the third key, which is helping you to understand how you can monetize your podcast. As you are impacting the world with good, you can also build multiple streams of income from this one podcast and share your story, mission, and purpose literally with the world. So on today, I want you to go ahead and click CoachTinaRamsey.com to join our podcast class today.
The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. The Vera Talent Show. Let's talk about it. 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 On the video.
Hello, hello, hello. I am so excited to be here today. And I know I say this every week, but I am really excited about my guests today. I have the authors of an upcoming book called The Power of Wisdom. And I am just so excited. There's another name with it as well. But in the meantime, let me pull them up and let's get started. I'm going to first pull up the visionary. How are you, Linda?
Thank you, Vera. I'm doing fantastic.
Well, I am so glad you're here. I am going to share a little bit about you, and then we're going to pull up the other guests.
Thank you for having me.
Oh, well, just thank you for your willingness to be here. Linda Burns. Am I pronouncing that right?
It's Linda Bruns, but that's okay.
Bruns. Okay,
just
thank
call
you.
me for dinner and I'll be there.
I should have asked you that before we started the show. Okay, Linda Bruns is founder and chief inspirer of Women Have Needs Too, a company designed to inspire and empower women to live their fullest lives. You can watch her on her current online telecast, Women Have Needs Too, at womenhaveneeds2.com, WHNTTV. I'm going to put that in the link so that you guys will see that, where she showcases dynamic women who also inspire and empower women in the areas of health, wealth, and mindset. You can also find Linda on the sidelines coaching women in the Mission Accelerator, her one-on-one coaching program designed to help women focus on their mission by growing past their fears, gaining clarity, and learning the art of communication with themselves and others. Linda's new book, Wisdom Before Me, is available now for pre-purchase. The official book launches on October 27th. Well, I am so glad you're here before the launch. I am just excited that you're here.
I can tell you, Vera, it's a very exciting time because we have contributing authors and each one is so dynamic, and I can't wait for you to get to meet a few of them tonight.
Awesome. Well, we're going to bring them up. We also have audience participation, and so I like to acknowledge those that come on. So I don't know who this Facebook user is, but thank you for being here. Hello, ladies, she says. So let me start by pulling up some of these authors. First, we have Judy Shulock. Did I pronounce that right?
You sure did.
Oh my God. Okay. Judy Shulock. We have Yolanda McIntosh, who is also one of my sponsors with Ms.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me.
I'm glad you're here. And then we have Miss Mindy Scarlett. Did I pronounce that right? Okay. Well, ladies, we're going to be talking about wisdom and how we accumulate wisdom. Why is it important to implement wisdom in our lives, for lack of a better way of putting it? But before we get started, I just attended my 50th high school reunion. 50. Can you imagine 50 years? I know. And we have another guest. She's saying, love the Vera Thomas show. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So I'm going to start by sharing this poem that I had the honor of sharing with my high school schoolmates. Class of 1972. our past, present, and future. Memories of that time of being young, full of life, sometimes full of ourselves, thinking we were grown. As life has gone by, we realize how little was really known. Unstoppable as our dreams and ambitions were pursued. We did what we thought we needed to do without fear or thought about how life would be. Reflecting on the 50 years, what do we now see? 50 years of success, failures, love, sweat, tears, and some pain. What in these 50 years have we learned? Have we gained? Now, in the autumn of our lives, what legacy do we want others to remember us by? Have we remained green and growing or ripe and rotten? Are all possibilities, hopes, and dreams forgotten? Are we still in awe of our future or focused on our past? Are we so daunted by life that our faith has not last? Have our attitudes towards ourselves and others changed? Better or worse, they are ours to claim. Whatever type of person we have chosen to become impacts on our overall well being when all is said and done. Is anger, hostility, and bitterness what others see? Does guilt, shame, blame, hate, and disdain make our reality? Do we treat others the way we want to be treated? Or do we succumb to the elements that deplete us? Are we a shining light that others see? Or is living on the dark side how we choose to be? Are we empathetic, loving, and kind with a positive mind? Have our hearts hardened over time? Are we living a life full of regret? Or excited that life is not finished yet? Our attitudes and our health integrate. How we treat ourselves and others correlate. As we reflect on our 50 years since high school, let us not forget the golden rule. Be kind to others, be kind to ourselves, is the legacy that will serve us well. Now, as we talk about wisdom, as we grow, as we learn, as we mature, then wisdom becomes an innate part of us, don't you think? But there, and you know, there's a scripture that says, if any man lacks wisdom, let him ask of God who giveth liberally and upbraideth not. And I think about Solomon. God asked him, what do you desire? Whatever you desire, I will give to you. And the thing Solomon wanted more than anything else was wisdom. Wisdom is so important. So now I am going to shut up and I am going to give each of you an opportunity. And I'm going to start with the visionary and share with us, what was it that made you first envision this book? And how did you come about finding the authors? And can you just kind of share a little bit about your journey?
Absolutely. Thank you, Vera. And that poem was absolutely so pertinent and so thorough with, you know, what this book is all about. And I can tell you, when I was 18 years old, I could not wait to be 30. And I remember thinking this to myself, I can't wait to be 30 because I know I'm going to know so much more when I'm 30. I just can't wait to have all that knowledge, all that wisdom. At that time, I wasn't looking at it as wisdom. I was looking at it as knowledge. And so I was not that 18-year-old who was looking at the clock thinking, oh my gosh, I'm going to be so old at 30. You know, I wasn't one of those people. So I couldn't wait. And then when I got to 30, I realized I was right. I gained a lot of knowledge between 18 and 30. But guess what? I also realized I don't know anything. That was just the tip of the iceberg. And so I have always valued knowledge. I've always valued wisdom. And I just knew I was telling somebody the other day that I started writing this book on my own. I have 5 chapters written, and I was going along in the book, and I put it aside because I started, the business, and I put it aside for about probably a year. And I had a meeting with my publisher in December, and I said, I have an idea. And this was the idea, the Wisdom Before Me. And it was the idea of taking that book that I was writing and bringing in contributing authors, because I know I don't have all the wisdom in the world, and I value other women's wisdom. And yes, as this is a wisdom book written by women for women, it can help just about anybody. These stories, these women, these dynamic women are completely transparent, and they have been through so much in their lives, and they have gained such authentic wisdom. And I'm just so proud to be a part of this book with them. And I'm just thrilled.
Well, I am excited that you're here with these wonderful authors. And wisdom, we talk about wisdom, we talk about knowledge, and there is a marked difference between the two. And we're going to kind of talk about that as well. And these days, kids at 18 think they're grown. They think they know everything. If they only knew. And there's another scripture that says, a wise man follows the advice of counsel. A fool goes their own way. And so wisdom is so important. And if there are any young people out here listening, you need to listen to us old people. We have things that we can tell you and teach you and show you, but you got to be open to it. I'm kind of talking to my grandson on top of that, because he turned 18 in August, and he knew he was grown. But anyway,
he knows everything, right?
He knows everything.
Can I suggest a better adjective of mature rather than old?
Okay, I like that. Because I'm not old. I'm just mature. You're right. You're right.
Well, it's funny. I heard this saying, and it's always stayed true, is when you're 18, you think you know everything. And when you're 21, you wish you did.
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that.
Pretty important 3 years there.
Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Well, Mindy, I'm going to give you the floor now, and you're going to share with us your journey and how you came upon being an author in this book.
Hi, well, thanks very much for having us. I do appreciate the opportunity. And I tell you, it never ceases to amaze me, the connectedness of life. I recently moved to Florida, and I'm a ghostwriter. And I write books for people, and I always want to be connected to publishers, especially because my forte is writing books for business owners and making them an Amazon bestselling author. Well, not everybody wants to be an Amazon bestselling author. So I wanted to reach out to other publishers and have other places to refer my potential clients. And so that's why I reached out to Now Publishing, and they said, oh, we're in the middle of this lovely book, and we'd love to have you edit it for us. And oh, by the way, you can be a contributor as well if you wish. And so this is how I got the opportunity to meet all these amazing women and to help them with their stories. And it's just been an amazing journey. And I really do appreciate all the opportunities and all the doors that it's been opening for me, because, I'm new in town. And so the networking opportunities and the different events that I've been able to go to has just been amazing. So I really appreciate the opportunity to get to know these women and to, maybe help them in some small way along their journey.
That is awesome. That is wonderful. So you serve two purposes. You're an author, but you also help edit, and you're also going to be looking to do more things with Now Publishing. That's awesome. That's awesome. Ms. Mag Marketing. I'm going to have you come on up and share your story and how it is that you became a part of this.
Oh, wow. So I said, well, let me start off by saying the last 2 years of my life was very detrimental to me. I went through a lot of trials and tribulations, and through that trials and tribulations, I kept being told that there was a book that I had to write. And finally, I was at my breaking point with everything that I was experiencing. And then I ran into these wonderful people. There was a gentleman that I ran into that always talked about loving yourself. And so I began to become romantically in love with Yolanda. And then I wound up running into another young lady named Janelle. And with those trials and tribulations, Janelle Harris, by the way, she said, Yolanda, I give you permission to walk away from anything that's making you unhappy. And we always have the power to do these things. It's about accepting it. And then I ran into this wonderful woman, Linda, which is this visionary for this book. And she got a chance to know me, and I happened to share some of the prophecies and the things that I've been through, and with me being a walking miracle. And she says, I wanna tell your story. And we started there. So she gave me an interview, but we talked briefly. I really didn't fully open up. And then finally I got a chance to open up, and she said, the world needs to know your story. So that's where I'm at. I am fully broken and allowing God to use me where I'm at from all the trials and tribulations that I've faced it through the last 2 years. And I just began to accept who I am. I am unusual and different. I am something that the world said, the Mac attack. You know what? I am that. And I'm ready to receive that. So I'm embracing everything that God has for me. Like they said, whatever God has for you is for you. And I am willing to take this journey now. And I got friends now.
Yes, awesome. And you know, God does not bring you to it unless he takes you through it. And so, and we would not, none of us would be the people that we are if we had not gone through something. You know, I mean, we've all had our share of disappointments, failures, successes, all of that. But we wouldn't be who we are. We wouldn't have the wisdom that we have.
Absolutely. And I'm so grateful for my trials and tribulation, because that wisdom, I'm applying it to my life. I wouldn't change anything that happened, because I wouldn't have went on. I guess I would have probably went in a corner and hid from the world. So I'm grateful.
Yeah. Well, I thank God for you. I thank God that our paths cross and we met, and it was like we've known each other for 50 years, you know? Well, you're not even that old, but we've known each other for life. Okay.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Right. I'm so grateful to you as well.
Well, so thank you. Thank you. Judy, I am going to ask you to come up and share the same thing.
Okay. Well, the word grateful comes up so often, and it's my word of the year because I am so grateful for so many things in my life, and I always have been. I think I have talked based on things that have happened in my life. I've talked numerous times of writing a book. So, for example, I grew up in a family with alcoholic parents, and I always imagined this glass tipped over with ice cubes coming out and teardrops coming out of the ice and saying, who's crying now? So I had talked to my children, specifically my daughter, about like writing this book. And then I had worked my way up in my career to become the president of a major organization. And we were always focused on quarterly results. And then I got breast cancer. So I talked again about writing this book. Thankfully, everything I was able to overcome that. And I talked about, I just had this vision of this book to write that was quarterly results from boardroom to breast cancer, because now I was still focused on these quarterly results, but they were of really important things like my life and was it going to continue. So I had toyed with these ideas of writing these books, and I've been amazed how my older children have come back and told me things that I said, because I so often didn't really think they were listening. And my daughter, who's now living in Orlando and growing in her career, she became a part of a women's organization, and she came to me and said, "Mom, I want you to be part of this book." So she had brought forth me as a potential author for this book. And then when we chatted about the possibility of being a contributing author, then we decided that we should both write our chapters, because we both had a lot of wisdom to share at different ages. And I just want to say, and I know it should have been the first thing I said, was just thank you for having me here and thank you for enabling me to be a part of this. But it's been such a great experience to meet all of these amazing women who, like you said, like what you've gone through makes you who you are. And if I hadn't gone through the challenges, because I really believe that my ability to become president, I was actually of the Buffalo Wild Wings organization, North America. It was because I had gone through such challenging times. I was very authentic. I didn't look down on people that were in the restaurant industry, and I appreciated everyone. And I just remained very authentic and appreciative of everyone in all their roles in the company. And it helped me excel. And now I love being in a position. Now I work in businesses with each of my 3 children, and all of those businesses are helping people become their best selves. And it just feels good to be able to give back, because I think the things that have helped me through my most difficult situations have been other people that I didn't have the help in my immediate family, because my mom had died when I was little, and I had these other amazing mentors that was my 6th grade teacher and the lady I used to babysit for, and they became role models of like what I could be, what my life could be like. And so now I just really love spending my time being that helper of people that are working really hard and trying to achieve something, but maybe just can't quite make it. And I can be there to be maybe that little angel on their shoulder. So that's the story. That's how I'm here and met all these lovely ladies.
That is incredible. Quite a story. Quite a story. And one, I am so grateful that you survived cancer. I lost my mother and both my sisters. And so I thank God that you are a survivor in many ways, not just from that. It sounds like you've survived quite a few things in your life, and you could not have gone through that and do what you do right now. You had to go through that to do what you do right now. So thank you for being an angel, for being a light. Thank you all for being a light. All right. Jennifer, hi. So glad to see you here. And I am going to give you the floor to share your journey and how you came upon being an author for this book.
Well, thank you very much for having me. I'm glad to be here and honored to be a part of Linda's success story of bringing all of us together. There are lots of powerful women out there that believe in empowering other women, and I am one of those, and this is truly a great group. I have kind of too always thought it'd be interesting to write a book. In fact, I wrote a book, and that's where this all started about 10 years ago, and it was how to manage a law firm, because I had been in the legal industry for 20 years, and I I got my MBA, and I was planning on starting a law firm consulting practice. And it was actually the process of writing the book that made me realize I was building a business that I didn't want. And so I was trying to back out of that and figure out, okay, well, great, I have a really expensive education and I've written a book almost all the way through. And what am I now going to do with the rest of my life? What's on my to-do list? And I kind of just shelved it for about 10 years. I had life happened, had kids, got divorced, and then back to this place where I myself, as a single mom with 2 kids, about 2.5 years ago, living in a house that needed to be totally overhauled. It was a fixer-upper. I remodeled the house myself. I became very passionate about helping to get women in the trades because we have so many skills that no one has told us or taught us how to use, and that we can do that. And in that process, in that journey, I end up starting this company. And that was my exit in April of this year from the legal industry into my company. And we're just coming up a year on October 1st, Entry Envy, and I love it. I could not be happier. It's supporting the passion piece I have to help get women in the trades. It just brings me joy. I get to deliver joy every day to people all over the country with our seasonal and holiday decor kits. And I never had the satisfaction managing a law firm. All I did every day was help lawyers make more money. That was it. And I wanted that direct and that piece that I could help people in a lot of different ways. So I love what I'm doing. But the book piece, I a few years ago had a friend who had talked about writing a book about a letter to her daughter. And I thought, isn't that interesting? What would I say? And for the last couple of years, it's been percolating as a letter to my daughters. I have 2. They're 10 and 12, Lexi and Lauren. And told me about this book, and then I said, well, what's it called? And she said, The Wisdom Before Me. It was like the stars all aligned. I met Linda in this last year. She's amazing. And then this book comes to be, and I just wrote a letter to my daughters of what do I want them to know? What are the 3 most important things that I think I've learned in my life that have led me to where I am today? And that is what my story is in this piece.
That is amazing. That is wonderful. Thank you for sharing. I just was a co-author for a book that was, in fact, a letter to my daughter, an anthology. I don't have any daughters, but I wrote mine for my grandchildren. I've got several granddaughters. Okay. Well, listen, thank you all for your stories and why you have come into being authors in this book. So one of my questions, let's talk a little bit about knowledge and wisdom and your take on each. And do you realize that there are so many scriptures regarding, well, you can find anything you want in the Bible, in the Word. And there are so many scriptures regarding knowledge and regarding wisdom, so many. And if you want a better grasp on what wisdom is all about and what God says about wisdom, read Proverbs every day. Okay. All right. So I'm going to shut up. And who wants to start?
I want to start first by letting you, Vera, know, as well as the people who are watching today, is that these women that you just witnessed today are very, very humble. They are not even letting on to you the magnitude of their life and the wisdom that they have and what they've been through. It just blows my mind to know this. And really, you have to read the book. You have to buy the book and read the book to actually grasp how dynamic these women are. And this is only a third of them. There are a total of 15 authors in this book. And this came up really quick. So not every, some people had other things to do tonight. But these women are so dynamic in their own right, and I just want them to know how proud I am of this book and their contribution to it. And I'm going to let somebody else answer that question for you.
Well, thank you for sharing that.
Yeah.
And I mean, I can tell that these are powerful women. And normally I read bios, but I just, and you guys can jump in and share more about what it is that you do and how you do help people, because there may be someone either listening now or on the replays, because this will be on various podcasts platforms, as well as ongoing on YouTube as well. So I know that others are going to be hearing what it is that you have to offer. So in terms of knowledge and wisdom, who wants to talk about that? Judy?
Judy, on mute.
I was following my own rule of muting when I wasn't talking.
Yes.
But I think that people are always informing us of things. There's a lot of, you can like read things and you can gain a lot of knowledge, but it seems that when you experience something that either causes you immense pleasure or pain, it translates into wisdom. And then it is like solidified in your being that this experience becomes a part of who you are. And, most of us that have children know that, we'd like to impart all of this wisdom on our children, but, they often have to go through their own experiences to be able to make that really part of their wisdom data bank, I would say. But I just think that one of my greatest pieces of wisdom came from thinking I don't know what I was thinking, but I just thought I was Superwoman.
CTR Media Network is a new standard of podcasting and media that live streams 30 plus podcasters. We reach 350 million global listeners worldwide in over 50 countries across all major podcasting and social media platforms, and have featured over 1,000 guests. If you would like to be a part of CTR Media Network, go to ctrmedianetwork.com.